Good morning, everyone. I wish everyone settle down. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shweta Baveja. I'm the conference director for this event, the Global Agrovet Research Conference. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of them, to taking out time, come and make this event look like so beautiful. And all the delegates, dignitaries, guests from His Excellency, guests from ministry, and all of the delegates. Thank you so much for coming. And for the whole day, we'll be talking about agriculture, veterinary, animal science, food in this event. Now, this is powered by ARCC Journals. We are a 58 years old consortium of journals and periodicals, and we decided to do this event to bring in research to the table. For the whole day now, with me is Mr. Kim Winter. He'll be the conference convener, and he'll be taking it forward from here. Welcome, Kim. Thank you.
Thanks, Shweta. Namaste. Salam alaikum. What is it in Nigeria? What's the welcome? Akaro. Okay. And South Africa, I think it is, what is it in South Africa? These two ladies in the middle, they're a bit quiet. Sawubona. Sawubona. Anybody else? Germans, Europeans here? Anyone? From me, in a country which is very, very heavily focused on agriculture, it is tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, harimai, harimai, harimai. Anybody guess which country that is? Anybody heard of the All Blacks? The South Africans certainly have. So I'm from New Zealand. And New Zealand is a very famous agricultural country. Bit of a rabid ambassador. We are number one exporters in milk. We're number one exporters in a couple of other things, little brown things called kiwi fruit, commonly known as Chinese gooseberries. We're number two in sheep and in honey. And the list goes on and on and on. So my name is Kim Winter. I'm the Global CEO of Logistics Executive Group. This is our 25th year in business. We are consultants and headhunters and podcasters. We have nearly 400,000 followers on LinkedIn. So if you want to come over here during the day, get a free advert for your platform, for your banner, for your company, for anything to do with what you're doing in your organisation. Happy to have a chat with you today. We will be blogging all day. So today is very interesting. This is my first agricultural conference. Well, I normally run a conference somewhere in the world as a side hack about once a month around the world. Really looking forward to this. Such a good turnout, Shweta, and to Yieldy. Thank you so much for sponsors here with us, and also for Aqua Garden, who are sponsors and supporters of this event. So really looking forward to a very interactive conference. We want to see a lot of interplay. We want to see a lot of sharing, obviously. Some extremely well-known global speakers here today. Scientists, doctors, many of them, about 6 of them at this table down here. And we're really looking forward to a lot of Q&A and engagement from the audience. So your panel hosts will guide you during the day. My job, according to Shweta, is to keep everything on track. Thank you so much again, Shweta, for the organisation today. It looks fine. And to the ladies in the crowd today, looking resplendent, a round of applause for all the ladies. Looking exceptional in their national dresses in many of the countries here today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce for opening remarks Dr. Gurbachan Singh, he's the founder of, has a foundation, he's got a very long history with government organisations in India and around the world in the whole agro-science area. He is going to have an opening few words for everybody today. Without further ado, Dr. Singh, would you come and join us, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Very good morning. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be sharing some of my thoughts for the 2 days conference. Before I start, let me say it is a very happy occasion for me. The reason is that a number of scientists, experts dealing with agriculture, animal husbandry and allied subjects, I had the opportunity to work. A little brief about myself. I worked in Government of India, the ICAR, on various capacities, starting from as an active researcher at the Central Soil Salinity Research Institute, Karnal, in India. Then as Assistant Director General in ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and the Director of the Central Soil Salinity Research Institute, Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India. Later on, the Chairman of Agricultural Scientist Recruitment Board. So after my retirement, we have started this foundation, G.S. Pratt Gurvachan Singh Foundation for Research, Education and Development at Karnal to continue my interest in research, academies and linking with the farmers from where I started my job. Again working, now we are working with the farmers, working with the students, school students, and a number of other activities. So the second reason is the organization ARCC, which is organizing this conference, Agricultural Research Communication. Their grandfather, who established that foundation, he was himself a scientist, and started promoting science, agricultural science and like subjects. It initiated in the year 1967, but later on, now developed into an organization sharing information about agricultural science, animal husbandry, and other subjects, not only in India at the global level. They initiated several research journals. The first was the Indian Journal of Agriculture Research. I had the opportunity to work as chief editor of that journal also for several years. Then it was in the year 1971, and in the sequence, 6-7 more journal, Indian Journal of Animal Sciences, then the Legume Research, another review journal, agricultural reviews. Then they came, now we have seven journals published by this organization. Friends, over the years, these journals gained popularity not at the national but international level. The high quality research conducted by the scientists is published and shared with in all the countries. The reasons are very specific because from the very beginning, the top scientists, experts from India and abroad, they are associated with these journals as editorial board, chairman. Secondly, these journals are mentioned in all the kind of the word you talk about Scopus, Web of Science, chemical abstracts, biological, whatever we can write. Then one very fine day, we discussed, because I remained associated with them, that we should have a kind of international conference like we are having today, the Agrovet. The topic was carefully chosen that we have to, time has come when agriculture has to connect with the livestock plus trees. We have to promote the traditional methods of farming using new science interventions. So this was planned, and I am so happy that so many of you are present. Then what kind of future publication should come in our journals, and we can invite, reviews are also invited, the top people in the world. The new subject, climate change, is bothering the whole world. Then in this meeting also we will be discussing how to deal with the climate change in the future to make our food systems climate smart, climate resilient, new sciences, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, remote sensing, those kind of we have planned with this meeting also discuss. And I will also request here to all of you to contribute your good research for publication in these journals. Some of the, what I did in the theme of this Congress, one is the holding size is declining. Farmers' livelihood is always at the stake now, whole of South Asia. But the only solution is to shift from individual crop, individual commodity, individual enterprise to multi-enterprise agriculture for making multiple use of resources. That is the one thing. That's why Agrovet name in this conference was conceived by the organizers. So I already said climate resilient agriculture, the ICWA people, my friends are here. Lot of good work is being done on crops, salinity tolerant crops, salinity tolerant halophytes, salinity tolerant trees, because in arid environments and salinity go together. So that we will be discussing. Then how to make efficient use of limited resource. Water is globally is going to be a very serious issue. We will have to make every effort to conserve, reuse, recycle the all rainwater, but wherever it falls, either at in situ or ex situ. So that will be another, the soil, how to rejuvenate. We have used these soils, every country, to the maximum by using more of agricultural chemical inputs. The pesticides, herbicides, now the stage has come where we will have to link how we can produce through organic, natural farming methods. It's not that everywhere organic and natural farming is possible, but how we can blend. So, you know, heavy metal pollution in the groundwater, and also it's coming to the food chain, those kind of, then biodiversity conservation, sustainability of dry lands, very important. During my active career, I worked on 2 plants, mainly the edible cactus. You know, it's a very good crop in Mexico, you go to Brazil, Argentina. So I remained associated. Good is that we have a FAO net, and for West Asia, from last so many years, they made me the coordinator for cactus development in West Asia, so many of these countries. Similarly, another genes, Prosopis juliflora, they are the highest water efficient plants. They need maybe 300 to 400 millimeter rainfall to complete their rains, even if we cannot give. So friends, there will be number of opportunities. At the end, let me say, this is a good opportunity to sharing our success stories. You may be having your success stories. This is the time to share those stories. And then on those stories, we can build up our groups, we can collaborate, coordinate, and upscale those kind of things. So that will be the one. We have some panel discussions, new ideas will come, opportunity to again collaborate, coordinate. At the end, I think it will be good idea that you can look to these journals, and we will be very happy to consider and publish your good results. So friends, I wish the conference a grand success. I think we have a very good gathering. We have scientists here, we have the entrepreneurs, we have the industry people, everybody joined together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Singh. I'm particularly interested in edible cactus. I don't know about the rest of you, but I picked that up and I'm very interested to find out more about it. So obviously a very storied career and a lot of knowledge, which I think is a common theme here today. Doing a little bit of homework last night at the number of specialists and scientists and professors and doctors that are here. So I can't help but think by the time tomorrow night comes about, I'm going to be imbued with extensive amount of knowledge on the subject matters that we are going to be talking about today. Without further ado, we have a number of distinguished speakers who are going to share a few thoughts and words with us this morning, just to kick us off in this 2 days of information sharing and knowledge gathering. Next, we are very delighted to have Dr. Wafa Faisal Al-Yamani, a desertification control policy expert from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. My writing is a little bit like a doctor's writing, actually. So without further ado, here in the UAE. So without further ado, I'd like to see Dr. Wafa Faisal come and join us, please, and share a few thoughts with us. Shukran. Kia ora. Yeah. There we go. Kia ora for a New Zealander.
Yeah. Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed partners, a warm welcome to the United Arab Emirates, a hub of innovation and future thinking. We are delighted today to open the Global Agrovet Research Conference, and as we share an immense and important responsibility, particularly in the livestock sector, that contributes nearly to 40% of global agriculture value and sustains the livelihoods of nearly 1.3 billion people worldwide. These numbers serve as a reminder to us that livestock is a cornerstone of global food security and has a great economic and social value. With the rapid expansion of international trade in livestock, it is very important to unify our visions on best veterinary practices, right from vaccination to comprehensive health care. Today, this has become a necessity rather than a matter of a choice. The health and sustainability of livestock depend on integrated and interconnected global systems. The conference offers a strategic platform to strengthen cooperation, share expertise, and develop innovative solutions to protect livestock. The theme, One Health, Integrating Agriculture, Animal and Food Science for Sustainable Future, embodies the UAE vision. It underscores the fact that human health and prosperity are closely intertwined with the well-being of our environment and livestock. And under the guidance of our visionary leadership, We embrace an integrated approach that places innovation in the heart of our national strategies. And one example of these strategies will be the National Food Security Strategy 2051. In collaboration with international partners, we strive to establish a future where climate-smart agriculture and sustainable livestock practices lay a strong foundation of global food security. Recognizing that the future lies in harnessing technology, and the UAE is proactively integrating innovation and artificial intelligence to strengthen the livestock sector. Technology is at the forefront of the recent collaboration between between the IBM and the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And the recent collaboration aims exactly to develop AR-powered quarantine systems for inspiring agriculture and veterinary consignments. These systems will accelerate the import approval processes and enabling early detection of biological risk and strengthen the biosecurity measurements. Dear guests, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers of this important event and to all of you for your presence here today and your invaluable contribution. We wish you a successful and fruitful conference. May our discussions sow the seeds of innovation that will protect our planet and cultivate prosperous, sustainable future for all. And thank you for your attention. We wish you a productive conference.
Well, shukran, Doctor, and thank you very much for that greeting in Kiwi language. Kia ora, a learning piece for today, is kia ora is also welcoming in our Maori language in New Zealand. So mabruk, well done, thank you for setting the scene. And Dr. Wafa. So next, we are also delighted to join with and have on board today for a keynote His Excellency Dr. Abdulalia Betlatik. He's the Chief Strategic Transformation and Investments Officer for Arab Authority of Agricultural Investments and Development here in the UAE. And I believe he's in the room. So he's going to come and join us. There he is. Thank you so much, Dr. Belatik. Shukran. Thanks for joining us. From Morocco? Yes. Very good. Thank you. It says here UAE. And congratulations to the Moroccan under-17 football team.
Excellent.
Just won the under-17 World Cup.
Thank you, Kim. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good morning. It's a great honor to address this distinguished gathering at the Global Agrovet Research Conference. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers for bringing together scientists, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders committed to advancing agriculture and veterinary sciences for a sustainable future. Today, agriculture stands at the intersection of critical global challenges: food insecurity, climate change, water scarcity, and the growing demand for sustainable food systems. The One Health approach, recognizing the interconnection of human, animal, and environmental health, has never been more relevant. Research demonstrates that integrated crop, livestock, forestry systems can simultaneously enhance biodiversity, improve soil health, and reduce emissions while building climate resilience. At the Arab Authority for Agriculture, Investment and Development, as you know, it's an international multilateral fund mandated with developing food security around the Arab countries, and beyond. We believe in partnerships between governments, research institutions, and the private sector, which are the cornerstone of progress. Our mission is to enhance Arab food security through strategic investments across member countries. Our current portfolio spans dairy, meat processing, olive cultivation, poultry, veterinary, pharmaceuticals, and traditional agriculture, representing billions of dollars deployed to create employment and strengthen regional food security. AAID has paid early attention to applied agriculture research, linking scientific innovation with technological development. We have implemented large-scale field research, established pilot farms prior to commercial production, created on-site research stations, and promoted livestock integration into agricultural cycles. These efforts have yielded significant results and demonstrated that the gap between research and practice can be bridged through deliberate institutional mechanisms. Looking forward, AAID is evolving our strategic focus to embrace three critical dimensions. First, environmental, social, and governance considerations. In all investments, evidence show, indeed, that robust ESG frameworks directly reduce loan defaults and improve financial sustainability. Second, agriculture technology, including precision agriculture, biotechnology, and digital platforms adapted to arid environments. And third, smart farming systems utilizing sensors, data analytics, and automation to optimize resources and monitor health in real time. Critically, we are committed to ensuring these innovations are accessible to smallholder farmers and rural communities. Technology adoption must be inclusive, culturally appropriate, and economically viable for those who need it most. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face are too complex for any single institution to address alone. It is only through collective action and shared innovation that we can build resilient food systems for future generations. Sustainable progress requires genuine collaboration, interdisciplinary research, co-developments of practical decision tools, and capacity building to scale innovations across diverse contexts. As we look ahead, let us commit ourselves to several concrete actions. First, translating research into practical solutions that can be deployed at scale, ensuring that scientific breakthroughs reach the fields and farms where they are needed most. Second, strengthening regional and global cooperation, recognizing that food security is a shared challenge that requires shared solutions and mutual support. Third, ensuring that agriculture remains a driver of sustainable developments and human well-being, not only producing food, but also creating livelihoods, preserving ecosystems, and building community resilience. Fourth, mobilizing innovative finance mechanisms, including green bonds, climate resilience guarantees, and blended finance to support smallholder adaptation and value chain resilience. AAID stands ready to be an active partner in these efforts. We invite institutions present here and researchers. We invite collaboration with research institutions, technology providers, fellow investors, and development partners who share our commitment to building a more food secure and sustainable future for the Arab world and beyond. The integration of agriculture, animal science, and food technology that this conference champions is the practical pathway to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring no one suffers from hunger. The research, innovations, and partnerships formed here, we hope, as Dr. was mentioning, contribute to a transformation that is both urgently needed and entirely possible. We believe that we have the knowledge and technology, and many of it is available here. What we need now is the courage to act, the wisdom to collaborate, and the persistence to see this transformation through. Thank you, and I wish this conference every success. Thank you.
Shukran, Doctor, and a little sidebar note on Morocco, that I met the entire Moroccan World Cup football team in Barcelona before the World Cup, and along with about 30,000 other people that were waiting outside my hotel at the time. So that was an absolute delight. Where did they end up in the World Cup? It came third or fourth, yeah? Morocco in the last World Cup? Yeah. Excellent football nation. And clearly very good in the agriculture and veterinary area as well. So thank you everybody for keeping on time. Our next guest speaker, who I'm sitting next to, just sitting down here, Dr. Ganja, is going to speak to us. He's from the Centre for Intercene Centre for the International Centre for Biocene Activity and Agriculture, and he's going to share some notes with us. We've got some, I think, a PowerPoint coming up today as well. So we welcome you and thank you for sharing some thoughts with us. You are the Chief Scientist with ICBEA here in the UAE, so looking forward to hearing from you this morning, setting the scene. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. ICBA is based in Dubai, International Center for Biocell and Agriculture. We are closely working with Mokai and also Arab Authority. We are neighbors in Dubai. I would like to share a few work we do in UAE, but our mandate is for the global, for the Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East and North Africa, and also Central Asia. The conference theme is One Health. Earlier speaker already alluded about that. Just I wanted to give interconnections between human health, animal health, agriculture and plant health, and then also environmental health. If you look at the human health, all of us aware of the COVID-19, the COVID virus came from the wild animals. Likewise, a lot of diseases we get from the domestic animals and wild animals, and the major zoonotic diseases also transferred between animals and humans. Animal health is mostly concerned about how to control the diseases, pandemics, foodborne diseases, and antimicrobial resistance. And same is the case with the plant health. Plant health is very important because up to 40% of the food we produce is lost because of the diseases, worth of $220 billion. The plant diseases are spreading globally because of the trade and travel, weak phytosanitary measures globally. It has a huge impact, especially mycotoxins coming from the plants, from maize, aflatoxin from groundnut, use health issues. And environmentally, also soil health, water quality, air quality, all those things are interconnected. It also affects the biodiversity. Preventing, managing, and recovering saline areas is our team. I will try to reconnect what I'm trying to share here. Food safety, sanitary and phytosanitary measures are important to have interlinkages and reduce the losses through health issues. A global food security challenge, if you look at, is a lot of areas affected with the water shortage and also climate change. Globally, 10% of land is affected by salinity. 1/3 of earth is arid. And the most important thing is most of us here to produce more food, but a lot of food is getting lost or wasted. We need to have a control on that. UAE is import-dependent country. Annually, about 24 billion worth of food and animal products are being imported. This is our theme. We work in saline areas. When we talk about the salinity, we look after both topsoil salinity, also deep soil salinity, where the deep-rooted crops are being grown. Salinity is mostly comes through parent material, soil, but that is what we call it as a primary salinity. On that, we don't have control on it. What we can do to control the secondary salinization, that is where human intervention, the practices we do in agriculture, those are the things that have an impact. This is where we need to work on so that we will be able to reduce the impact of the salinity. If you look at the trends of the temperature and precipitation, UAE, we are going to see increased temperature, both minimum, maximum, and average. Most of you might be aware of all the temperatures, the minimum temperature, which is the one going to affect, most importantly, the plant production. We need to have an eye on that. And we are going to face the challenges of the precipitation, decreased precipitation, and then again, the precipitation also, a lot of variability we are going to face. If you want to project the temperature, what is going to happen in Dubai in the next couple of years, or next decades, we are going to see extended period of summer at the high temperature. You can see now itself it is very hard to control the crops here. With the extended period, we have a huge challenges. All of us know what are the major reasons for climate change and the greenhouse gas emissions. Of all the transport, energy, agriculture also contributes a lot. But the good news is that this is the only area where we have a control on it. We will be able to mitigate agriculturally based carbon emissions. And again, the choice of crops are very important, because if you are taking the rice as a crop of our interest, it has a huge impact on the emission. It produces more emission than the millets and other minor millets, quinoa, etc. We need to diversify crops so that we will be able to have a reduced impact on the climate. If you look at the MENA is the area where we always see the huge impact of the warming, but this is the region not contributing much through CO2 emission. Even though it is affected because of the CO2 emission, this is not the one contributing. That means the regions where the CO2 is not being emitted, but they are facing the challenge. We need to be aware of this fact. At the IGBA, we work at an intersection of water, crops, and also energy. How to reduce the energy use, how to improve the water use efficiency, how to use the good saline-tolerant crops or water-efficient crops, so that we will be able to prevent, manage, and recover from the impacts of the saline soil, what we are seeing. Earlier speaker alluded already, sustainable water management is a key. Water availability is going to reduce, and we need to have utilization, optimization of the water resource. At IGBA, we have the gene bank, and we have about 18,000 accessions of various species that are suitable for the saline soils and also dry areas. We usually share the germplasm based on the request from the researcher globally. As I mentioned, it is an international institute. We recently also deposited germplasm in Svalbard, wherein at the permafrost there is no need for the cooler. It is in the near Norway. They store it. We also submitted the samples. And then recently we got an award from the FAO for the work we do for the gene bank. We have released 2 varieties in UAE first time, and also several other varieties in Morocco, Tajikistan, and Ethiopia. We have a lot of activities under gene bank. Gulf is the national tree for the UAE and other MENA regions. We have study the genetic diversity with the help of Environmental Authority, EAD Abu Dhabi, and also we have the Citrullus dapт genome. It is a wild species of the watermelon. It is highly drought tolerant. We are planning to have a crosses with this one with the watermelon so that watermelon can survive under drought prone areas. Unfortunately, this is a bitter taste. We need to do some kind of crossing to reduce the bitterness. This is the kind of crops we work with. They have a lot of interaction with the soil salinity, water salinity, drought tolerance, and other things. We majority working on the quinoa. As I mentioned, it is highly drought tolerant and saline tolerant. Pulse millet is another one. Barley is another crop. And we are also working on the fodder. Most of the regions where we work, not only food security, fodder security is also very important because a lot of farmers, they grow the livestock. We are looking after how to enhance not only food grain production, but also fodder production. At the IGBA, we are working on the forages last 25 years also. We are screening the germplasm from the gene bank, and we have identified sporobolus and the disticus as one of the most important fodder resistant, saline resistant species of the fodder. We are systematically evaluating them. Now we have the lines. We'll be able to commercialize the scale it up in other countries. Again, date palm is another important crop for the UAE and MENA. As all of you know, it is not only the food crop for the domestically, also export-oriented crop. We have this experiment last 25 years. We are doing the systematic research on date palm to see how the saline water or saline soil is going to affect on the fruit quantity and also fruit quality. There are huge differences between the varieties. Some varieties are highly susceptible to salinity, others are tolerant. We are doing the research not only on the water, and also most important insect is called red palm weevil. We are also doing a substantial amount of research on this. You look at here how the date palm is going to, each of the varieties, they have the different water requirement, different leaching requirements. We are optimizing and making the precise irrigation systems for the date palm so that the farmer is able to reduce the water intake and improve the efficiency. Sorry. As I mentioned, we are also working in Central Asia, those 5 countries. This is an example where in Uzbekistan we are implementing one project. We are working very close to Aral Sea region where the salinity is a major problem. The sea is getting dried up. We are implementing a project, huge impact. You look at those pictures and then those numbers. And similarly, we are also working in Sub-Saharan Africa, implementing the donor-funded project in the saline areas, how to reduce the impact of salinity, how to improve the efficiency among the natural ecosystems, water, soil, and other natural resources. This is an example how to determine irrigation scheduling. Most of the times, farmers, they want to irrigate the crops. But you look at the sorghum crop, most of the water needed is, if you look at the point number 5 and 6, that is where if you don't irrigate, the maximum amount of yield loss is going to happen. If at all you want to give a supplemental irrigation, it is not essential that you give either vegetative growth stage or the during the maturity. It is always good to give at the where the flowering and boot leaf stage, so that whenever you have a limited amount of water, you always have an option to schedule irrigation. And we also do a lot of work on the soil health, because soil health is part of the One Health or environmental health. We always work on the amendments and blended use of the fertilizers and the amendments, so that we will be able to save water, improve the soil health, and also improve the cost effectiveness. Of course, everyone talks about the climate change. We need to live with the climate change. We don't have one option. We cannot run away from the climate change. In the climate change, what we can do is how to mitigate gas emissions. At the same time, whenever you want to mitigate the emission, we need to compromise on the food production, because they go hand in hand. But we need to strike a balance and then better understand the climate change impacts. It is not that by word of climate change, we should not be doing some practices which may not be having an impact on reducing the climate change. Farmers are the key. Even though we have a lot of knowledge around us, unless the farmers are able to use it, it is no use. We need to inform them through digital agriculture and other things. And promoting climate smart agriculture is a key. Cereal legume diversification. Here, always we ignore the nitrogen emissions. Most of the times we concentrate on the carbon. But if you compare the carbon, 1 gram of nitrous oxides is equal to 300 grams of CO2. The impact of nitrogen is more pronounced. And then when we use the nitrogenous fertilizers, we always have to have an idea how to improve the efficiency rather than just using the fertilizer, and how to enhance the mitigation, carbon sequestration, agroforestry, and other things. Way forward, it is always look at the value chain approach, whether it is the food or the fodder or the animals, how to look at the whole chain approach so that it is for the grain production, seed production, and processing and value addition. Because most of the innovations are needed around the food production. That is where we need to concentrate, right choice of crops and cultivars to reduce the carbon footprints. I showed you earlier, each of those crops have a different impact on the environment or the carbon footprints. Always use integrated soil, crop, water management to optimize all the resources, because the soil, water, crop management, otherwise we will be using something which may not be needed for the enhancing the production. And then comprehensive adaptation to climate change. I showed you one slide earlier. We need to look at what are the gases they are emitting each of the crops, like rice also emits methane. Are we going to grow for the rice or grow for the millets? And then I also mentioned about the amount of food we lose or we waste after the production, because we are making a lot of efforts to enhance the production. If we don't reduce that, we are going to have resource loss and also the impacting the environment. And end of the day, we need to have an impact on the farmer's field. Otherwise, there is no use of our technology, whatever we say in these conferences here. For that, we need to have a strong policy advocacy and also stakeholder engagement and involvement, so that we will be having the fruits of our research into the hands of the farmers. Thank you so much.
Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? We'll stay up here in front for a few minutes. Anybody got any questions, comments, debate points, refute any of the research? Here we go over here. We've got a microphone. Anybody with a microphone down here? around. There's one, I know there's one on the table over there, Moa. So those folks there are sitting there with two right in front of them there. There we go. A gentleman over the side here would like to make a comment. A question perhaps. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Really humbled to be here in front of all these reputable organizations. I would like to ask you, I come from Malta, from Europe. With the saline water, we are surrounded with sea, Mediterranean rock in the middle of the Mediterranean. And with saline water, I was wondering what kind of crops, vegetables you manage to grow, what kind of water filtration you have to put in place so that you'll be able to grow maybe some of the traditional vegetables or forestry only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Saline water, there are various gradients starting from less than 10 decisiemens, that is the unit we usually use it, and up to like when we are using the brine water from the after freshwater purification, each of the crops have some threshold level. When it comes to the vegetables, mostly crops like sugar beet is one of the good crop. When it comes to the normal grain crops, quinoa is one of the best. I mentioned there, it is highly drought tolerant and also it is highly demanded crop globally now. And then millets, and then some vegetables, they have different levels of tolerance. Like tomato, they're not much tolerant. Ice plant, and then the range of crops they have. And then again, salinity tolerance depends on the soil as well. If your soils like UAE or MENA region, sandy soils, even we are irrigating, the soil's saline water may not stay at the root zone. It will be going deeper into the soil depth. It may not affect much. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that.
Hello.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Dr. S. Janjana from India.
Just the rules for the day and tomorrow is just identify yourself and your organisation. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah,
All yours.
you audible?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Dr. Hanjana
And
from
we need to-
India.
Hold on, we'll get the microphone on.
Yeah, you mentioned
Name and organisation. Thank you.
about red palm oil in dates.
Microphone.
Let's have a look at his microphone. Let's get the switch on to a little light going on there. Right, there's another microphone
Hello.
just down
Hello.
there on that table.
Okay, this is audible.
Yep, just speak up.
Yeah, this is Dr. S. Janjana from India, Agriculture University, Raichur. Yeah, you mentioned about red palm oil in dates. How you are managing that pest?
No, we can't hear you, so maybe you stand up and shout.
Is it audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned about red palm oil in dates. Yeah, how you are managing that pest here?
How?
How you are managing that pest?
Okay. No, we are doing integrated approach. The first and foremost thing is the scouting so that you know whether red palm oil is there or not. And then other things, the legislation or the prevention is the best thing. Another one, there are some chemicals to control the red palm oil. But integrated approach is more important. I know the red palm oil also affects the other palm trees like coconut and other trees. It is always an integrated approach. First and foremost thing is detection is also, early detection is the most important thing. Otherwise, it will be inside the plant and then it will be, the symptoms will be known when the plant is completely damaged. That's why we need to have the integrated approach.
Microphone down here.
Yes, pheromone traps also it is there.
What was the question?
Pheromone traps.
Any other questions? Very good. Okay, without further ado, we want to thank you, but we want to keep you here. And also the speakers so far this morning, please, all four of you, doctors, if you wouldn't mind coming up and joining us, we're going to get a group photo. So please, the other speakers, come up. Thanks for your speech. They're very good. We weren't over time after all. So if we can have all the speakers so far this morning, if you come up and join us now, and we're going to get a photo here. These gentlemen running around here with these expensive pieces of equipment, they're going to take a photo. I'm going to photo bomb it as well, but first of all, we'll get all of yourselves in there. Ladies in the middle. Faces first. No, get my glasses back on, hold on. Here we go, okay. No, we're going to a plenary session, gee whiz. Eh? It's full on, yeah, good job. Okay, so this is One Health in Action, a global perspective, plenary session number 1, as we can all see here. And I knew I was just testing. So this is defining One Health, connecting human, animal, and environmental well-being. And who is the compere for today? This is going to be Dr. Singh, is it? This is going to be the host. And it's all of these three Mowat are going to be speaking together. Shweta, all of these three people in the plenary, and they're going to be seated, they're standing, seated. And going to speak individually. Okay, for this plenary session, individually. Jolly good. Okay, so we're going to have, first up, Dr. Yashpal Singh Malik, Joint Director of IVRI of Mukshindvar, India. How's that go? Pretty good? Very good. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning to one and all. Let me start with the greetings and best wishes for the conference, and ultimate from the beginning with Professor Gurbachan Singh, starting with what we need in the times to come and where we stand right now. Wafa, then Belatic. Almost everyone was in the same tone that we have to work together to solve the problem what the whole world is facing. And on same line, I'm coming with one aspect, the theme of the conference, that is One Health, and the title of the conference is Agrovet. We, agriculture scientists, researchers, policymakers, as well as the counterpart, that the veterinary side, we all have to come together to solve the problem, upcoming problem of the food security, food safety, and the diseases what are emerging. Rightly said by Dr. Ganga, with the One Health, where we are right now. So Sweta, Gaurav, and the team, thank you very much for giving me the chance to stand before you all and going with some aspects what we are taking up at Indian Veterinary Research Institute, that is the deemed university, and that is the beginning of the animal sciences in India. And this institute where I'm coming from, it is 135 years old institute that was made to eradicate one of the disease, and it is no more in the world. So that is the success story behind this. It is a very high altitude institute that is situated nearly 8,000 feet from the sea level. This is a very common saying that our elders are always saying, that if we want to stand, we have to be united. And that is the sole motto of the One Health. If we will be the individual sectors, we started working like medical sector is working separately, veterinary and agriculture, then we are not going to solve any of the problems. So ultimately we have to come together, and this term One Health is now becoming viral. Every sector is discussing that where we can meet and to take up the challenge, forthcoming challenge. Sometimes people ask this question, that if the forests are burning, what I am losing? That is a big question. Sometimes it is being said by some of the people. So if we are not managing even the forest, what will happen? If you can see the count that 75% of the diseases, even you go to the SARS-CoV-2, that is the cause of COVID, or any other, everything is coming from the animals. What happened? See with the Amazon, that is the biggest fireworks that goes on, where millions of the species of animals are living. When they will lose the habitat where they are going to touch, they are going to touch the human population, the nearby core areas, ultimately mutually shifting the diseases also. So everything is interlinked, and we are calling interconnectedness is must right now. This is the genesis of my institute, from where I am coming. Robert Koch, if some of microbiologists are here, he worked on this campus along with the Griffith and Pfeffer. 3 Nobel laureates, they worked on this campus to eliminate one of the diseases that we call as the cattle plague. It is the rinderpest. It is no more. It was eradicated, and the world is free from it. When it was declared, the history says that the disease work was started with the medical microbiologist, not the veterinary microbiologist or the veterinarian, but it was the medical side. They took over that disease, how we can control it. So the One Health started in India 135 years back. This is the first director of our institute, Alfred Lingard. He was the medical microbiologist. He served as a director of a veterinary institute for 17 continuous years, and a major person behind the eradication of the cattle plague disease. The right side, if you can say, is the famous picture of Robert Koch, Griffith and Pfeffer sitting in the campus of IVRI, Indian Veterinary Research Institute. We are free from the smallpox, and now the rinderpest is the one example, success story in the animal side. We are striving towards eradicating the FMD, foot and mouth disease. African horse sickness is also eliminated from many of the countries, and that is only through the collaborative work that has been done in the past, and we are proceeding forward. These are the major 3 problems the world is facing: food security, safety, antimicrobial resistance, and currently the emerging infectious diseases. Everyone is afraid of that. That is the CCHF, that is the Nipah, that is the West Nile, that is the Zika. Numbers are so many. This is the great challenge before the veterinarian, because directly that is being a human being interacting with the animal and getting so many infections from the animals, and some of them goes unnoticed even. So global livestock scenario, that is very important. If we go with a count only, you can see that 1 out of 5 person in the world is depending on the livestock for the income and its interaction. 40% of the total protein of the world that comes from the animals. So animal sectors become very essential to be focused right now. These are the demands. What we are predicting in times to come, they are going to increase because of the need of the food protein, animal protein. 200 times even some of the commodities will be needed from the animal side. So ultimately, to meet out, we have to go with the intensification of the animal husbandry. And whenever we think about the intensification, there are chances of interaction with the human population and exchange of the infectious pathogens. And this is the one side that you can see. We always have been hit by the bad pathogens, bad microbes from past till now. But if you can go with the last phase, last 20 years, they have seen majority of the emerging pandemics or the epidemics. And that has happened because of the certain things that the factors are increasing, movement is increasing, intensification of agriculture or the livestock is increasing. These are some of the important diseases which have been noticed in India in past. This I was telling that these are the factors which are responsible for spread of the infectious pathogens from one part to other. Flyways used by our birds, they were neglected earlier, but now they are the concern. Then movement of the animals, livestock products, all carries the pathogens. These are the three strata which are exchanging from the wildlife that comes to the domestic to the humans, and all exchanges are very much possible that we published in one of our book from the Springer in emerging transboundary animal viruses. So if you go with this slide, this is not to alarm anyone, but this is everything is increasing. List is not ending with these numbers. They are numerous. But if you go with where we have achieved the success, it is very small. Only 3, 4, 5. You can count on numbers, but the number which is increasing, so this is the Pandora box. Whenever we start working, we get so many pathogens which are in the field, in the environment, in the soil. This is one species that is untouched. Even everyone must take care of it, the rodents. They are transmitting more than 53 infectious pathogens, and we are not aware even what they are going to cause. So ultimately, we have to go with the One Health collaborative and crosstalk between the sectors, between the institutions, between the different academic and the research collaborations are needed. And we have to keep we don't want to sacrifice the expertise, but we have to go with the convergence of everyone. What we are doing in India, that is the human health side, we are having several vertical disease control programs which are running in the country. They are managed by the government, autonomous bodies, national vector control, because everyone is talking about the climate change. The most impact that is going to come is on the vector-borne diseases. They are on very high rise, so there is one vector control program. Then we are having ad hoc programs, that National Disease Control, that is the center in Delhi. They take care of the immediate outbreaks, they rush to that area and try to curb that. Recently, we are going with the integrated disease surveillance. This is the most important thing. Agriculture, veterinary, and medical, all we have to go with the integrated disease surveillance programs. This is for the animal health sector. It is well managed by All India coordinated projects. Then we are having different institutes which are specifically working on the epidemiology of the diseases of the animal side, particularly of the zoonotic nature. So we have the database of each and every disease right now maintained at Bangalore Nivedi Institute. Then we are having animal disease reporting system. Everything is digital. Whenever we are noticing any disease, that is incorporated, and ultimately it reaches to our database. Wildlife is still a weaker section in the veterinary side. We are not having much data on the wildlife, what diseases are there and what they are going to cause. So ultimately, our focus is increasing with the intervention of DSD, Government of India. Now we have started working with the wildlife also. Agriculture and environmental sector, we are working on the water quality monitoring, because so many pathogens are leaching, ultimately going to the subsurface water. They are also cause of, again, in the irrigation system, they comes back and they can be harmful to everyone. Soil health, food safety, health, and the weather data, that all is now being integrated and in the main course of discussions for the One Health. Intersector collaboration that has extended in the last 10 years particularly, if you call. Then ICAR, ICMR joint programs are running, that is the Indian Council of Agriculture and Medical Research. Then SAARC countries also now awakened and they are working on the World Health concept, including Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. Intersectoral collaboration already I have gone through. So this is the tree that we all have to follow. That is the tree of integration of the One Health, and our focuses are on the multi-sectoral collaboration, integrated disease surveillance. This is one of the organizations from where I am coming, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. In so many ways, it is working on different important pathogens of the humans like CCHF, Nipah, HPI, highly pathogenic avian influenza, swine flu, COVID, and different institutes of the ICR, they are working on that. This is the vaccine that was developed at where I am coming, the Mukteswar campus, ORF, that is the sheep disease, but it also affects the humans. We developed the vaccine and it is in the use of National Disease Control Program. Buffalo pox again comes from the teats, touching the teats by the milking, and that is again the vaccine developed at the IVRI campus, and this vaccine is in use in the field. Camel pox, very important in the camelidae family, and the vaccine was developed. This also affects the human. So several animal pox viruses, the vaccine has been developed by the IVRI Mukteswar campus. Veterinary side played a very important role to complete the definition of the One Health during the COVID period. These are some of the institutions, including the last of my institute where I served as the dean at Gadwasu Veterinary University. We tackled some human cases for screening of the COVID. This is the one lab. We screened nearly 62,000 samples at Mukteswar, Nainital, and nearly 6.5 lakh samples, 6,50,000 samples of the humans during the Gadwasu work. So we are having several key learnings from what has happened in the past, that we have to go with the intensive monitoring of the animal populations. They are needed to meet out the food demand, but simultaneously we have to work on the disease control monitoring. Wildlife markets, very much they are helping in the spread of the infections. Agricultural practices are very crucial. Then understanding how viruses spill over, they are changing the species. Bird flu was only limited to the birds, it reached to the humans, and now it is in nearly 7 to 8 species in the camel, in the cattle also, and several other species. We have to go with the conservation effort, better land use practices, sustainable agriculture. Globalization and rapid viral spread, we have to go with the surveillance programs throughout the world and integration of the data from where the diseases are moving. Role of the intermediate host, we don't have any clue for the COVID. Think about that is the very latest, and we have all technologies, so we have to work on these areas. Diagnostics and vaccines, we are working on it. So this is the one big program that Government of India has launched, that National One Health Mission. It is having nearly 11 ministries in the country. They are integrated now to solve the problem of the diseases, what spreads from the humans to animals or the animals to humans. So this is the future, that if we think that the virome, the latest technologies which are coming, tools and technologies, metagenomics, that shows that there are several viruses which are lying in unnoticed species like bats, rodents, rats. This is one saying by Zheng Shi. She is called as the bat woman of China. She has worked more than 2 decades on the bat viruses, and I was fortunate to work before the COVID in the same lab. The Wuhan Virology Institute, I worked with Zheng Shi working on the bat coronaviruses before the COVID outbreaks occurred. What she says, this is the only beginning. There are several viruses which are in pipeline. They will come from the bats. We must be prepared to tackle all those. So need of the hour is we have to develop the consensus among different stakeholders. We have to go with the collaborations, cooperation, coordination, and ultimately the commitment, what I am seeing from the UAE government officials. Like that only we need the committed people to come forward, help in the financial status, ultimately to curb those all emerging infectious diseases. So I would like, in the last, like to thank my council from where I am, Director IVRI, for giving me the permission to come here, my last institute, Gadwasu Ludhiana Veterinary University, my research colleagues who worked with me, project staff, PG student, field staff, and laboratory staff. No word is for the ARCC. Gaurav, Sweta, consistently since last 3 months, we are in discussion working on how to organize this event. I am thankful to each and everyone for listening me. And if you have any query, I'm here to answer if I have the answer. Thank you very much.
Ex-doctor, well done. Namaste. And ladies and gentlemen, we're running on a little bit of a tight schedule right now. So do you want to have a quick question? Quick question down here. Here we go. And name and organisation, please, nice and clearly. Yep.
Myself, Vijay Kumar Pallet from US Raichur, Karnataka, India. Sir, I have one doubt to be clarified. During COVID-19, it was said that from Wuhan laboratory, purposefully this, what we call virus has been released. Whether it is right or wrong, I don't know.
I think
just clarification.
On several platforms I have answered
Thank you.
this. This is a hypothesis only, and any hypothesis anyone can propose. But as a virologist, I have spent nearly 35 years in viruses. It is very much possible right now with the all genetic approaches what we are having. But making a virus is not a small joke. It is a years together we have to work. And working in that laboratory for as a INSA professor, visiting professor, I have personally worked there. It is not possible. It is not possible. The virus is mutating. Continuously viruses are mutating. It can be influenza, it can be rotavirus, it can be any blue tongue virus or any reovirus. So it is only one assumption that COVID is a lab generated virus. Viruses generate simultaneously.
Right.
Okay.
Uh,
Hello, one more quick
yeah,
question.
this is Dr. Nidugundi from US Raichur. My query has been that, okay, transgenic research is something which is going to rule in the coming days. When it comes to plant genetic resources, yes, things are very clear. So in India, I would like to know, any form of transgenic research has been initiated?
Regarding?
Regarding animals. Plant genetics, it's not an issue.
We have complete research institute. NBGR in Karnal we are having. NDRI is doing that for buffalo genomics, buffalo, all transgenic animals we are producing with less fat, more muscular mass, ultimately to have designed meat also with particular some trait we are enhancing through all genetic research. Even that we are doing in several of the institute, including the institute from where I am coming. We are working transgenics for disease-resistant animals also, mastitis and CSF, classical swine fever. We have developed the models also. Yes, we are doing that.
Very good. One more down here. Yes, sir. You'll be loud enough from down there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singla. This is a well-taken question by Government of India, well-taken by several ministries, and almost every ministry has come forward, integrating their experts, like one National Institute of One Health that has erupted in Nagpur. That is having all the veterinarians there, and the director of NIV, National Institute of Virology, that is one of the best institute in the country with all BSL-4 facilities, that is headed by the veterinarian. medical institute headed by the veterinarian, and veterinary institute headed by the medical veterinarian. So that is the transformation that is going on. And in one of the more program that I'm associated as the national coordinator at ICMR for slaughterhouse workers. That concept that slaughterhouse is one hub from where viruses, bacteria, or mycotic infections are going to the butchers. So we have taken that project in collaboration with several of our collaborators from the medical side, veterinary side. So those silos are now melting. So that is a positive sign in times to come, including what we all are sitting here, you will admit. Now things are changing. This is a password that we work in silos, but now we are a little open and people are coming and we are interacting. Thank you very much, each and everyone. Have a good stay. And what the Wafia said in the beginning, that where we are meeting, this is the hub of future thinking. Perfectly, this conference has been organized over here, and we are looking forward for a very future thinking how to solve the problem. Thank you very much, each and everyone.
Thanks, Doctor, and thank you for the insightful questions to draw out a little bit more information about what Dr. Yashpal was presenting on. So we're in the middle of our plenary. We've got another 15 minutes before morning tea, so no pressure on the next speakers. But we've got Dushyant now, Dushyant Tyagi, CEO of Farmgate Technologies in India, and he's going to share some thoughts on advancing, no he's not, he's going to be talking about learning and integration approaches worldwide. So come and share some more information with us.
Good morning. Yes, so this. Okay, Okay. So good morning, and thank you, ARCC. Basically designing this event, this program. We continue to remain in silos. That is the truth. And it's very important, we as a planet, as a domain, what we call agriculture, food, we are on the cross section. There is no doubt on it. We are on the intersection. And yeah, technology is going to play an important role. How do we use to interact with each other? And a very important, point emerged in previous, the address by dignitaries and especially Dr. Malik's, presentation. It has highlighted, how much, interaction and cross-sectional working is important. So probably the answer, how do we do it? It lies in, we are living in a connected world. We are living in a very different world these days, but unfortunately, it's happening to agriculture a bit late. So we will try to find out answers in our experience. I'm coming from a company, Hyderabad-based company group. We are into agriculture. It is called, our group's name is Nagarjuna. So we are into fertilizer manufacturing. We are into secondary nutrition manufacturing. We are into water management. We are into plant production. And we are in technology for last 30 years. We were the first company to establish India's first agri-ICT company. It is called iKisan. So iKisan was India's first agri-ICT, platform where we started, compounding and developing the content and interacting with our stakeholders. So probably this presentation where we say, digital agriculture as a pillar of One Health. I mean, when I say digital agriculture is not about improving in efficiencies, or about, developing new kind of a delivery system for nutrients or information management. When we say digital agriculture means how to create that kind of a common platform within a country and then probably globally. So I will share our experience while creating one such a platform for Government of India down the line. So our understanding of One Health context is it has to evolve beyond disease control. We really need to develop systems which are interacting with each other quite frequently and in real time. So research is important, but often research takes its own time to scale to the farms. But in a digital age, we expect that time lag should reduce, that time lag should compress, and we should be interacting with each other in real time. So for us, the systemic approach is very clear, connecting to food safety, environment, and livelihoods. Agriculture and its digital transformation is basically agriculture. Our orthodox understanding of agriculture was, one is primary. Primary means where we basically are engaged in the business of growing crops, and secondary, which basically helps farmer across globe having secondary, source of incomes like, animal husbandry, that helps them to deal with various kind of risk and having, kind of recurring incomes for the farming families. So human health, animal health, environment health, and in the center of it, agri-food systems. So from products to solutions, from domains to systems, and these systems will be interconnected through technology. This is how we look at future. So Dr. Malik has highlighted the kind of gravity, and we have evolved. Probably we could be successful in last 50 years to have enough food around and deal with certain conventional disease and moving forward, but in a very, very fragmented way. So as we know, 70% of the fresh water is used in agriculture, and climate issues are deepening, and they are getting a serious, they are taking a serious tone everywhere. We see, we see very, very disruptive climate incidences happening across globe, everywhere. So I need not to basically repeat, 3 back-to-back droughts in California and many more, in India, everywhere. We are witnessing the outcome of whatever mismanagement has happened dealing with climate in last 70 years. 60% emerging diseases are genetic in origin, and now we have seen how much, this interaction is required, and how the pace on which we really need to correspond to the ensuing, the challenges in this zone. 30% of global food is lost. I am very serious, and I am very sorry to, share this fact. We have increased crop yields. We have probably at the cost of, crop qualities, and that nutrition quality is reflecting with dropping, immunity systems in our humans and as well as animals. So we are in a kind of a match probably down the line. Technology will definitely help us. In India, post-harvest losses are 30%, which are almost equal to Africa's food requirement. It's a very sorry state. Government of India in last 10 years, they have reduced it. Our food losses were around 35%. Today, after 10 years of effort, we are standing somewhere between 20 to 25%. So we have to continuously work on the technologies which are affordable, which can be deployed right at farm gate, and which can help smallholders across globe. India, we have 85% of our farmers, they are smallholders. And the last one is, yearly cost of unsustainable food systems is $12 trillion. So unsustainable food systems, basically, they are feeding us in today. Silently, at the expense of tomorrow. They are basically creating problems everywhere. Wherever we see, they are misleading, water, everywhere. I mean, whatever we have done in last 60 years is really, we have exhausted water, we have basically increased inequalities. Inequalities in the food system are the real outcome of this unsustainability. And what is sustainability? Sustainability is basically growing today, but not at the expense of tomorrow. This is our understanding of sustainability. So going forward, this is how food safety. If they say in a conventional, wherever you go, all cultures, every country, they will say, if your health is good, everything is good. If your health is good, you can really deal with number of problems. How your health will be good? When you eat good. When you will eat good? When you will feed good. If some nutrient is not there in your crops, how it will come into your food, how it will come into your, into your milk. So this is how these are interlinked. Food safety, nutrition, resource use, livelihoods, trade, and resilience. So, if we look at agriculture holistically, globally, this is our experience, markets are important. So without having healthy markets, you cannot have healthy crops. When I make this statement, means the people, those who basically are engaged in arranging food for all of us, they really need to get right kind of realization for their effort. And in case, if they need some support, it has to come from the system within no time and in real time. These are the interdependencies. This is what the real One Health is. And I'm very happy, this convention has started this debate, at least to the extent I can look left and right, and going forward, definitely we take these efforts into creating platforms which basically live by the concept of One Health. It's important. And yes, integrations are happening globally, but at country level, or maybe a few cluster of countries level, for example, European Union, they have launched a very good comprehensive framework, part of their farm to fork strategy, and it's part of European Green Deal 2020. They are targeting 50% reduction in pesticide usage, 20% reduction in fertilizer usage, 25% land under organic farming by 2030. Believe me, all of us have this awareness very well that planet does not have enough food for 2050. There will be serious, regional disparities in case of food availability, and yes, food safety and the quality of food is a concern even today. So we have to work towards with emerging technologies, like, for example, as a group, we believe the next 25 years will be driven by two things. One is genomics and other is algorithm. And cross domains learnings are very important. Something good is happening in animal science. The basic principles of maybe genomics, speed breeding, or synthetic synthetic biology, they are very important for agronomy, because you cannot continue to use chemical fertilizers forever. You have to replace, you have to have green chemistry, you have to have a mix of both biological origin, maybe green chemistry fertilizers going forward. So this is like European Union's farm to fork strategy, Africa. See, but like I said, healthy markets are equally important, and a number of initiatives are being done there. The African, continental free trade area, CEFTA, FCEFTA, Pan-American e-commerce initiative and digital market platforms. So Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, they are trying to build a market to reduce, dependencies from the other places, and they have very good exportability in terms of few good healthy crops like pulses and others. Agra Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, that African Development Bank supported data-driven farmer services and digital payments. Focus on regional resilience. So these are the initiatives where countries are trying their own to develop across region or maybe across country certain kind of a digital platforms. Usually these platforms are taking place or taking birth in the heart of problem, which is nothing but market. Fork to farm was good in 1950, 1960, 1970. But farmers globally now, they are looking from fork to farm, not farm to fork. Farm to fork, sorry, it was relevant for last 50 years. But now the time has come when we really need to look from market perspective, and we say what market want. Market want nutrient fortified crops. Market want healthy milk. A2, A1, I have limited understanding on that. But yes, everyone is looking for, bringing down your emissions, having healthy animal rearing, practices. In India, we are talking about regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture stood on the ancient practices of, rearing animals. So this all has to come at one place one day, and it would. So what we did 10 years back, we are a commercial company. We are into agriculture business for long. But 10 years back, we did a strategy rejig with McKinsey, and we could realize the way we are going, it's not an organic way. We will not sustain for long. Agriculture, wherever you see, it's not that great profitable with some IT industry or some food processing or something. It's a subsistential activity by and large even today for most of the stakeholders or primary stakeholders. So we realized we will not survive if we continue to ignore markets. And market is a place where farmers often, they don't get the right kind of realization. Intermediation, multi-layer intermediation is a problem in many countries, most of the countries. Even in developed world, there is a problem, retailers are deciding farm offtake price, and there is a opaque layer in between. So we said the things cannot be continued to like this. India has 6,327 agriculture produce markets where farmers basically bring their produce and sell this. And there is a three-tier system. The system was developed in 1952 onwards. It is existing for ages, but it was formalized after our independence. And at that point of time, we were a subsistence country. I mean, we were struggling to have enough food. And from subsistence country to a surplus country, it took us 30 years only. So our market architecture was to deal with subsistence, and suddenly we are a country who is having, enough food for 3 years, feeding 180 crore people every month, having enough of food for 150 million people. So that was basically the premise, how to set right the markets. So E-National Agriculture Market is one of the priority program for Government of India. It is a PMO project. Indian PMO have only 10 projects. It is one of the projects. Out of our long experience in agriculture, we were basically selected to execute this program. I will take you through what is ENAM. ENAM is basically market digitization. We have ERP, it means every activity inside an agriculture market, we have digitized. Today, when I'm talking to you, we have digitized 1,720 markets in 23 states and 4 union territories. More than 4,500 warehouses are attached to these markets. Recently, we have crossed $52 billion GTV on this market. We do 27,400 transactions per minute. We have crossed a volume of 125 million metric ton for 230 commodities. We have active 17 million plus farmers. The total registrations is 350 million farmers. Traders and others are, again a large number, 4,000 plus, 4 lakh plus, 400K. FPO, Food Farmer Producing Organizations, we have 6,000 farmer producing organizations on the platform. So this is an example, how agriculture responds. Even a country like India, we are a very different country, mix of, everything from very marginal to large farmers and everything. Digital linkages reduces food waste, improve food safety, and create price stability. So this will be the next version of ENAM. I mean, digital trading will continue to remain on core. Assaying and quality. Farmers are getting quality-based price. Once they bring produce to the market, the lots are formed. These lots goes for quality assaying, and based on quality assaying, the trade is happening. The auctions are happening in real time. So the platform is basically connected to all the authority-approved warehouses, credit, insurance, and FPO, soil health, everything. So what I really want to tell here, the next phase of ENAM, this was Krishi Bazaar, means agriculture bazaar. Next will be Pashu Bazaar. And then we are going to bring all export-import activity on input side and export activity, import activity on the output side. So these platforms tomorrow are supposed to percolate down in real time to research, parlance also. So lab to land and land to market. That's the future, and global markets. Because at one part of globe we see there is a shortage of one commodity, and on the other part somewhere a farmer is just suffering not to have enough of buyers. We just want to change that scenario. Everyone on the globe should be able to connect with each other in real time. These were some challenges which we basically faced. It's a multi-institutional activity in India. Agriculture is a state subject. Central government has a limited access to that. Multiple agencies, one system, like Dr. Malik was saying, the technology is going to help us to bring all of us on the same. I'm reiterating this point, this intersection of electronics and biology. See, CRISPR today can basically edit a gene for $60, which was a humongous, task 10, 20 years back. So we have to interact not within our domain more than, the engineering domain people also. Next time, probably we should involve those, we should invite all these, IT people, these AI. basically. AI, all of us know, without data, data will drive the intelligence. And how you collect the data, I will share with you. Government of India has taken a very bold initiative. We are basically creating a system, it is called AgriStack. And data will be captured right from farmer's house in the village, then his land. There is a registry for house, there is an electronic registry for house, and then land, and then crop, and based on that, collateralization happens, and all the produce. See, so far we have created value away from the farm. So 60, for example, $1 potato converts into a $12 chip, but most of the value goes away from the farms. Our job is to bring that value near to farms. So aggregate farms and bring those values near to farms so that there is an equitable distribution of the value generated for everyone, and affordability increases for the consumers globally, right? So these were the certain challenges which we faced, but overcome. When you do good, definitely, everyone resonates, everyone helps. So the next step is data convergence. So we have to create a global network of, data exchange. Otherwise, things will continue to move in silos. Okay, 2 minutes, fine. So this is linking agriculture, food, environment, and data to anticipate risk. Risk management is very important, and that's how we drive holistic. This is a simple framework. We have to basically create structures to capture data. Over that, we will continue to build, intelligence for agriculture, food and agriculture. Then that intelligence basically helps to build trust, and then we collaborate, and then we empower each stakeholders, including farmers, and we achieve the larger goal of resilience. And resilience finally takes us to sustainability, which is the future. This is what we do in our group. We try to basically, our country has remained a state nutrition country. 3 nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, has taken prominence. As a result, 1 kg of nutrient applied in 1980 were giving us 13 kg grain yield. Today, 1 kg of nutrient gives us 1.75 kg grain yield. We just want to change that scene. Secondary nutrition is equally important. Those 12 forgotten nutrients are more important. That's why crop stage specific solutions. This is what we do in Fertis. There is another company which basically diagnoses the quality of crop electronically, and then FarmGate basically creates this platform for food and agriculture across domain. So integration is the new innovation. With this, I close this.
So we are running a little bit tight, and thank you so much for that. So much information.
Collaborate with engineers.
So much information, so little time. But actually, of course, during the break, in about another 10 minutes or so, I'm sure Dushyant is going to be more than happy to elaborate and answer questions. Yeah? Okay, very good. Amazing amount of information, I've got to say. My brain is hurting already. I don't know what I'm going to be like by tomorrow night. But great to see all this information, and highly relevant, of course, because all of these matters affect every one of us, not only as consumers, but as members of a wider community. So, without further ado, our final plenary session member is going to speak to us about ADAFSA's One Health initiatives, advancing integrated health and biosecurity in Abu Dhabi, where I spent most of last week at the ADIPEC conference. Dr. Mohammed Al-Baraiki, Acting Director of Applied Research at ADAFSA UAE. Doctor, come and join us.
So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my name is Mohammed Al-Baraiki, and I'm the Acting Director of Applied Research and Capability Building. Plus, I'm a reference lab section head at the WOHA Collaborating Center for Camel Disease. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to showcase the One Health initiative that is implemented by ADAFSA. And thank for the 2 speakers, because they will make my talk now much more shorter. I was planning to spend 20 minutes. But they have highlighted the One Health enough for me. And I was really interested on the was shown by Dr. Yashpet is the market to ecosystems. It's a new concept for me, to be honest. And hopefully my talk will be like the a storytelling as the other speakers. So you get like a proper, I would say, image about the One Health at a global scale. So I will just give you a quick, I won't dive deep in actually the initiative that started by ADEFSA. I'll give you a nutshell because there are so many projects and that handled by different project manager. But I will showcase this initiative, and I will be very happy to connect you to the right people later on. So I will start up with the zoonotic disease here, and the reason why I mentioned this one, because this is the clearest and the strongest example why do we need One Health. And if you ask yourself what is zoonotic disease, is a disease that caused by, it's an infection that's caused by pathogen that transmitted from animal to human and vice versa as well. This infection will need a stressor from ecological system. And when we say ecological system, we're talking about the climate change that could change a vector population. And also if there's any degradation in natural habits, then we will have like the move of the wild animals near to the human and the domestic animal, which cause the amplification. This figure already, is there any pointer here? Yeah. So this figure already has shown by Dr. Yashpel is showing, for example, like if there's any stressor from ecological system, we'll tend to see like the wildlife to actually travel and get closer to the domestic animal and the human. And that will lead to the amplification. On top of that, the natural change, degradation, natural habitats will cause an increase in the vector population, which actually will increase the spillover on the domestic animal and also human. This is not the lovely figure that we want to see. We want to see like a separation on the red part here and that one as well. So there are some scientific insight that come from the international organization like WHO and WOHA regarding the zoonotic disease. One of them, we know that's 2.5 billion of the cases in the human as caused by the zoonotic disease, and 75% of the emerging and re-emerging are zoonotic. When we say like this cause, whenever there's like an infection in zoonotic disease, there's always like a health and financial outcomes. And that lead to reactive responses, unfortunately. We don't want reactive responses, we want to be a proactive. Usually it will end up like with having a large economic burden, like according to the WOHA, there will be around 22 to 31 billion yearly actually are spent on the preventive measure for zoonotic disease. Therefore, we need a one integration system and approach where we can look at all of these aspects. And if we have to simplify what is One Health concept is basically when all relevant sector, and when we say relevant sectors is the human, animal, and environment. They need to work in a coordinated way, not in a silo, in order to give an efficient and effective and sustainable, proactive intervention or responses. And if you see this figure, it's just simplify why this is very important for us, because as we say, there's a direct exposure like that. The environment can affect the animal and the human. And this direct exposure could be through the food webs, or it could be indirectly through the degradation of the habitats and also the movement of the animal and the climate change. And also we have the zoonotic pathogen. This is interconnected things as said by other speakers. But again, the importance is actually of the One Health concept is the fact that it is actually all of these three interfaces or sectors are interconnected and linked. And the second thing, there is a huge burden on the economic when if we don't implement the One Health concept. The last thing, the fact that currently with the paradigm of what exists in the majority of the countries is that we are actually approaching the reactive responses, not being proactive. And COVID-19 was one of the best examples why we have a reactive response. The second thing, in order if we implement some integrated system like One Health system, we'll be able to prevent the downstream effect like the health and financial outcomes. The last thing, the majority of the governments, and that's normal, is actually structured by sector and division. And that's normal for the nature of the work. But actually that creates some sort of artificial boundaries that we don't want. Therefore, like we believe that One Health is actually acting as a sound management where we can actually minimize these artificial boundaries and hopefully to lead to certain effective and efficient sustainable responses which work in a coordinated way. So if you go and check, if you go to the international organization, they release the operational framework, whether it's UNEP, WHO, WOHA, and FAO. All of them, they share the same pillars that we need to tackle and look at if we want to implement the One Health in practice. We have, if you want to implement the One Health practice, you need to have a governance and management, and that's very important because it will actually set a clear leadership and coordination mechanism. The second thing you need a network and partnership, and this is very important to facilitate the collaboration between the governmental sector, between the private sector, between the academic institute, not only at national level, but also at regional and international level. We also need a workforce development, and we need to develop a multi-skilled workforce through training and capacity. Also, we need a surveillance, and we need to have a joint real-time surveillance program and response in order to achieve what we call the effective One Health approach. And also we need the communication in order to facilitate and ease the data sharing between all stakeholders that are involved in the One Health. We need also applied research in order to add more investment on the applied research to understand for example, the nature and the mechanism of the zoonotic disease and zoonotic pathogen. We also need a monitoring and evaluation. You don't only implement the One Health, you need to monitor the One Health that you implemented, and also to see the progress, and then you evaluate it, and tackle whatever area that need to be improved. So this is basically what the majority of the operation framework of One Health, and that was suggested by the international organization. And hopefully we want to have something like this later on, because we believe like if we implement the One Health, we will have something like a forecast readiness and early detection. This will actually, hopefully, it will drop the spillover to the domestic animal and also to the spillover to the human. So ultimately, we are looking for something like this, or globally, they're looking for something like this. So who we are Abu Dhabi Agriculture Food Safety Authority. From the name itself, it's clear. So we are the local authority in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi represents 86% of the country almost, okay? And we are in charge of the agriculture, food safety, food security, and biosecurity. As any organization, we have a vision where we want to seek the global leadership in food security, and that's why we launched multiple strategic programs. The thing that I'm going to focus on here is the biosecurity and the food safety. So we have a division called Biosecurity Affairs Division. And I always like to simplify things. This is just the execution arm of all the biosecurity activity that is conducted by ADAFSA, as simple as that. However, if you read the operation framework of the international organization, one of the major things in order to establish the One Health framework, you need to identify the capacity that's currently existing in your country. And Biosecurity Affairs Division has a really good capacity because they are internationally and nationally recognized. Because we are recognized as a WOHA Collaborative Center for Camel Disease. This means that we are a reference center in camel disease globally. We ought to do some activity at regional and global level. And also we are WOHA Collaborative Center and Quality Management System. And national, also we are a part of the WHO cabinet of the UAE. So we represent the livestock part, and SKMC, which is Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, represent the human part. Also, we are the national reference for the CCHF, for PPR, MERS, and AMR. The Biosecurity Affairs Division have mainly 5 sections. The first one is the reference laboratory, which is basically conducting the all routine work, veterinary lab test work. We have 4 laboratories. We have one in the eastern region, and one in the western region, and we have the one in the central, which is Abu Dhabi. On top of that, we have the mobile lab. We have the biobank, which is in charge of storing all the primers, isolate, quality control that is needed, with the capacity over 25,000. We also have the biosecurity risk assessment, which is mainly in charge of conducting and preparing all the risk assessment in a One Health approach, using because we developed this one along with the human-related organization and also environmental-related organization. We have the reference laboratory, which is the R&D arm of the Biosecurity Affairs Division, and we have the technical support section, which provide all the logistic and support. So the story of the One Health, like Adab says, started a long time ago. It was in 2014 when we launched the first guideline of the biosecurity general aspects. And that one was in 2014. It merely gave a guideline how to prevent the exotic pest and disease from entering and spreading and actually becoming established in Emirates of Abu Dhabi. Followed by in 2018, where we released the first biosecurity strategy, which has 6 strategic objectives and around 15 initiatives. Then we were thinking that there should be like a committee that oversees this thing. And then we established the Biosecurity Steering Committee to oversee all the activity that is actually mentioned in the biosecurity strategy. Later on, we have invested a lot in one of the giant projects, which is the biosecurity program. It has 8 projects in it, which I will highlight here in details. The first one, it's establishing the One Health Committee in Emirates of Abu Dhabi. Second thing, establishing the One Health Laboratory Network. Third thing, we established the Digital Legislation Library. We have developed with the FAO is the integrated biosecurity system. And also we have, we have the guideline for the transport of biological materials. And also we have the whole initiative that's putting the training program that is needed in One Health. Other things we have like the real-time surveillance program plus response plan. These in general are the 8 projects that we conducted. I will start up with the One Health Committee. We established this one after we conduct a SWOT analysis and also benchmarking with the top example of the country that they implemented the One Health, like the Denmark and Thailand, Australia, and we took one example in the region like Qatar. So the One Health Committee, it has 2 layers. It has the political level and it has the technical work group. The technical work group consists of like a 5 technical group. There's a group related to the zoonotic and epidemic, and we have a risk assessment group. We have AMR, agriculture, animal production group, laboratory group, and emergency group. This has like experts from academic institute, from federal authority and local authority in Abu Dhabi. On top of that, we have an expert from the international organization like FAO and WOHA and WHO. So what they basically, this technical group do, they provide the scientific recommendation to the political level group. And the political level group, you would see that we cover the majority of the interface that's needed for the One Health. So we have the Environmental Agency of Abu Dhabi. If I have to simplify this, they are more in charge of the wild animal and wild plant. And also we have Abu Dhabi Agricultural Safety Authority. I've already introduced it to them. We have the Department of Health, is mainly the human. We have the Department of Municipality and Transport. We have the Abu Dhabi Public Health Center. We have the Chemical Defense. We have the Emergency Crisis Disaster Management Center, which oversee all the crisis management like in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. We have the TUI, which is in charge of the waste management. And we have Abu Dhabi Quality Conformity Center. They are investing a lot on the food labs. So the role of the political level here and the One Health Committee is to oversee all the One Health initiative and also to escalate the needed recommendation that's raised by the technical work group. Also, they make sure they are aligned with the federal authority because we are part of the other federal authority like MOCA and Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. Also MOHAB, which is the Ministry of the Health and Prevention, and the National Emergency Crisis and Disaster Management. So we make sure that we integrate with the federal level as well. So the first project that we actually we were planning to actually to launch it on the GITEX, but unfortunately, due to some technical issue, we postponed this a little bit. So what we did, we established a One Health laboratory platform. So basically, this is the major reason behind this one is to expand the scope of laboratory test and increase the emergency capacity while ensuring the business continuity. Currently, we have 5 laboratories. They actually integrated with us. We have laboratory, ADAPSA Laboratories, Department of Health, ADQCC, which is Abu Dhabi Conformity and Center, and we have Al Ain Zoo, and we have Abu Dhabi Falcon Hospital. It consists of 8 modules. The first module is test. It just showcases all the tests that are conducted by this laboratory. It also has a module for proficiency testing. So if we actually at ADAPSA are having the ISO 17043, so we are BT provider. So whenever there is a need for any BT proficiency testing for all the laboratories, we can put an announcement here. And also the other laboratories, they can announce for any BT in this platform. We have the biobank, which will give the details of all the isolate that exists on this laboratory, and also the quality control of the environment that is needed. It has also the repository, which put all the information about the facility and the equipment, the expertise that exists in each laboratory. And also they have the training hub. If there's an announcement for training that's related to One Health, it will be there in the platform. Also, we have the technical forum as basically a space where the technical discussion can happen. And also we have the research and publication where we can actually advertise for it here. So basically the reason behind this one is trying to put all these laboratories all in one platform, because previously what we used to do when there is like cases are reported of the zoonotic disease, there will be like ADEFSA will start to send an email to Department of Health and they need to respond. But now we have one platform. Whenever there is a cases that are reported and a positive cases, the alert will become here, and all the laboratories that are integrated in this platform will be notified, and the team, the assigned team for the emergency response can take action immediately. One of them, the importance of this one, this platform is already integrated with Jahazia platform, which I will be mentioning at the end of my talk, because everything is integrated in one system. Second thing we developed with the FAO, in 2021, we signed an agreement with the Food and Agriculture Organization to co-develop Integrated Biosecurity Index. It's basically a tool that used to assist the participating organization or any governmental entity in order to manage and monitoring the risk related to the biosecurity. So it covers the agriculture, the food, and other One Health related sectors. How it looks like is basically it has 6 principles, the tool. There's a principle related to the One Health and the capacity, another one for the surveillance and emergency preparedness. There is a principle for the supply chains, public awareness, policy and regulatory framework, and also operation. Each principle had different criteria, and each criteria has indicators. So we have in total 124 indicators. The theory behind the integrated biosecurity system is basically, if I say this table represents one organization, they will start to apply the integrated biosecurity system, and they will be evaluated based on that thing, and it will give them like alert which area they need to actually take a decision against. For example, if they want to amend or update some certain targeted policy or any investment they need to put in, and then that will help them to sustain the value chain and food safety, for example. This is an example. And later on, they can reassess themselves again to make sure that they achieve what they wanted and they overcome the alert and the challenges they had. And again, it's a continuous improvement cycles where they have to keep to take them, this integrated biosecurity over and over again. Second thing, when we did the SWOT analysis, we noticed that the regulation, the law, the legislation of One Health are scattered, and they need to be in one platform. And what we did, we actually developed like an integrated digital legislation platform that has all the laws, regulation, and also the policies that are related to One Health. So now this is active already. It can be accessible by all the stakeholders, mainly in the One Health committee, and those who are involved in the One Health. So we have around 35 federal plant legislation. We have around 31 of the livestock legislation. We have 17 of the federal food legislation. On top of that, we have other federal legislation that are related to the One Health. In addition to the local and ADEFSA regulation and policy, this is supported by database management system. It has an indexing system where it facilitates the search, and also it has a notification system in case if there's any update or a change or a recommendation that's raised by other stakeholders. This can also be accessible to the smart app that is used by our inspectors. In order if they want to detect any violation, they always go back to the regulation and the law we have. So other thing that I want to highlight here, this is handled by the control sector. It's one of the largest sectors in the ADEFSA. I think they have more than 200 to 300 employees because they have so many inspectors. They have developed the food inspection system, which is that one. This is the interface, looks like this. But this is fed actually by different mobile app and application. One of them is the smart control. So any inspector, they want to go and assist any food establishment, they have the smart control, which is actually based on the guideline of ADEFSA, of the FAO, of the ISO 1702, of the ISO 22000 for any evaluation that's related to the food preparation and food safety. Second thing, we thought, okay, if I am the owner of the certain food establishment, maybe I want to do a self-inspection. Whether that helped me. So we developed the self-inspection app where any food establishment owner can actually do its own self-inspection and upload the evidence that is needed. And based on that one, we can do the remote evaluation. But it doesn't mean if I did the remote evaluation, that means you pass the scoring. We may actually do like a sudden visit to your establishment to make sure that what you uploaded is correct. The last thing what we did in order to raise the awareness of the community, we have published the public digital food safety rating, which is called ZATNA. So after the visit, like by the inspector and the self-inspection, you tend to have a scoring, and that scoring has certain compliance level, as shown here. And the ZATNA rating application will show, if you go to any restaurant, you will want to make sure how good they are in terms of food safety, you will see the rating here. And it's compulsory, all the food establishment, they should apply this one. They should have a sticker actually in the food establishment entity to show like the rating, at least in Emirates of Abu Dhabi. So did we stop here? We said, no, we actually need to expand more. So what we did, we actually now working on the proof concept of the visual monitoring system, which is supported by the smart cameras. Like, so we work now with the 25 food establishment on the proof of concept, where we actually installed a smart camera to detect violation. And also we have the IoT devices that monitor the certain condition like the humidity, the temperature, and if there's any water leak in the area of preparing food. By applying the machine learning and artificial intelligence, we hope in the future to be able to remotely evaluate like these food establishments without, and actually minimizing the waste on the resources of the human resources, and we hopefully to reduce the number of inspectors, because like every year we have an increase of around 1,000 to 1,500 food establishments that actually just in Emirates of Abu Dhabi. So the number is increasing, and there's no way we're going to recruit so many inspectors. So why we believe applying this visual monitoring system will be hopefully an ultimate solution, or at least to help us to make sure that the food safety is in the right place. So all of these systems that I've mentioned previously, all of them are linked in one platform, which is the Hadiyah platform. And this is a platform actually ADEFSA used in order to monitor the early warning and emergency response and crisis management. This is how it looks like, the interface of it. And this is the operation room where the team actually looking at the Jahaziyah platform, and it's 24/7 hour, so it's always active. So basically, ADEFSA started this one in order to monitor their enterprise risk, but then they expand to include the human, animal, and environmental in one integrated, one health framework. So this Jahaziyah platform has won the Arabian Best of Best Award, a titanium winner. And also the good things that we did not only integrate all the internal system of ADEFSA, because in ADEFSA we have the veterinary management system, we have laboratory management system, we have the food inspection, as I mentioned, we have now the One Health Laboratory Network, but we also integrate the other system that exists in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, like the one in Department of Health, and also we are integrated with the international organization like the WHO, WOHA, and FAO. So we have the interactive dashboard in real time for all of these things. So it has different modules. One of them is the risk register. It's basically incorporate all the risk register of the ADEFSA business unity that will help ADEFSA to actually make risk-based, like making decision. Especially we report, if you go to the news last year, we had a really good storytelling about this platform when it comes to the risk register during the heavy rainfall we had. It's actually helped us like to target the surveillance for certain vector-borne disease like the dengue virus. The second thing, as I say, it's integrated with the international organization. So if there's any alert outside the UAE, we will get like a notification on the system, and also will make us to do any proactive and preventive measures that is needed. The last thing, as we have an access as ADEFSA, we are having an access to over 25,000 farms in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. We have huge, large data set, and we're thinking, okay, we should actually take this to a different level and implement it in Jahaziyah. So we have developed the animal disease spread model, and there's a paper already published about this one. So what basically, based on the data that we have, like geographical distribution, the vaccination history, the movement of the animal, and the distribution of the farm, we managed to develop like a model that helps us like, to predict any spread of the disease, of zoonotic disease. And one of the success stories was the PPR. I will be very happy to share the publication with you later on. It actually helped us like to minimize the vaccination that is needed. It was targeted surveillance, targeted vaccination, and also utilize the resources, the human resources much more efficiently. The last thing, as you see over this presentation, I tried to tackle different pillars that was mentioned in the operation framework. One of the last things is the applied research. We have established One Health AMR Biosecurity Consortium along between the United Arab Emirates and also UK. We have 17 entities in the United Arab Emirates along with the UK, where we have established what we call One Health AMR Biosecurity Consortium. And this one, recently we have received the approval to conduct one of the giant national AMR study, where we are about to sequence all the archive Escherichia coli that was collected from 2020 to 2024. Luckily, we at ADEFSA, we've been doing this practice a long time ago, even before we were thinking about One Health. So whenever we detect any disease, we make sure like to preserve the isolate in the biobank. We believe like that will generate some study and later on. Today, now we have shown a good example in comparison with all the entities here, that we had the majority of the isolate exist at ADEFSA entity. So we hopefully, we believe this study will allow us actually to understand the transmission pattern and this transmission and spread pattern of Escherichia coli, at least, of this infectious disease in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. Not only Emirates of Abu Dhabi, but the whole UAE. Sorry for this. And we're not only targeting the Escherichia coli, but we will start with the Escherichia coli. Later on, we will expand. It depends on how many isolate do we have. So how all of these things look like all together, because I mentioned so many initiatives, but how they look like. So basically, we have the internal operation that actually running by ADEFSA, and we have the external. So when it's come to the internal, this is all the biosecurity program that I was mentioning. I did not really mention all of them. I all highlighted 4. And on top of that, we have the ADEFSA daily operation, like the inspection, the routine diagnosis, emergency, and risk. All of these things with different internal systems, they are integrated in Jahaziyah. And based on the Jahaziyah, the action will be taken by ADEFSA teams, whether to the farm, private sector. On top of that, whatever is generated from the research outcome in collaboration with the research institute and also collaboration with the government and sector will fit in Jahaziyah, and then we'll take action against. All of these things will be overseen by the Abu Dhabi One Health Committee and also aligned with the National and Federal Committee. I believe this is the end of my talk. I hope I stick with the time. I did not exceed it. Thanks so much.
Any questions? Over there, Mullet. Thank you. Oh, no, there's a microphone.
Hi, my name is Alex from BioAqua Garden. I would like to connect first to Sir Dershan's presentation. When it comes to EU, we know the Europe Green Deal has been a failure. It's also EU forbids use of some chemicals within EU, but then we allowed export to other countries. And I've been impressed with the United Arab Emirates, with open-mindedness and everything. Every time I come, I get more impressed. And I'm wondering also, when it comes to nutritional value of crops that we grow, there has been a research done that lettuce bought on supermarket shelves has 7 times less nutritious value. So we are increasing yield, we are doing it faster, but we have to eat now 7 times more to get the nutritious value that we got before. I would like to know in the UAE, what do you do about this? Are you doing anything about this? Thank you very much.
As I mentioned, I could not really highlight all the projects because they told me there's only 15 minutes. We have 3 strategic projects actually. We're studying the food consumption, food rate, and even the chemical residue that exists in the food in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. We targeted around, and Dr. Ihab, maybe he will correct me even here. He will highlight this one. Maybe it's you or your colleagues. Yeah. So we're working on 3,800 family. We targeted the population age, I think, from 18 up to 65. So this project will end in quarter 4, 2025. We're looking at the nutritional value of the food that exists, and it's highly consumed food that exists in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. We believe the value of this project is not actually it's been completed. It's the data that can make a huge policy making decision behind it. Because you're targeting 3,800, and that's quite a big sample size in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. So hopefully that addresses your question. I will be very happy to connect you to the team who's handling this one, because as I told you, ADEFSA has so many divisions, and I'm trying to highlight the majority of them at the same time. But I'll be very happy to connect you with the team.
Any other questions? Okay, before we go anywhere, if you wouldn't mind staying with us, and the other plenary member speakers, if you would come up on the stage, please. The other plenaries, come up and join us for a photo opportunity. Thank you. And while we're gathering, we'd also like you to go to this hashtag anything you're blogging to, where is it? Down there, Moa. There it is. GARCX. Gardex. Yeah, so hashtag. I'm also blogging. Hold on, one moment. Okay, short break, and we're going to make it a little bit shorter, about 15 minutes. Fantastic food out there. I just went out and had a look at it. Plenty to eat and drink, and 15 minutes, just bring food back with you by all means. Some sort of food and agriculture conference, and enjoy your coffee here. And stand up here, everybody. Just make sure you stand up here and join the community. We're on YouTube Live. We're all on YouTube.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗೊಂದು ನಂದು ತೆಗಿಯೋ ಕೈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಲೇನು
ಅಂತ. she does the introduction, yes.
So, how will I change my 3 slides?
Oh, we need to add the...
Well, thank you for joining us. For those of you outside in eating those delicious chicken Gordon Blues, whatever they are, they're lovely. I've just eaten 4 of them. So I've had my share. So welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being attentive and coming back on time. You know that there's a hashtag that you need to be looking at. We'll be blasting that up on the screen again. I think it's GARCTCX with a hashtag in front of it. And also follow me because I am blogging. Kim Winter, KIMWINTER. Okay, we have now got an exciting new development for the part of the event today. And this is a panel discussion about the future-proofing of food research policy and industry for a healthier planet, assessment of the UAE's food and health ecosystem, enabling evidence-based policy making and research, leveraging local and R&D academia, and shared accountability and joint action for outcomes. And I am delighted to introduce the moderator for today's panel, and I think the whole panel is virtually up here and joined us, maybe one more to come. But Mira El-Ghaziri is the Managing Director of Healthy Path. She is the moderator today. Mira, I'm going to hand over to you if you wouldn't mind coming up and speaking, having a few words and introduce your panel. Shukran.
Thank you, Kim, for the introduction. It's a real pleasure being here today at this conference, and I need to thank the organizing committee from the ARCC Journal for creating that platform to discuss and tackle One Health in that collaborative manner. And I'm equally thrilled to be discussing a very important topic today about how to bring synergy between the research, innovation, and policy when it comes to driving a healthier and more sustainable food. The angle that we're going to address human health is going to be beyond infectious disease. I know all the previous discussion, the focus was on zoonotic disease, but given that the One Health concept has been expanded to also address the obesogenic environment and how food system causes or can create obesity, so we're going to also tackle health or human health from that angle. So without further ado, I would like first to introduce to our session Dr. Melissa Fitzgerald. She's the Executive Dean of Agriculture at Al Dayed University. So let's give her a big round of applause, please. Also next to her is Mr. Adrian Odger. He's the Chief Operating Officer at DE3PBio from the UAE, Biotech Manufacturing Company. And I would like to invite to the stage as well Dina Mungi. She's the Head of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Associate Director at Nestle. And finally, I would like to also invite to the stage Dr. Noof Khamis Al-Ali from the Ministry of Health and Prevention. Pleasure to have you all here. Just to set a bit the context, so when we look today at the UAE, we have a food system that creates alarming rates of health issues or obesity. 7 out of 10 struggle with overweight, and we know that overweight is associated with other chronic and non-communicable diseases. And it's projected that by 2026, the burden of healthcare costs will reach $180 billion, which is equivalent to $17,000 per capita. That's alarming. At the same time, we have also a food system in the UAE that creates an ecological footprint of the food that we eat that is quite also high, 3 times the world average. So in a way, we have a food system that's, that we need to fix from health perspective and human health, but we also need to fix from environmental perspective, and that's where One Health comes to place. And obviously, it's quite documented that improving our population's health and food overall, we cannot just depend on human choices, but we really need to work on fixing the system. And by system, I mean putting the right agri-food policies in place, but also looking at how can we reshape the food environment so that it really creates a win-win situation for all. And this is where also evidence-based policy making comes to place, because it's only when we know what are the challenges and local issues that we can reframe the topic and come up with the right policies and the right innovation. And for many years, as the region, we've been reliant a lot on global data to shift and lift policies. But the good thing is this is changing now. And today, during the session, we heard a lot about local research to look at what could be innovative crops that could be planted in the UAE that could be climate smart, but also salt tolerant, and how can that be integrated into the region. And so today it's all about how can we elevate further the research and the data to really inform policies so that it really supports human health, but also supports and inform innovation so that the food innovation is really there to scale. And for that, we have the perfect, again, mix of panelists, because we have basically a representation from the tripartite, from academia, from private sector food innovation, both the startup and multinational companies, and from the government, which is the Ministry of Health. And today, it's going to be all about discussing how can we turn research into policies to inform population health, but also innovation that can address these challenges. So I would like to start first with Dr. Noof from Ministry of Health. If we can just to set the scene as well, tell us a little bit more about the health ecosystem here. What are some of the key challenges you find in the UAE? And what are also the key priorities from Ministry of Health to address it? And is environmental health integrated within human health when looking into the strategies?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this important event. And I think it's really great to see people from... Okay, I think... Okay, is it clear now? Okay. So I think, as I said, it's really important that we see the perspective and hear the perspectives from different, organizations, different entities, because at the end we are talking about one ecosystem. So it's really important that we integrate health, agriculture and other areas to make sure that we are really creating that health environment where people can live and survive. So when it comes, if I go back to your question, Mira, I think in the United Arab Emirates, I think we have made really great progress when it comes into setting a great health system with perfect preventive and curative services that really respond to the needs of the population and the emerging health issues that are coming here. So we can see that we have, insurance system, we have hospitals, primary health clinics that tackle and target the needs of all people residing in the United Arab Emirates. We also have a really a great vision toward the well-being of the community in the United Arab Emirates, which is really supported by the higher government in the United Arab Emirates, and they put the well-being of people residing in the United Arab Emirates in the heart of all the work that is happening, and that was very clear with the initiation of the well-being strategy and the health well-being strategy to make sure that efforts and work is done toward achieving that. But at the same time, we are still struggling when it comes to NCD. This is one of the major health concerns that we have. Diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, obesity are still major issues that we are facing here in the United Arab Emirates. So I think as a government, as directions, we are really putting a lot of efforts when it comes into targeting the root causes of those issues, things like nutrition, physical activity. All of these are at the core of the work that we are doing. In addition to that, and with the raising concerns regarding, air quality, environmental health-related issues. Again, we do have a lot of work when it comes to that area, and we have had a lot of collaboration with other entities in the United Arab Emirates to make sure that we address the issues related to environment, health, and the health of a human into one plan. And I think this is a direction that we are working toward, and this is an integral part, within the work that we are doing. Even when we think about the nutrition strategy, I think this is one of the areas where we integrated the environment, and sustainability issues to be part of the work that we are doing to make sure that we, as we are saving the health of people, we are saving also the environment health.
Thank you, Dr. Noof. And I mean, it's very inspiring to know that environmental health is integrated in the upcoming National Nutrition Strategy, and we're going to also talk about it shortly as well now. Focusing on, we've heard about the big focus and the still remaining challenge from health perspective is non-communicable disease and the key different nutrient deficiencies. So I want to go to you, Adrian. You lead a biotech manufacturing company that leverages AI to produce different functional ingredients. And I'm going to let you also introduce better your company and what exactly you do. But you work a lot on producing the functional ingredients that support health. If you can tell us a little bit more, how do you work in the UAE but also elsewhere to really support the national health priorities of the government and to really address key deficiencies and really improving health overall?
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I think firstly, from a UAE perspective, 80% of food is imported at the moment. It's growing, so there's something we really need to.
I think there's an issue with the mic.
Hello? Okay, that's
Yeah,
it.
better.
Finally. Hey, we got it. Okay, yeah. We're testing and iterating as we go. So I think the UAE imports a lot of food, and there's a big opportunity for us to address that using biomanufacturing, using AI, using proprietary databases. But food security, when you think about that, it's just not calories, to the point before. It's about resilience and it's about nutrition. And if you look at many studies that have been done in Europe, in the Western world, there is hidden hunger, which is people are getting a lot of calories, but they're not getting nutrition. They're not getting the resilience that they need. And I think from a UAE perspective, how can we really drive things forward is bringing local production of micronutrients, nutrients and functional foods to help support the population. And the way we can do that is through technology. So for example, at Deep Bio, we combine proprietary databases of 150 million data points. We use AI to sift through those databases super quick, picking the right strains, the right candidates, the right underlying ingredients for formulation. Then we use biomanufacturing, precision fermentation, bioenzymatic transformation to take those ingredients and to enable them to meet the KPIs, the requirements of governments or of the private sector. And I think bringing technology to bear in the right way into the UAE can be a really significant step forward. For example, we could do things like postbiotics. We could do things like animal-free collagen. We could do micronutrients, bioactives, and so forth, all produced locally in the UAE. What we need is the right policy, the right infrastructure, and the right support and incentives to come together to allow us to really kind of drive that forward. And I think the UAE's got a unique opportunity where it can really take the lead, where I think there's an 18, 24-month, maybe 36-month opportunity for the UAE to take a leading role in this. You see what Singapore is doing, and I think recently Singapore pushed back the 30-30 goal.
Yeah,
so I think there's a real opportunity, and I think the UAE's got the willingness, it's got the vision. We just need to have that coordination to really drive things forward.
Absolutely. And based on your experience, because you work also, you operate globally as well, are there some case studies where you work very closely with the government that you see also could be implemented here or leveraged, where you really work on addressing specific challenges in the country?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting opportunities that sit out there. I think governments look at it from different points of view. So if you look at Colombia, they've just implemented a sugar and salt tax, direct tax to food. If you look at Mexico, it's got black label. So if your underlying ingredients don't meet certain government requirements, you have to have a black label. But underneath that, they're starting to drive together the key, I suppose, players. So looking at policy, looking at infrastructure, looking at education. and also looking at capital and how do you bring those to bear in a systematic way to drive innovation. So you've got kind of bottom up, top down. So I think that kind of approach, dependent on the country, dependent on the factors, socio-economic factors, does make a difference. So I think it's up to the UAE to think about, I think, the right levers or the right balances to pull from those many levers to drive nutrition, to drive health outcomes.
Thank you, Adrian. Dina, we've heard from manufacturing startup perspective. I want to also hear from Nestle as a big multinational organization with a lot of R&D centers, big influence in shaping what everyone eats. I believe probably in each one of our household there must be some Nestle brand. So how are you also working with the government, to really ensure there's alignment in terms of your innovation, but aligned in terms of the public health priorities and national goals overall?
Thank you very much, Mira. Glad to be here. Glad to be with Dr. Noof, Melissa, and Adrian. I think it's, before I start about Nestle, it's a fantastic company that you're running, and I'm very, very interested to learn more about it. And I think that's the power of SMEs and these forums where we can really gather. But, so Nestle, I believe most of you people know our products. We are present in 188 countries. We have around 23 R&D centers. We employ more than 270,000 employees. So I feel as a multinational, all what we say is that we have a huge influence, but we also have big responsibility in the countries where we operate. In the UAE in particular, we have 4 factories and we have 3 offices. One of them is our head office based in Expo City. So we see the UAE as a big food hub. And we try as much as we can as a multinational to understand the market where we work in. And I feel this is where the UAE government really plays a big, big role. Because at the end of the day, most of the gaps that exist within the population, you'll have Dr. Noof maybe talk more about it. They understand what are the gaps, and based on these gaps, they do their nutritional and their health and wellness strategies. And this is where, as companies, we need to, and as Nestle, we're still learning this, we need to get outside of the mindset of from global to local, but to be from local to global. Because this is where the real innovation happens. And I'm very happy that you have this entire ecosystem here in this panel, because this is exactly what needs to happen when we're having any type of discussion that is relevant to developing a policy. And I feel this is exactly what the UAE government has been doing. And one example, if you allow me to elaborate, is the recent change in the excise tax law or the sugar tax law that the UAE has implemented. In the GCC, along with other countries, the UAE was one of the first countries to implement what we call a sugar tax or excise tax on sweetened sugar beverages. This happened around 5 years ago. And back then, as businesses, it was a very big cost on the business because it's a 50% tax on the retail price. So you can imagine, the business impact that it had. But behind that, there was the health of the consumer that the government was trying to really advocate for. At one point, and this is, I feel, where the public-private partnerships and dialogue really worked, there needed to be some type of incentive, not only to reduce the existence of these very high caloric and sugared beverages in the market, but also to incentivize the companies to take a different route, which is reformulation. And right now with the tiered tax approach, so basically the government has introduced it, inshallah it's going to be implemented next year, but it's a tiered tax. So the less sugar you have in your drink, the less tax you're going to be paying. And I feel this was a very smart move based on a lot of benchmarking that happened across the globe, where all of the companies right now are racing to get less tax. So they're reformulating, they're trying to decrease the sugar in their drinks, etc. And I feel this is the power of collaborating with the government that we have.
And this is really all about creating an incentivizing model where
Exactly.
food manufacturers are encouraged to really go for what's right for the population. At the same time, the government is able to achieve its goal. Yeah. And I also like that you stress that now we're going from local to global. So it's about no longer just exporting, exporting our challenges to outside and let them deal with our solution. It's now more about, we have all the resources, all the tools, how can we export knowledge to the outside? And that takes me to Dr. Melissa. Since we're talking about, exporting knowledge and having the right research that fuel innovation and also that inform policy making on what do we need here particularly to move the needle. Obviously, as the Dean Executive of Al-Dayed University, if you can tell us a little bit more about the research priorities that you're focusing on in a nutshell in terms of improving One Health, population health, as well as environmental health, but also how are you, more importantly, bridging the gap between research, that is publication, to take it to the real-world application? Because we always see, and that's a big challenge in academia, not just in the region, but globally, a lot of the research ends up being a publication, and that's it. So how to really take it to the next level that it's really concrete?
Thank you for that large question. And I'd also really like to extend my appreciation to the organisers for putting this panel together. Just before I answer your question, Myra, I've just been sitting listening to these three people around me, and I've been reflecting on what they've been saying and what an opportunity we're currently sitting in. Has anyone in the audience heard the expression of ultra-processed food? Yeah, so some of you have. Ultra-processed food is a term that's come from the nutrition area, not the food area, from the nutrition area, and ultra-processed food is marketed as the most unhealthy food you can eat. But I'm sitting here listening to really high-level processing. I'm sitting here listening to nutrition, and I'm sitting here listening to corporate responsibility. So I think what we have here is a way of thinking about highly processed food that's extremely nutritious, that's got full of functional ingredients, that has universities like us and other universities in the area who work in food science to try and bring the nutritionists together with the food scientists, because that's the problem of ultra-processed food. The nutritionists said it, the food scientists were against it. And so having a common shared space between nutritionists and food scientists to take a different way of looking at and a different definition of ultra-processed food that takes into account reformulation. One of the big problems about cutting sugar out of food is that sugar has a lot of functional properties in the way that the food is, in the storage of the food, the taste, the flavour, the viscosity, the preservatives. It's a big thing to reformulate food to remove sugar or to decrease sugar. And that's where research can come in, to do those reformulations, to work with companies who can do clever ingredient synthesis to bring together some of the other types of sweeteners that can help reformulate food without taking away those textural things, not the sensory so much, but the textural things about food. So that's where I think there's a great opportunity, and that's where I think we can think differently about things like ultra-processed food by being innovative about it and using the opportunities that we have around us. But if I briefly touch on your questions, the sort of research that we do at the University of Al-Dayed, as many of you probably know, Sharjah, the Sheikh of Sharjah, has put in place a wheat farm, a dairy, a chicken farm, a goat farm, and a fruit and vegetable greenhouse growing facility. So a lot of our research is with those organisations in terms of salinity, drought tolerance, things like that, agricultural research. And then to your last question about publications. For academics, publications are very important, and they are our pathway to promotion. So publications are really important. One of the really good things about universities in this country, though, is that the universities here recognise collaboration with industry, and that's not well recognised in every country. And so having that recognition of collaboration with industry enables us to use industry collaboration as part of our promotion process. So something for us, something for industry, but having partnerships that are market-driven, that are needed in the market, and that also use some science, some novel research. They're the ingredients that will make research partnerships work, and by understanding what companies need and what academics need, and being able to work together to deliver to both of those areas, that is how you get successful industry-academic partnerships.
And I mean, this is also one of the platforms where we have right now academia and private sector to really bridge the gap. And I guess this is the call to action, like how can we have more of this platform where both sectors are working together to understand both the needs from academia to understand the needs of the private sector and where they need really research, and vice versa as well. And we're going to touch upon that also in more detail shortly. This takes me to the next part, which is all about how can we strengthen the tripartite collaboration. So we had a quick discussion about it now, and we also about the importance of elevating evidence in everything we do and having the local research to fuel innovation. So Dr. Noob, we know that there is one of the most important research paper is about to be published, which is all about national dietary intake, what people eat. This might seem familiar to many countries that maybe you probably have it, but this is going to be the first time taking place in the UAE, and it's going to be the first time that's going to inform about where we struggle. And so what insight do you expect this study will help you achieve, and how do you ensure that this data is translated to research, to policy, but it's also translated and informing innovation, especially both SMEs and multinational organizations?
So I think we are really lucky that we are going to have the results of this study released soon. And for any intervention to be successful, it should really touch upon the needs of the population that it's serving. So without having this study, we won't be able really to understand, what is going on. If we want really to understand, the current practices of the people here in the UAE, what are the areas that we need to target within our intervention and policy, it's really important that we have data about our population, So I think with the release of the results of this study, we'll be able to understand better, the micro and macronutrients deficiencies that we have here in the UAE. We will be able to understand more about the practices that people have, the consumption patterns that they do have, and even the health issues that they are suffering from. And I think this is really good input for us to design the upcoming policies. We are talking about reformulation. If I don't know what people are consuming, what are the products that, contribute more to the high intake of sugar, salt, or fat, then I won't be able really to develop a program that is successful and can drive a change and, effect to the population. So I think the inputs that we are going to take is definitely going to be the base of many of the interventions. Maybe we have heard the questions, before from the companies, when are we going to start the reformulation, based on what you want to work on the reformulation. And we were postponing the project because we want to make sure that whatever we do is really built on a strong foundation. We have a good justification for that, and we want to make sure that we are driving a change based on that, something that we can really monitor, something that we can look into that. And I think in addition also to the National Nutrition Study, other studies, other programs that we are doing is really helping us to better, modify and improve the policies. Maybe Edina touched upon the taxation, and the change that is happening. This is based on the learnings that we have been, taking from the experiences. So as a government, this is one of the integral inputs that we take into consideration, the learnings from the policies. Nothing is really right, nothing is wrong. It's really about the learning that we can take, This is what makes things better, this is what makes things improved, and this is what really make a change that we as a government are looking for.
Yeah. So it's all about really strengthening the foundation through data and evidence.
And collaboration, of course, yeah, and this is something that we are doing constantly, through the work, the policies that we are doing. We are making sure that we have that, communication with the government entities, with the private entities, with the academia. So we are making sure that they are integral part of any policy development to make sure that, yeah, we tackle the issue from all aspects and make sure that we benefit from the expertise, the experiences of those involved in such project.
So talking about strengthening the foundation for evidence and collaboration, Dr. Melissa, so last year there was the initiation of the Food Knowledge Hub, which is all about making sure that there's a collaborative mechanism and platform where all the three sectors are sitting together and sharing the knowledge and really how to align research priorities towards healthy and secure food system and sustainable one. So I wanted to please share more about, what is this Food Knowledge Hub, and what's the purpose?
Okay, so you can see on your screen a bit about the Food Knowledge Hub, and unfortunately it's far away for me to read. I know, but it's too far for me to read. So anyway, the Food Knowledge Hub is it's a hub that's made of industry collaborators and academic collaborators, and it is a platform where where academia and industry can collaborate. It creates a central knowledge backbone, and it's trying to bridge silos between government, industry and academia. It's also trying to accelerate innovation and to strengthen the UAE's role as a region for as a global food leader. It has four strategic frameworks, or it has a strategic framework of 4 streams. One is innovation and research and development collaboration. One is academic and workforce development. One is data and insights. And the 4th one is global partnerships and benchmarking. And just to show one thing, one activity that has happened between the academic and workforce development is at our university we are developing a food science program, and the food knowledge, the Knowledge Hub all got together to fill in a survey and provide all the information that we need to think about how we build our curriculum. And so that is a really powerful thing. So all the industries of the Food Knowledge Hub, plus a few other industries, have given us really, really useful and wonderful input on what we want our students to develop as their skills. They need to develop soft skills, leadership skills, transferable skills, and technical skills. And another thing that we have talked about with the Food Knowledge Hub is an idea, have I got this slide? No. An idea to, for the Food Knowledge Hub to be a central hub that for industry partnerships or industry internships for students, so that companies who have an internship availability, who want to sponsor a student, they sign up at the Knowledge Hub. Students who are looking for an internship from our university, from UAEU, from Sharjah University, from any university that's got students who want to do agricultural food internships, they come to the Food Knowledge Hub website, they find their internship, and then various of us will support that relationship. And so when you have a student intern with an industry supervisor and an academic supervisor, that's a neutral piece of ground where innovation ideas can be developed, where either something sparks from what the student is doing or just conversations between the two lead to ideas of new possible research partnerships. And so that's an idea that we've been sort of, I'll say, kicking around a bit in the Knowledge Hub, and we're thinking about how we can implement that as a really strong activity of the Knowledge Hub.
And that's a critical initiative, because at the end it's a matchmaking platform. It's basically understanding what are the market gaps, what are market needs, and then where does academia really want to invest their research and priorities. And again, the whole premise of that comes because there was a silent approach. No one knows what's doing, and we always talk about these like 2 different worlds with 2 different languages, 2 different approaches. So it's really about synergizing communication between both and making sure there's proper understanding of the needs. So this, Dina, takes me to, again, we've seen the initiative from Dr. Melissa on the Food Knowledge Hub, and obviously as Nestle, you're working, with the whole ecosystem, including the SMEs. And back to the point about the importance of localizing the innovation, understanding, how can we come up with local solution for the local gaps. How are you working with SMEs and the rest of the ecosystem to really work on localizing that topic and ensuring that you're addressing the challenges based on local solutions?
Sure, and I think I'm going to start by stating what I said in the previous response, which is I think global science really needs to meet the local realities and the local needs. So for Nestle, we're investing around 1.7 billion Swiss franc yearly only on food innovation, so making us one of the largest investors in food science in general, with 23 R&D centers. So I think at this point it's pretty clear that if we do not ride the train early on, we're going to be missing so much, when it comes to innovation. So for instance, how can we use AI, like Adrian here is sitting and saying fantastic, business solutions that for me, honestly, seeing it here in the UAE, it's very inspirational. And I feel this is where the importance of collaboration lays. This is the first time as Nestle, and I feel it was a lessons learned, where we're like, okay, SMEs here are very, very advanced. They're more agile than us as a multinational, which we are at the end of the day, like a total institution, a dinosaur. And you have SMEs that are more agile, that are faster, that create solutions that might be way out of the blue, but at the end of the day, they're thinking 10 years, 20 years ahead of us. You have academia here that have a lot of knowledge, local students that can come up with so many solutions, government that is working on a national strategy. So I feel there is a lot of lessons learned and understanding how an ecosystem can function in the health space, in the food security space, in the sustainability space, whatever it is, it's very, very valid. So these ecosystems in the UAE are starting to be built. You have the UAE food cluster, you have different associations, you have a lot of roundtables that happen with the government that include this. So I feel just the penetration of all of these stakeholders together are very important. And again, I feel it's a very big lessons learned for us to not include SMEs and to not include local academia into the ecosystem. And we're catching up on this trend right now, I feel, in the UAE, and we're starting to understand, it's not only a consultant that comes from Germany that's going to get the work done, it's actually the local. In order for you to really have the data to understand the gaps, you need to have the entire ecosystem with you. So
it's inspiring to, again, to see that you're working very closely with SMEs now, and there's a recognition of that. And this takes me, Adrian, again, as you've heard now from, big multinational organization on the power of the R&D and local innovation. I want to hear from you, what do you think are the true enablers for you to scale your business and really make sure that, you're able to thrive in such an ecosystem where there's a mix of...
Thank you. I think from our point of view, there's three key areas, because I think the willingness, the capital, the vision is there. I believe around facilities and infrastructure. I believe around talent and regulatory. But when I talk about regulatory, I talk about moving into kind of the novel ingredient space and how the UAE can take a leadership role. So in terms of facilities and infrastructure, as you know, biomanufacturing, biotechnology is very expensive, very capital intensive. And I think what we have in the UAE is the beginning of the pilot labs that allow startups to prototype. But what we need is facilities along the value chain so that startups, academia, and corporates can collaborate and can innovate together without those barriers of entry, so we lower barriers of entry. Second, in terms of regulatory pathways, and this is something that most countries are still dealing with, even the FDA. We're doing something in the FDA around DNA identical human breast milk fat, and the FDA still doesn't have a clear process of how to think about a novel pathway. So I think from a UAE perspective, again, with the collaboration, with the kind of joined up government, I think there's an opportunity to look at those novel pathways, having a clear process for SMEs, for startups, for academia, to be able to come up with IP and then look to commercialize that IP. So, for example, regulatory sandboxes could be used and other kind of ideas in terms of how do we become much more agile and iterate. And then thirdly, which is very interesting to your point and on there, is skills. So I think we need more talent. So that could be in precision fermentation, molecular biology. So I think it's really interesting the point that you made, and what you're looking to do is around identifying skill gaps and trying to fill those, because as we drive facilities, we need people to operate those facilities to drive scale.
And I mean, back on the novel pathway, I guess your point here is sometimes you as innovation, you're quite agile and faster than the policy framework, and like how to create a balance between your pace and the pace of driving policies and regulations.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, and this is an interesting point I was thinking about, because if you look at, say, for example, grants, probably 3 to 5 years. You look at policy, it's multi-year. You look at, say, commercialization is probably 18 months. So there is that kind of how do we think about an ecosystem, and how do we drive incentives and drive timings to drive collaboration. You know, I think that's something most countries haven't even got close to kind of figuring out, because where we come from is we love to innovate, we love to be innovative, but we must also be able to drive value and drive commercial outcomes as well. So I think it's a really fine balance to be innovative, but also be able to drive commercialization, commercial outcomes, go to market quickly, show value, and then iterate and innovate.
Yeah, absolutely. This takes me to the last part, theme of the session, which is all about shared accountability and joint action for outcome. Obviously, here we're talking about cross-sectoral collaboration, inter-sectoral collaboration, and it's key to really drive accountability. And while today we talk about human health and we think that it falls under the health sector, but actually it's much broader than that. All key sectors work together, and that's why, again, when it comes to One Health, it's really the accountability of all sectors together and industries. And a critical question usually for policymakers is always about, you know, how to create a balance between a voluntary approach and mandatory approach, and what's really the right mix to drive meaningful impact. So here I want to go back to something that we've discussed very slightly. How can we move again in a systematic manner from siloed initiative to shared accountability, where all of the three sectors are co-responsible for measurable outcome when it comes to driving healthy and secure food systems?
Well, I can start. I think that with having clear direction, this is one of the main things that we need to have, and this is something that I think that we are lucky with in the United Arab Emirates, because we have a clear vision from the government on where we want to go and what we want to achieve. And one of the important also, let's say, or successful factors for that is the collaboration. And I think this is something that we are doing really well here in the United Arab Emirates. Most of these strategies, and especially the national strategies, consulted with all the entities, because as you said, it's not the work of the ministry, for example, it's the work of different entities. And this is something that we always do with any strategy at the level of the country. There is a consultation that is happening with all the entities, and also a consultation with those who will be part of the implementation part. And this is something that we do all the time to make sure that we do tackle the issue from different angles. We do take into consideration the perceptions, the concerns of other parties who will be part of the success of such initiatives. And I think to make sure also that we really succeed in that, we need to make sure that we have the data that will drive the policy and the regulation that we want to go in. We need to have very good, clear monitoring system to make sure that, yes, we are monitoring the progress, we are doing the changes needed when it's needed to make sure that the whole system is going smoothly and we are achieving the results that we are looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Dina, what would be for you how to break the siloed
I think Dr. Noof already summarized it pretty well. Public health is everyone's business at the end of the day. It's not only government, it's not only food companies, you have SMEs, you have academia, etc. And if I have to summarizing it to 3 building blocks, you have, again, this is reiterating all what Dr. Noof mentioned, common baselines. What is the data? How are we building any type of, from a private sector perspective, for instance, my reformulation needs to be based on the local need of the population where I operate, clear metrics. How am I measuring this progress? And at the end of the day, also transparency and reporting of these metrics at the end of the day in order for you to have the sustainable progress that you'll need to see and visualize 10 years ahead.
I agree with what Dina and what Noof have said, but I would also say that one of the ways to do this is to have large multidisciplinary research projects. And if we had a multidisciplinary research project between SMEs, large food companies, academics in agriculture and food, policymakers and nutritionists, I think we could create something here that would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so I ought to think about this one. No, but I think from that point of view, I think very important point, skin in the game. Everyone needs to have skin in the game to really make it happen. A MOU or a LOI, which is great, but it's not skin in the game. Skin in the game is capital, it's money, it's really going in, all in. And I think the other side is education. So education of the population, which is key, because you can create the most innovative, nutritious food and ingredients, but if there's not underlying education of the population, you're never going to drive demand, and that drive has to be kind of double-sided. So I think innovation on one side, but education on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I want to summarize, what would be your recommendation is, obviously I want to start with having a multidisciplinary research where you have the different stakeholders on board, because as Dr. Noof mentioned, health, human health is the responsibility of all, and same as environmental health. So this is going to be critical to really drive shared accountability, but of course having as well, the right education where there's like a consumer pull as well, and not just relying on the upstream factors to make this happen. Like how to create a balance between both, and of course the collaboration is critical. With that, I would like to leave the floor if there are any questions from the audience.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello. I'm Nabil, and I'm the co-founder of Credia. We specialize in breeding locusts, and I'm based in Morocco. First of all, thank you very much and honored. I wanted to touch on the protein supply chain. Now, ever since the novel food law was put in place, it introduced 3 insects into the global food industry, crickets, mealworms, and locusts. However, for the Muslims worldwide, especially here in the Gulf, the only insect that you could address would be the locust, as it is the only insect that is halal and kosher. Regarding that, we're leveraging an IP that was developed within a university. However, the interactions maybe with the likes of Nestle post this novel food law, it was a little bit iffy because we were put just as insect protein, and many funds were leveraged, but the Europeans are not ready yet to eat insects. However, here in the Gulf, we already eat locusts, and it's considered a delicacy. What is being done here in the Gulf? I mean, you said to build skin in the game. These are long flights for me to come all the way here to the Gulf, but I feel like my project a little bit makes more sense here. Is there anything being done regarding the protein supply chain and locust and the novel food? Thank you.
Maybe Adrian would like to take this question.
Thank you very much. In terms of locust as a use case, that's a little bit out of our scope, but in terms of protein, we are very much looking at protein in terms of bioengineering and biomanufacturing. So how do you take an enhanced protein? How do you develop more novel proteins that are economically viable, that are very quick to market? But I think then it comes down to, again, what we talked about is collaboration around the value chain and consumer education. So I think from a product point of view, what we've had to do as a startup is we were very, very novel, very, very innovative. We then had to kind of learn how to play within the ecosystem, how to adapt, how to evolve our ingredients and our products so they're very commercially viable, very quick go-to-market, met the KPIs, and we could kind of play that game. So I think it's about adaptability. It's about kind of looking at how do you drive early value and quick value, and how do you drive go-to-market. So it's about how do you maybe evolve your product and your offering based on certain local market dynamics and the ecosystem that you work within to try and get that proof of sale or that user market fit, because that means everything. Because when someone's willing to pay $1 for your product, that changes the game in terms of how you're perceived from a corporate point of view, in terms of how your shareholders look at you and so forth. So we've had to do, I mean, the famous word is pivoting, but we've had to do a lot of adapting over 5 years to try and find a place where we can kind of find that sweet spot, but we're still adapting. You know, every week, every new brief, every new client, we're kind of adapting our process. Does that help?
Any final question? Yes.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting session, learning a lot. I just go ahead with the last question. Novel foods are coming to meet out the demand, and it has been said by 2050 we won't have enough food. So in that line only the genetic engineered meat, cultured meat, they are in pipeline now that in times to come they will be on our table. What you consider that how they are going to solve, or there will be some ethical issues in that? Cultured meat or engineered meat? Whatever the advantage you want, they can engineer it.
Yeah, I think in terms of how we look at that, I think it goes back to collaboration, it goes back to consumer demand and consumer education. If you looked at the Impossibles and so forth of the world, they've had a really tough run over the last few years, partly because, and I think then it comes back to taste, it comes back to texture, and it comes back to, does it address consumers' KPIs, what they want to eat, what they want to taste. So I think in terms of the food itself, we need to look at how do you use technology to create innovative foods that we can produce through biomanufacturing and bioengineering, how we can create ecosystems where we have, for example, farms by the side of fermentation plants. But also when we think about formulation, it has to be, number one, commercially viable for the consumer. What we've seen the world round is when something's too expensive, people just will not buy it. So number one, it's got to be commercially viable. Number two, it needs to meet the benchmarks, the KPIs and acceptance criteria for the local population. Again, taste and texture is key, and if that's not there, the local population just will not pick it up. And I think the third side of things is in terms of education. Again, this is a big leap for a lot of consumers, especially the mass market, to take. So that real deep consumer engagement, education, and fostering collaboration is going to be really, really important, and probably double, triple what we need to do now to drive acceptance from the consumers to actually try something different. And then when they try it, when it tastes good, when it's a good cost, when it has the texture and the price point that makes sense for them, then you're going to see that real tipping point, I believe. So I think we've got a long way to go, and I think we've talked about here in terms of the collaboration that's needed, in terms of how we have to work very collaboratively, and I think that's kind of where we need to kind of shift.
Way to go, but I just want to say that this topic also is really prioritized. 2 weeks ago in Abu Dhabi, there was a big conference, Global Food Week, and there was a conference dedicated for alternative protein, especially cultivated and precision fermentation, driven by ADO, Abu Dhabi Investment Office. So it's seems there is quite a lot of momentum happening in that space, and there's quite recognition that alternative protein should be part of the food security agenda beyond just the livestock sector. With that, I would like to thank all my panelists for your contribution and insight. If I want to summarize, what has been discussed throughout, again, collaboration is critical across the three sectors: academia, policymakers, and innovation, to drive the right innovation and policy for One Health. There was some recommendation on how to strengthen that, what could be like having multi-stakeholder research work stream, but also one of the initiatives is the Food Knowledge Hub, which could be also the right platform to bring all the ecosystem together to really align research priorities. And as emphasized now, it's all about going from local to global. So it's like the UAE is really has all the tools to make it happen and to export knowledge. So thank you all my panelists, and thank you for your attendance.
Thanks, Mira, and thanks to your crew. Awesome presentation, great discussion. We're going to have a photo opportunity, of course. So we can have the formal one, and then we'll have my one with LinkedIn. All across the front there. Yep. Smiling, smiling. This is all going up on YouTube, by the way. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so I didn't bring my glasses. Hey, Mo, my glasses down there? Oh, that's all right. I'll make do. All right, next presentation is going to be... Okay, we've got the last session before lunch, no pressure. 10 minutes or so. Technical session, integrated innovations in sustainable agri-systems and smart livestock surveillance, health and ecosystem resilience. And we've got Professor Heiko Schultz, I think I met a bit earlier today, at Anhalt University of Applied Sciences from the great country of Germany. Here he is. Give him a round of applause, everybody. It's going to be a very efficient
Guten Abend. Yes, of course. I need the presenter sometimes. Good evening in Germany. Good day in Dubai. You have the presenters not here. I begin my speak. One Health is a good idea, and we have discussed something. Need we meat from cattle or cultural meat? It's an interesting thing. And in Europe and Germany too, we have some problems with heat stress. But when I came here, inside it's too cold for me, outside is hot. This is different. I think all of you say, what is good weather? No, it's not good weather. Yes, of course. Okay, we have some cattle. I give you this not. We have a lot of, the European Union and Germany, and everybody knows how we make agriculture, and we have a lot of welfare acts and the governmental husbandry regulations. And that's why they say in summer, every kind of animal farms from the animals need shadow. Yes, why heat stress? And I will say to you, I hope you can see it, it's in Germany we have winter now, yes, we have under 0 degrees, and 1 month later we have snow. We have at 2 suckler cow herds in Germany, and the first farm, this is a Charolais cattle herd on the grassland in summer. It's beautiful. And the second farm is Uckermärker, it's a special German breed from the GDR, and the calf from May every year. And this one, it's not important what is the temperature, but it's important what's the air humidity. And both of them, these are the temperature humidity index. And when they are too high, yes, it's the red one, the cattle have stress, really stress. not only the cattle, I'm too. Yes, but only we discuss in Germany, we need animal welfare. Yes, for teachers in the university, we don't need welfare. And this is a score like mother, and it's easy to say, no, the breast of a cattle is lower than 60. And it's decreased, everything is okay, and the higher the breast per minute, that's more stress. Yes, and you can see on the pictures, what do the animals? Yes, when I make sport, when I go 5 kilometers running, then yes, and that's why the cattle make the same, but they don't make sport, they produce meat. Yes, sometimes, and when we have heat stress in cattle of all kinds, yes, milk production is more interesting in Germany, but this is not easy to measure. Yeah, okay, good. We have to measure it. Yes, the government say you must measure the heat stress and the breathing rate as an indicator. Yes, why everybody comes and say, no, this is not the correct make agriculture. And Switzerland, you know, it's not in the European Union. It's the country in the middle of Europe. It's not in the European Union. And they say after 30 degrees, you need shadow and you must do some things with your cattle. I have learned in the morning that you have in Dubai in the next years a lot of data, or a lot of days more with more than 40 degrees. Yes, that's great. And that's, I think this is the opinion for me too. We make the carbohydrates out, and you have the problem next year. Yeah. And this is, we have discussed it in the morning, data-driven. Digitalization, yes. I know everybody knows what they can measure. They can measure the feed intakes, they can measure the breasts and so on. And I think it was a good idea to use it, to look, can this digital transformation work for us to measure some data? And this is a beautiful picture. You have sometimes the cattle go grazing, and they have resting, and they're grazing and resting. And the red line here, this is the heat stress. Yes, after lunch, also after our lunch, the cattle have heat stress. You can measure it, and the system measures it all 5 minutes. Yes, and what you can see, and when I go outside, I think we are staying more than this one. And when the THI is, also the temperature and humidity index, drops down, the cattle have more heat stress. And what is the consequence of heat stress? They don't eat, and they became acidosis in the rumen, and so on, and the production going down. It's the same in dairy cattle like in suckler cows. This is a problem, and I asked me, can we measure it per hand? Yes, you can measure it. Yes, I say we need the days lower than 24 degrees, 25 to up to 30 degrees and more than 30 degrees. These are hot days in Germany, yeah, in the European Union. Not all in the European Union. We have Norway, that is cold, and we have Italy, it's very hot. In Germany, more than 30 degrees is hot. And you can see that the breast per minute is going down. And the cattle stand on the grassland and pump. Yes, and we can measure it. We can measure it in the first year. We can measure the same in the second year. And the question is, this is heat stress, but it is a problem for the cattle, or is this a reaction for the cattle for heat? Yes, and sometimes I remember, this is at the second farm too. The more you have the temperature, humidity index, the breast per minute going down. Up. Okay, and I have make, this is the old score. Yeah? Less than 60, everything is okay, and when you have more than 120, they have a salivation, and I think it's not correct. I do simple things. I say I only measure the breast per minute, and I look what the cattle do. That's why our government come and say, oh, Mr. Scholz have said more than 100 breaths per minute, it's a problem. No, it's not a problem when the cow stand normal. Yes, this cow with more than 100 breaths per minute have a problem. the beginning of the problem, when they have the salivation begins. This I have never seen in Germany, not yet. Okay, you know some pictures of the cattle? Yes, you can see here, it's too hot, and the salivation you can see, and this cattle have say, oh, it's too hot. As they stand, the crop is down, yes, and they don't eat, and they don't ruminate. Yes, this is the first sign that you can say, for this cattle it's too hot today. And the problem is when the night, like Dubai, not going down, yes, the temperature. And this one, only that you know, this is the score 1. The cattle is normal. They stand, they eat, yes, they're ruminating, everything is fine. And at the same time, you can see here with more than 13 degrees, this is the cattle, they stand like this, and these cattle, like these cattle, yes, have much more breaths per minute. But what you can see too, the breeds are different. Yes, not every cattle have heat stress at the same temperature humidity index, and not the breed have the same point where they got heat stress. Yes, and I think SMECTEX, you know, SMECTEX is a poly in the rumen. They can measure the temperature of the rumen. It's not easy to use in Germany. Why you say no, it's consequent for the animal welfare. But interesting is body temperature. Yes, when you go to the doctor, he say, oh, come on, and he measure your temperature. Yes, this is the correct way to measure heat stress. And I sit on the grassland, and a cow in front of me make defecation, and I think, why I can't measure on the grassland when they turn around, the rectal temperature. But it is not the same if I measure the rectal temperature or the fecus temperature. Yes, it was a good idea, I think, and I measure it, and you see, yes, the correlation is very good. Yes, that's why I can measure the fecus on the grassland when they do it outside. Yes, it's a good hobby. Yes, I think it is easy to measure. Yes. And you can see this. This was my first idea in 2024. And you see, when the breathing amount is going up, the temperature is going up too. And then I say in this year, or I will measure this year too. And you remember, both of these lines up to 25 degrees, the breath going down, going up, but the temperature of the fecus is still the same. When you see at the temperature of 30 degrees, then they have a problem. They have a high amount of breath per minute, and the body core temperature, like the fecus temperature, is going down, going up. And this both facts too, is a problem for the cattle. So, and then the government comes, this is not important for you. What is the interest of this study? You know, heat comes from the metabolism, yes? When it's very hot, I don't eat anything, I need not much more. Yes, from the digestion and from the activity. Yes, when it's very high, you don't go running, I hope so. Yes, sometimes the guys say, well, running is important for my health. No, nobody will, or everybody of you will be 100 and older. I'm not. Why? No. Okay, the environment is a big factor, and the temperature and the humidity, yes, and the radiations. Yes, when I stay outside and smoke, when I go out, it's very hot, and you make the radiation, and the humidity is not the same here like in Germany. And this, both of them, makes a heat load, and this heat loss, you can do some wind or air. Yes, we have sometimes very windy or the conduction or fecus or breath. This is a reaction of the cattle for heat load. When you have a heat load, you must need something to heat loss. Yes, and this is stress, and this is the adaptation, and that's why we need some ideas for our government when they go to the farms. Yes, and they say, oh, you have heat stress, you must do second, first, and so on. And this, you know it, when you go out, it's better to go with a short leggings than without. This is the hair shedding score. Have you an idea what is when it was very hot and you stay with 2 jackets outside? This is this cattle, they have the winter coat. Yes, at the same temperature like a cattle, they have the summer coat. This is very interesting and this is very good for breeding. Yes, we have some ideas for breeding about the shuttle. And when you see here in May, it's the first time when we get the last 5 years a lot of heat. Yes, in May, it's not typical for Europe. You see here the first and the second one, and this Gore 1 is a summer coat. Yes, and a lot of cattle become the summer coat in July and have heat stress in May. And that's why we must discuss something. Can we change the breed? Now, what can we do for this one? And this is another idea too. Yes. Or what do you think is the production? These are the lactation curves from the suckler beef cows. Yes, you can milk suckler beef cows not on the grassland, but yes, you can put it on the barn and you can measure it. And this are the normal for suckler cows in Germany. And these are calving in November and the second herd calving in March and April. And when it was hot in May, June, July, and August, this is the difference in the production of heat. Yes, and then we must discuss some things. We have to discuss it in the morning, the resilience between what is the production, needs the consumer, and we must change the things, we must change the game. And this one is not good in heat stress. You must calve, the suckler beef cows must calve earlier, that we have a lower problem with heat stress. Yes, maybe it's one of the most ideas. Okay, we have not time. Data-based estimate of heat stress can be calculated using a temperature humidity index or only on temperatures. It's correct. Record animals indicators where thresholds are exceeded and evaluated them operationally. Heat stress can have a negative impact on animal health and animal welfare and so on. Yeah, in pasture, during our winter season, we have no heat stress. However, estimated of the effect still needed to be developed. This is our work for the future. It would be beneficial to consider ways to reducing heat stress during the grazing period. And I asked me, in the hottest time of the day, they go not in the shadow, they stay in the middle of the grassland in the sun. Why? Our government says it's not correct. They must go to the shadow, but the cattle don't hear us and stay in the sun. This is a problem, maybe in Germany. Thank you, and we need much more cattle. Yeah, I stay here. I wait here.
Thanks, Icon. Very good. Questions, anybody? Gentleman over there.
Oh, he will visit me.
Who's got a microphone? Anybody?
Should I go?
Sprint champion back in my
Oh,
day.
yes. It looks good. Now we have heat stress.
Everybody sprints.
That's good for health.
On the beach.
Thank you for this great talk. I'm just wondering, over the study that you guys conducted, have you tried to look at or studying and evaluating the breathing rhythm over days or even over the season? And have you tried to look at the differences and how this breathing rhythm could really affect the result that you obtained? Did you look at this thing or not?
A difficult between what?
Now, breathing rhythm. Have you breathing rhythm? Have you evaluated this over the season?
The difference between breeds?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, I think it's, yes, last year we this year in Brazil, and you see you have different breeds and you have different breeds too. And I think the breed is the most important factor for heat stress.
No, I'm referring to the breathing rhythm.
Rhythm?
Rhythm. Breathing rhythm.
A breathing? No.
Breathing rhythm. Have you looked at this? The rhythm of the breathing rate. Anyway, I will ask you this question later on.
Yes, okay.
It's all right. I will ask this question later on.
We discuss it later. Yes, the rhythm and blues. Yes. The rhythm for the breath? Yeah, it's okay. You can measure it very easy. 1 minute, and you.
Did you identify any differences? Did you notice any differences when you looked at that things? And can we use this as an indicator for the?
Look, you can measure heat stress like the breath per minute. It's easy. You put your handy 1 minute and you amount. It's easy, but can do the sensor system I show you. Yes, they don't measure heat stress. You know why? The sensor is measuring feed intake and rumination. And we have a lot of cattle. They have a breath rate more than 100. You can measure it behind. And when you look to the mouse, they're ruminating. And a sensor can't measure it. It's a big problem for the future to measure the sensor. The digital farming is a good idea, and I love it. But we must know what can the sensor measure. Oh. No. Yeah, quick answer. Lunch is waiting. Oh, yes, this is feed intake. No.
Suggestions for it. See, for the sensors in India, we have so many sensors. They directly measure your skin temperature. We have even now the infrared thermometers. Very easy. It's not to go for your faces and all that. At a very good distance, you can measure the retina, which is much more, accurate towards the rectal temperatures. So that's there. Yes, physiologically, it's a respiration rate which gets increased when there is a citrus. That's the first thing which raises. That's the respiration rate followed by the cardiac rate, and then this at the temperature. This is the first instance, the first indicator for recording the any temperature ranges and all that. Yes, exactly. The question was there, the breathing cycles. Have you ever evaluated the breathing cycles or the rhythms? Yes, during the day period, even you have a circadian cycles for the breathing for every, a parameter, physiological parameter. You have a different in afternoon, you have different in morning, you have different in the evening. So unless and until you just record all those things, as cycles or the rhythms of any physiological parameter, you cannot just say that simply that animal is in a citrus. Even if the animal is taking the food, you see, you have then increment heat, that again increases the heat load, and you have an animal having more breathing at that time, but that doesn't mean he is under citrus. Thank you.
A short answer, yes, we do our work together. I come to you and we measure it together. For one health in the world.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hiko. Actually, I'm a founding CCO for Taza Farms, and we basically are actively looking for solutions where we can solve similar problems. And we've done an amazing pilot in the Netherlands, and it showed that, especially during the summer, by just changing the animal feed, the type of the animal feed, we were able to actually overcome the dehydration that happens from the excessive heat within the animals, and especially calves. And we've witnessed that at least 20% of the milking yield have been increased during this period. We're currently also exploring further studies for this to be done on different types of cattle, such as camel, for example, right here in the UAE, and we're going to be piloting very soon. But just looking at, I thought the measuring bracelet that you had for the cattle, it just reminded me of an idea that I saw in Japan, and I don't know any people have been to Japan during the summer. There have been some cooling systems actually given for human beings in Japan, and I was wondering if maybe you will be looking forward to discovering, I would say, a technology that can help I would say the cooling system to be done through the same breathing moderator or for the cattle in the future? What do you think?
You are right. In dairy cattle, we have a lot of answers and a lot of ideas, but on cattle on grassland, you can change the feed. Yes?
Yep.
And the digitalization will help us. Of course, we need the correct sensor who measure heat stress. Yes?
Correct.
We need some new ideas how we can measure. And now we go. What? Yes, heat.
Yeah, this is just like comment. I think like on rangeland or like in beef cattle or grazing cattle, now like a new technology like virtual fencing, it's very effective like to taking the cattle to the shade during the heat or that time. So I think this is like kind of technology will work best like on rangeland or grazing land. I know, as you mentioned, there is like a lot of tools we can use in dairy cattle, which is like easier. And also a lot of new sensors or like implement sensor we can use like to measure the breathing rate, heart rate, and all of these indicators. But for sure, this is like need a lot of infrastructure on the rangeland. Thank you. This is just a comment, not a question.
You are right. We need more infrastructure. We have learned it in the morning. And when I stay on this grassland, I never can use my phone. Yes, they say not out of work in Germany. In middle of the part of Germany, I can't use my phone. And we need 5G. Yes, it's a problem. Now we finish. Yeah.
I'm going to debunk a major academic theory here and his research. I was in Germany in June and not one cattle came up to me and complained about stress. Lunch. I've lost one set of glasses already. I thought we were at lunch already. Good God, here we go. Here we go, here we go. Oh, I got this on page 2, there we go. Okay, and now, this is the genomic epidemiology and quantitative tracking and campylobacterial, no, I can't explain, I can't use those words, dynamics and poultry processing insights and the UAE integrated abattoir system. Dr. Ihab Habib, Assistant Dean and Professor of Epidemiology. I did go to university. There he is, Food Safety and Veterinary Public Health, Department of Veterinary Medicine, UAEU. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and sorry for keeping you for the lunch. But they just insisted to make a food safety presentation before lunch, so that's the organizer take. So thanks for the conference team for having me. I am from the United Arab Emirates University, from the College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine. This is a technical talk or a technical session, so excuse me for the title, a little bit complicated for some. But our research is focusing about a very important One Health food safety issue, which is Campylobacter. Campylobacter is the most important, most frequent foodborne pathogen. It's a bacteria. Mainly when we are talking about campylobacteriosis in human, we are talking about two major species, Campylobacter jejuni and coli, and they are the most common bacterial cause of human gastroenteritis worldwide. Why this is important for the topic of the conference, One Health? Of course, it's a bacteria running at the human-animal food interface. So it is across the road, and when you are translating this exposure to clinical or health outcome, it is responsible for more than 95 million cases annually worldwide. So it is a very important foodborne pathogen. And what is worrying us, and I think we heard about this topic a few times throughout this morning, the increasing burden of antimicrobial resistance in this bacteria, where some of the empirical famous antibiotics like fluoroquinolone and the macrolides are also increasingly resistant in this foodborne pathogen. So it's really growing to be a global control challenge. Chicken meat or poultry chain is quite blamed as the most frequent food source for transmission of the infection with Campylobacter, the foodborne exposure. It is running from the farm, where biosecurity at the farm will be enabling these bacteria to be introduced. It is not harming the chicken. It is living with them very friendly. The best temperature to grow it is in the lab is 42 degrees, and the body temperature of the chicken is 42 degrees. So this is like a best mix and match. And when slaughtering is done under some imperfect condition, cross-contamination is happening, and it is a surface contaminant. So it is basically found on the outside of the chicken, like the skin. This is moving to also the consumer when where unhygienic handling or relatively speaking also eating raw or grossly contaminated chicken in domestic kitchen and also in restaurant could be leading to cross-contamination, and this is really the main source of human exposure. Relating to the United Arab Emirates, poultry meat is by far the most consumed animal protein. So we are eating a lot of chicken. Some estimation is about 55 kilograms per capita, which is putting us among really the major chicken eaters countries worldwide. But unfortunately, to a certain extent, there is little data, about baseline data about the prevalence of this foodborne pathogen, which is an important challenge for food safety. So, as you heard this morning, the UAE is a country where there is a lot of innovation, a lot of commitment to evidence-based food safety policy. And it is not really strange where universities like United Arab Emirates universities meet with Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority to do collaborative research. And we started this project, which has been just concluded a few months ago. The focus was about the two major foodborne pathogens, actually, Salmonella and the Campylobacter. And we were interested to get an idea about what is the baseline status of this pathogen at the farm level, at the abattoir, and ending up also by characterizing them at phenotypic and also genotypic level. So it is a kind of farm to fork first baseline in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. You heard this morning also that the majority of the agriculture sector and also the poultry industry sector are located around the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. So it is not really strange that this collaboration comes between United Arab Emirates University in Al Ain and ADAFSA, the Abu Dhabi Agriculture and the Food Safety Authority. So we've done a very comprehensive tracing across the poultry industry from the slaughter batch, from the farm level throughout the processing. And for example, per one slaughter batch, meaning group of chicken going from one flock house, slaughtered in one day in the abattoir, and then going to the consumer, to the supermarkets. So intensively, we sampled, for example, from one slaughter batch about 30 samples, 15 CECAM content. So this is telling us what is inside the gut. So this is giving us also indication about what is the situation in the farm itself where the chickens are originating. And also it was very important to understand the dynamic of the contamination throughout the processing, throughout the key processing steps like defeathering evaporation, and then the final washing and cooling. And basically, this is a chicken which is sent to the supermarket at end of the day. And for each integrated producer, which is a trend here in the United Arab Emirates, so major companies owning their own farms and also their own slaughterhouses and their own distribution chain. And we sampled about 10 slaughter batches from each company. We'll just give an example about one of the results per one of these companies. So over 10 slaughter batches, we sampled 300 samples throughout the processing, as you can see here. And we used state-of-art technologies and the standard methods and also multi-TOF techniques, which is high throughput mix between laser technology and spectroscopy to identify the bacteria. And also in our labs, we have set up also to do whole genome sequencing to understand also better these bacteria to the genome level and also to get much better information about its risk characterization and the pathogenicity potential to the consumer. So for example, in this company G, we sampled, as you see here, 10 slaughter batches. All of them are positive for Campylobacter, and the prevalence after each of the abattoir processing step is quite high. And with also identification at the species level, we could find a predominance of Campylobacter coli over Campylobacter jejuni. This is a little bit surprising for us because the trend in many countries is a little bit the opposite. Anyway, what you can see here, the industry is receiving the chicken, which is highly colonized with high load of Campylobacter inside their intestine. So as you can see here, the load is above 7 log colony forming unit per gram. So this is really highly concentrated load of Campylobacter inside their gut, and they don't show any ill sign. The industry is doing a great job. As you can see here, they try their best to reduce the load throughout the processing after diffusing, after evaporation, till after chilling, but it is still a challenge. As you can see, after the final step in the abattoir, we still have a lot of carcasses going to the supermarket with a bacterial load which is more than 1,000 colony forming unit per gram, which is quite an issue for Campylobacter because it is just a few hundred bacteria are enough to make someone sick. So this is really quite a challenge, and as you see, yeah, you can say garbage in, garbage out. Unfortunately, if you are starting at the farm with highly colonized bacteria in the gut of the chicken, the industry is doing its best, but it cannot really survive that much. This kind of violin chart is also telling the same. Yes, the industry is capable of doing reduction, but unfortunately, it is, as you can see here, reduction and stabilization. So it is not the expected more and more and more reduction. The load in the gut of the chicken is very high, and this is why the industry or the industrial abattoir line, however it is efficient, modernized, similar to any European setup of an abattoir, but still also find it very challenging to keep reducing more. As you can see here, the reduction is not really very much going in a proportional way. It is a reduction and a stabilization, which is really highlighting again the whole key. The earlier that you are controlling it at the farm level, the better that you are giving the industry or the abattoir processing line a better chance to defend or to try to control it to a much more efficient way. Genomic is a fancy tool used in a lot of research, but here we are using it actually in a more applied way. So we are using here or try to put a proof of concept that certainly these expensive tools of genomics can be telling us also a lot about what is happening regarding cross-contamination and biosecurity. Just a couple of examples here. In this green area, you see in this tree, some groups looks very similar But actually they are coming from two different slaughter batches originating from separate farms. So they are different slaughter batches from different farms, and they are still sharing the same genotype. So that means certainly there is a cross contamination. And the same also for these clusters where they share the same sequence type, so they are the same family more or less, but actually they are coming from the same farm, different slaughterhouses, which is telling us cross-contamination is happening at the farm, carried over at the abattoir, and this lead to persistent of some able to persist very well genotype. So this is a great example telling us that whole genome sequencing and genomic tools is not just a research tool, but it can be purpose used to identify biosecurity shortfalls and also cross-contamination. Genomics or whole genome sequencing also could add a lot of value to build or to understand what we call it genome informed risk characterization. So we know that it is Campylobacter, but how risky or how problematic it to human or to food safety from a food safety point of view. You can get really deep knowledge about all the gene portfolios. And I'm not going really to go into details, but just tell you, even two species in the same chicken, they carry a lot of differences between the gene and the genetic makeup regarding to antimicrobial resistance. And the same also to inform about risk characterization. Virulence factors throughout this pathogen is very important to map. As you can see here, this is a heat map, which is telling us that there is big variation between the genotypes as well. So certain essential genes responsible to illness or pathogenicity, not there in some species, are more expressed or more presented in some species. So whole genome sequencing is really a very useful tool, not only for characterizing the bacteria, but also to trace the genomic traits which could be impacting health, food safety, and also illness consequences out of this, if there is a foodborne exposure to this pathogen. So to conclude, this initiative, this project between United Arab Emirates University and ADAFSA is really adding value to food safety, public health, and putting a great example for One Health case at the poultry sector. It helps a lot in addressing much of the gaps about some of the most important foodborne pathogen in our most popular animal protein consumed here in the United Arab Emirates. The project points to the multifactorial nature of the contamination at the slaughter houses. It also elaborates about the usefulness of genomic-based tool or highly sophisticated genome-level studies to also provide some very sophisticated evidence about cross-contamination at the abattoir, clear emphasis about the importance of hygienic practices throughout the processing, and also highlighting that the intervention as early as possible at the farm level will be helping the production and the processing at the factory. I just give an example about company G, but actually in our project we extended this extensive sampling frame to 4 integrated poultry producers. So we sampled more than 500 samples from 39 abattoir visits, from 30 farms, and from about 70 flocks, broiler flocks, throughout Abu Dhabi Emirates. So hopefully this is all will be data delivered to ADAFSA, providing them with science-based evidence for improving and also adding value to the poultry industry in the country. So I'm trying my best to be on time. Thank you so much, and thanks to my team and to ADAFSA and for their support. Thank you so much.
Anybody got any questions, comments, feedback? Ahmed. Faster the cheers.
Thank you, Doctor. I was not really directly involved in this project, but I know the team who works on it. Earlier this week, earlier this year, we had actually an outbreak of H5N1 in the majority of the poultry farm. And ADEFSA now is taking quite strict initiative toward this poultry farm, applying some smart camera and IoT devices on this farm in order to maintain a real-time monitoring. I believe this project has a huge data set, which they will need it for their AI implementation model that they want to do. So I do recommend you actually and the other team to approach the right people. I will be very happy to connect you to them. Another thing, the visual monitoring system that I showed today is they will need it especially for food manufacturer company. So I would be very happy, to see you and the other team at ADEFSA to get in touch directly with the control sector at ADEFSA, sharing this data with them, hopefully to implement in the real time, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. And this is all about the beautiful thing about this country, the collaboration, coordination, and really, I have to confess something very shortly. When I started my work on food safety here in the United Arab Emirates, they told me, watch out, you are doing something dangerous. So if you publish about food safety here, you might go back home. But actually, these guys and his organization is the one who is funding my research to do the food safety research to inform them. Because you can't improve what you can't measure. So this is really the beautiful thing about the culture of the food policy and the stakeholders that we are really happy to work with in this country, like ADEFSA, for example. And really this culture is a positive culture that you really need. This is a One Health culture of collaboration, coordination, and the communication. And this is really where you find your science is adding value to the stakeholder, and both of us are adding value to everyone in this room because we are all consumer and chicken eater, I think. Thank you.
Don't forget to join us on LinkedIn, KIMWITER. We're blogging. We have some great photos of you, like this, ready to go up. Very good. Thanks, everybody. 2:30, sharp, bring your lunch back with you. If you haven't finished your lunch, bring it back, no problems. Very good. 2:30 sharp, we'll ring the bell. Join these guys on LinkedIn, YouTube.
Mic.
2:30 sharp.
just wanted to know if Shweta had shared a new PPT file for Fresh on Table. Okay. There is some presentation if you want, I can show you them. Fresh on Table. There has to be some. I'm not sure whether it's yours or no. Just city writers. Can I come that side? Tomorrow, I don't have a data here. They do presentations. Just let her know, right? Because it cannot go because it has a lot of font mistakes and all that stuff. We got it corrected last time. Great. Thank you.
Test, test. Test.
Hey, sound, check this, 1, 2, check, 1. Check this, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2.
Lovely outfit. You've got the best outfit here. All gold. Okay, everybody, thanks for joining us again. Namaste. Salam alaikum, if I haven't greeted you yet from this morning. We have a very exciting afternoon. Thank you so much to our organisers and sponsors for that lovely lunch. Absolutely delightful. And we're now going to have a panel discussion on sustainable agriculture, food and soil health, regenerative farming practices, reimagining health through farming, re-harvest, pre-harvest soil health, and integrating health and agriculture. And we're going to have a panel, and I'm going to invite the panel to come up. And the panel host is Daria Sherkrik, Growth Head of Greeneration UAE. She's going to be the moderator. So Daria, you with us? If Daria can come up, there she is. Round of applause for Daria. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would you like to introduce your panel?
Yes, please. I can do that.
There you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daria, and I am moderating the next panel. The next panel is going to be really exciting because we will be talking about sustainable agriculture. Not only that, but also food and soil health, the things that are really important for the UAE and globally for our food security. I'm going to have amazing panelists today with me, and I'm going to present them and welcome them on stage with me. So we have Ms. Farah, who is the co-founder and VP, please. Of the Gracia Group, and I hope she will tell us more about the company and what they're doing for the agriculture in the country. We also have today Mr. Ahmed, who is the founder of Wadi Dafa Plantation, and I'm also welcoming him on the stage. We also have today Dr. Gurbachan, who is the founder of the Foundation for Research, Education and Development. And we also have Mr. Bhaskar Rao, the agriculture consultant, who we are welcoming on stage today. Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, hi. Okay, great, it is. So I have prepared a list of questions, and I'm really excited to see you all with me today. I suggest before we start with the questions, and we have 1 hour for this panel, I will give a word to every panelist to introduce themselves and to introduce their companies and what they're doing and the value that they're providing for the agriculture and for the global soil health, if that's possible and if that's applicable, in terms of the name of the panel. So please take the microphone and let's do it one by one, and then we'll dive into the questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daria. My name is Farah Shekhashiro. I'm the co-founder and vice president of Gracia Group. We are an Emirati pioneer company in agriculture, where Gracia Group has created a comprehensive model of sustainable farming. We look at farming on a holistic level. If we are just focusing on one challenge to solve it in agriculture, we will never have a full solution in farming and agriculture. So Gracia Group today have 16 departments under the group companies, and each one of these departments tackle one challenge to solve it and to create the holistic approach model for the community. So we do farm management, agri-tech, training, greenhouse construction, events and agritourism, medicine, biofuel, everything around agriculture is under Gracia Group.
This is amazing. I have a couple of questions to you, obviously, to dive into this, because I have never heard anything like this. This like approach of 360 for farming and not only. I think that's really impressive.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear from your colleague.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Daria, for that. My name is Bhaskar. I'm in this industry for the last 31 years now, doing farming, basically a grower. And in the GCC for the last 26 years, and back in India in the last 6 years, for the first 6 years. What usually we do is like, I am an independent consultant. I work with the farms. I provide solutions from folk to farm solutions. It could be in terms of agronomy, it could be in terms of certifications, or any such field which is connected to the growing. And I concentrate myself much nowadays on soil enhancement, soil development, because it is a soil that will feed us all. So that's the place where I'm concentrating now. And I would love to share my ideas during the panel session regarding soil development and soil enhancement and soil health. Thank you so much.
Perfect. This reads, plays really well into the name of our panel and the topic today. Great. Mr. Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Al-Hafeti from the United Arab Emirates. I'm a healthcare professional, farmer, agricultural influencer, and founder and owner of Wadi Dafta Plantation. At Wadi Dafta Plantation, we import, produce, and sell all kinds of plants, seeds, and fertilizer, the organic fertilizer only. And that's why, because it's my professional healthcare, we combine the health with the sustainable agriculture for a better environment and healthy people. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is Gurbachan Singh. I retired from government service about 7 years back. The last post was the post equivalent to Secretary in Government of India. So after retirement, I established Gurbachan Singh Foundation for Research, Education and Development. It is at Karnal near Delhi. The basic objective was to continue my research in my interest in research and academics. But we are doing, there is that skill and entrepreneurship development in unemployed rural youth, farmers, school students, and linking farmers with the agricultural technologies and innovations at the grassroots level. So we have established different models. One is, which is very popular, integrated farming system model, where we have combined fisheries, dairy, horticulture, poultry, goats, everything, and also energy is generated at the site so that the small farmers who are having less than a hectare land, 2.5 acres, they can earn their livelihood. Second, what we are doing there is producing climate smart varieties, high yielding variety seeds. We have a processing plant and giving to the farmers for multiplication in small kits. Thirdly, we are doing soil and water and climate resilient technology so that one technology can solve the present problems of agriculture in the country. So we organize farmers fairs every year. Lot of farmers are attached to us. We are seeking for even collaborations with within the country and outside. We will talk about that. And lastly, we invite students, school students, because farmer sons are not coming to agriculture just to make awareness at the school level so that they should have interest in agriculture. So those are the activities which we are conducting at present.
Impressive. A lot of activities. Thank you. Now, I will ask questions that I have prepared for specific panelists, but you're welcome to add any of your thoughts in case you also want to add anything or you're working on something in injunctions to the questions. So my first question would be to Ms. Farah on your work with Gracia Group. It emphasizing changing mindset and also it emphasizes empowering communities, especially women in agriculture as far as I saw. How do you integrate the concept of farming for health instead of just production for volumes? How do you actually emphasizing the health aspect and the aspect of changing mindset when you're working with agriculture? Please tell us more, because obviously your company is working towards so many different initiatives.
First of all, if we're gonna look at agriculture as production, every single year we have less productive farms. Because now people are not interested in investing in farms anymore. It's a hard work, it's a climate challenge, it's a capex challenge, it's a lot of things. I have heard from one student from Iowa University who visited our farm that he thought farmers are poor. But when he saw our farm in Abu Dhabi, he has shifted the way he looked at farms, and he thought, as a student, he can be a farmer. So now we don't call ourselves farmers anymore. We call ourselves agripreneurs. We are entrepreneurs.
I love it.
In agriculture to sustain the business and how we perceive agriculture. Looking at women, so one of the core business that we do in Gracia Group is the training center, is education. Because if we don't educate, we will never make or impact the change in our country. So education for us is mandatory and vital. If we're looking for a futuristic farm with futuristic ideas, with AI, with tech, we need to educate our kids, the students, what is farming? What is farming nowadays? And can they be farmers or agripreneurs in the future? And we have one missing sector, are the women. Women before, they were the farmers. But the value chain, the companies, you know, the food, big chain companies, they have put us away from this sector, and they told the women, go back, we will do the work. So if we educate one woman on food production at her house, we change the whole family. We change the food that the man is eating, her husband. We change the food that her kids are eating. We change the whole family, neighbors, community. So for us, it's very important to educate women because she is the change. So educating about health and how we perceive production as health, where do food come from? Farms. All the raw materials come from farms. So real food is health. And this is where they are pushing us a little bit away to not think as the real food is health. And how do we connect mind, body, and soul? So in the farms themselves and nature, we heal. We heal in nature. So imagine we are healing, we are eating healthy food, and we are moving through the farming practices and activities. This is why our grandmas and ancestors, they lived very long life with no diseases at all. So this is how we perceive farming and agriculture, and the women empowerment, especially in farming, how we are leading women in UAE to be agripreneurs and start making her own jam at home, her own pickles at home, drying mint, drying parsley, start creating Emirati brands to put it in the market and let our kids at least eat food that we know where is it coming from.
That was a really good point on agripreneurship and on shifting the mindset of people who work in this industry. Now, you've mentioned a lot of effort that you're putting towards educating women. Can you name any specific programs that you run, or how can women in this room, or maybe women who are listening online, how can they connect to the program, or where should they go?
Okay, so our training center is in the farm itself. We are the first farm around the world that has a training center in the farm. Where do they find us? On digital platforms, on social media, or following certain trainings that we lead. We have led a lot of training with women councils, with Ma'an entity in Abu Dhabi, with a lot of communities like home farming. And plus, we get a lot of delegations from other countries. There are a lot of women who wants to farm, but they don't know where to start. And this is the key role of what we do, is to help them with where they can start. They shouldn't be doing highly production. If they can just eat and feed the neighbor next door, that's enough.
That's already the change.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Ahmed, on your plantation, do you have any similar educational projects or initiatives that you carry on?
Yes, actually, I forgot to tell you, we are also in education and we give workshop. For example, now we are invited for the fourth year in Al Husn Festival in Abu Dhabi for 2 weeks. We give a workshop for the young. Like we give them theoretical and practical practice of the agriculture. Also, school. Also, we go to school. We visit school, and school also they visit us. So that's part of our job as education. Yes.
And do you see that this educational arm and educational projects that you carry on, is this going to be the main focus for you in the coming years, or is this something that will always be adjacent and always be just, a supplement or support to your main operations in the plantation?
Well, actually, main is support, because we do also experiment. We bring plants from all over the world, and I forgot to tell you, in a few years we'll have the first botanical farm in Fujairah. We have most of the plants you think of, like the cacao, the avocado, all the nuts. We have the spices from India. So I bring plants from all over the world, from the 3 continents, and they are doing fine with just normal, no cooling system, nothing. So we'll have the sustainability. We have using the solar power. And I think education part of it, because we encourage the young generation to focus on plants, because that's the food for the population is growing. So we need to feed them. They need food. So they have to do more in agriculture. And if you see now the agriculture, the land are listening, because there's lots of building coming on. So we have lesser. So that's now they have the vertical farming. They have different kind. So education is very important for us, and supporting our way.
And you mentioned that you've been experimenting with plants from every corner of the world, and I've seen the work that you're doing online in your plantation. It's really impressive. Now, what have your experiments taught you in terms of plant resilience and in terms of soil health when you're bringing plants from all over the world and you're trying to adapt them to these conditions of this arid climate? What are some learnings that you have experienced?
Yeah, see, actually farming is just family business. We grow up and we used to eat from what we grow before. And unfortunately now people are busy, and maybe they're getting the food from all over the world. So they say they are lazy to grow anything. So if we see the 3 main pillars of any agriculture, which is the water, okay? Water should be fresh. And one thing people, they don't know, that's anyway, because in summertime, we have the problem only summertime. The ground is very hot, the climate is very hot, and we give the plants hot water, because where they store the water in plastic tanks. And if you see here the plastic tanks, even at midnight, it's still hot, warm, the water. So for me, I have just techniques which is doesn't need that cost. Only we have the cement water tank covered and also plants around it, and we have fish inside. So this will give also fertilizer. That's for the water. So if you come to my farm, you will see even in the mid of the summer, like at 2 or 12, the water is cool. Yes, it's cool without any cooling system. I tried everything. I tried before to put AC inside the water to cool it, but now I think it's not sustainable and costly. Also, I've tried a greenhouse with cooling system. I think they're using Gracia, but for me that still is not sustainable because it's costly, and especially for us as a business, it's costly and not sustainable. So I cancelled that one, and I have only shade. So that's what we do for the second. First, we said the water. Second, the climate. I make the climate because I bring plants from all over the world. So each plant has different kind of needs. But I adapt for them ideal model to grow everything, all kind. So I have the shaded system, and I have the also artificial rain. When it's really get too much hot, I open the artificial rain with just less cost, so that will cool the climate for my plants. Also, the third one, very important, why we are talking about today, the soil. Most of the people, they think soil is just science. No, for me, it's a living thing. The soil is a living thing. It needs oxygen. It needs to feed them, because there's like bacteria, good bacteria. Also, there's like the earthworm, so that will make it good soil. And for the soil, we because in UAE we have maybe more than 70% of our soil is sands, okay. And we have in Fujairah and Ras Al Khaimah stony soil. Also, we have the clay soil. So for me, I import the cocoa beet. Maybe most of you the cocoa beet. We do the composting. So with that one, I do really like ideal and model soil to fit most of the plant. I cannot say all, but most of them. Then I add here and there for some special plants. So that's, and also it will cool like the cocoa beet, which is the shell of the coconut. It cool the ground, and also it make it always moisturize. It make it good for the plants. So now these are three pillars for me: the water, the fresh water, the soil, and the climate. I tried to do all this in just natural way. So all I have you will see I have the cacao, and also I produce the plants of the cacao, because for me it's easier to bring the fruits. I imported the fruits from Uganda, then I planted the seeds. And also the avocado the same. Then I try to graft some of them, So I planted, we planted the mother plants. Now this botanical farm, we have mother plants. For example, there are more than 1,000 of varieties of mangoes, but in Fujairah itself, maybe we have more than 150 varieties of mango from all over the world, from Asia, from Africa. So what we do now, really, we bring the cutting from outside, and we graft it in the local mango, so it will be more strong, because the local lemon, for example, very strong. Then I can graft any citrus on the top, like I can have orange, anything on the top of this. So that's also grafting techniques we use. It's really makes things for us easier, and for the plants we bring from abroad to adapt this weather.
So you mentioned that soil is a living creature, a living thing. I really like this this observation, and I agree. And I want to, continuing this idea, to give the word to Mr. Bhaskar on his experience. So with your experience as an agriculture consultant with bridging soil-based systems and controlled environment agriculture, how do you see the role of soil health evolving in this arid climates, indoor farms and vertical farms? Is soil still relevant, or is the paradigm shifts to soil-less farming more?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. To reply to that question, I'll have to walk you through the whole journey, which I started in 2000. I'm a hardcore grower, basically an agronomist. When I landed up here in 2000 in the GCC, my first stint was in Kuwait. It was more of a farm that is cultivating some sort of date palms and a few vegetable crops here and there, very scattered. And that is being nurtured or looked after by zero-skilled workers. So then on it evolved in such a way that slowly, in the last 8 to 10 years, maybe after the COVID, these farms started picking up growing crops that could be fed to their families or to their extended families. So that was the shift, a big paradigm shift that happened just because of the COVID. And then it took a complete, a very nice projectile that now farms are looking at, there are 3 types basically. When you're talking about farms, it is like an open field farm which involves soil cultivation. It also has an controlled environment agriculture, greenhouse, polyhouse farms, whereby they're doing both hydroponics and also soil. And in that hydroponics, it is basically passive hydroponics, that is coco peat or any other substrate media is being used as a growing substrate. Then you have vertical farms, and vertical farms do feed only, say, a little part of the whole supply chain. But when you're talking of the major crops, we talk about growing vegetables and fruit trees, and that's solely being done in bigger areas in the soil. The soil is the major factor, and as we speak, we're talking about the food security which has been published, or which the policy has made in 2051. We need to have a very safe, nutritious and affordable food for everybody. So when you talk of safe, when you talk of nutritious and affordable, we have to look into the soil. Without developing the soil and without taking care of the soil and its microbiome, we are not able to produce the best of the best healthy, nutritious food, which is also affordable. So when you talk of affordability, you talk about putting in a lot of inorganic fertilizers into the soil, thus depleting the soil structure, and reducing the soil microbiome activity, and also trying to do some sort of cultivation which in the long run will reduce your productivity and yields. So then comes in the soil reclamation or soil amendment, which I'm taking care of nowadays, is basically to improve the soil condition, at least the topsoil, and to reduce seepage into the water table with all the fertilizers and chemicals. So that's where the focus lies when you're talking about soil health and food.
I agree, and to add to this, I can share that we at Greeneration, at the vertical farm in Dubai, we have shifted to soilless production completely, because as a controlled environment indoors vertical farm, a farm that caters to chefs, first and foremost, to HoReCa, we understand that soil for us brings an element of dirt when we sell the final product to the chef, and obviously the chef wants to serve the product right away without cleaning, without using water, without potentially damaging a very fragile leaf or an edible flower. So that's why for us we have shifted towards the soilless farming and make it more of a precision farming approach so that we can control more in terms of the fertilizers and the medium in which the seed grows. But I agree with your point on obviously open fields and fruits and having really nutritious foods thanks to the soil.
Sure. See, when you're talking about nutrition, nutrition is not a subject matter of any dietary condition, or it's not the subject of a dietitian. Nutrition comes from the soil. So if you're feeding the best of the best, as Doctor was mentioning, the best of the best feed to the population, it has to come from the soil, because the soil will have that sort of microorganisms that will help in boosting up your micronutrients availability to the crop. Otherwise, we'll have only those NPKs which are available to the crop, and people do that. Usually, what they do is, they mix up the soil with some sort of organic matter, which is basically some sort of compost, and then they put in a lot of basal dressing of phosphates the SSP or DAP, what they call the phosphatic fertilizers for root development. And then it goes into some sort of sowing or transplanting, and then apply those NPKs and ureas, and that's it. So, but because the soil doesn't hold that much of, it doesn't have that water retention capacity, it's an alkaline soil, it's a sodic soil. So all these nutrients that are being put from the top are being seeped into the water table. That's what I was trying to say. And then there is no availability of that particular nutrient to the plant because it doesn't have that particular microbiome to break down those nutrients to make it available to the plant. So that's where soil health comes in, and it's very important.
So building up on this, I want to address Dr. Gurbashan on the soil health questions. So your long-standing research shows that soil and water health are central to resilient systems. How do you define soil health in practice? What are the metrics that you're looking at?
I think we use the soil around the world for last 50 years very scientifically. What we wanted, we produced at the cost of soil, water, biodiversity, and the change in climate. Now, this era has come when we need to regenerate our natural resources of soil, water, biodiversity, air quality to that level. For that, we are doing a lot of work at our research firm. One thing is that if we see to the local, we need to look the soil in a different way. We have above ground our plants. Some root crops are in the root zone. So now we have to manage the nutrition, the water, everything taking into consideration. The above ground we have the plants, then we have 2 feet root zone, and before 2 feet we have the other soil. So all these things we will have to monitor together to maintain the soil productivity, soil fertility in the near future. What we have started, one I have said the integrated farming system model, which we have developed, and it is being upscaled. We have integrated all kind of livestock to get organic manure at the farm, so that we can meet the need of the soil of our farm by either integrated farming, chemical, manures, and biological. We are working on that. So we have seen that we could, in last 7-8 years, we have reduced the chemical use of fertilizers, pesticides, all this to almost 50%. This is what we need to have in the future agriculture. We can talk organic or natural farming system. Second problem overall, how to reuse the residues generated at the farm level. In India, lot of rice wheat area, the residues are being burnt. The air quality remains much above up to Delhi and all that area. That is a very serious problem. But we have developed another model. For example, wheat crop, that is an area which is the food bowl of the country, Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, the northern part of the country. Now we are planting wheat on the bunds and put all rice residue which is burnt in the channels. That serves the purpose of, I say, killing 5 birds with 1 stone. So when we are adding for 5-6 years the residue in the channels, that is a reclaimed sodic soil. Only 45 centimeter upper layer has the organic matter, but the lower it is almost absent because still it is very high salts, pH more than 9.5. So this we could reclaim and build organic carbon and regenerate the microbes. Now you can find the earthworms when we are adding so much farm residues at the farm. At the same time, when we put residue we are keeping the soil covered, we can solve the problem of weeds, which is another very common. So some of the lessons what we have learned, we need to keep our soil always covered with any kind of vegetation, maybe the grasses, maybe the trees. This is two. Third point is we need to integrate trees, maybe the fruit trees, with crops. Mainly if we can add leguminous trees, the distance may be the farmer choice. He can put on the boundaries, he can put at any spacing. So whatever leaf fall will take place, we are able to build the organic carbon. Otherwise, building organic matter, organic carbon, where the temperature go up to 45 degrees centigrade, you cannot maintain it, get decomposed. So that is the third kind of thing. Fourth one is that we need to have a crop rotation where we must include leguminous crops within a year between two cereal crops. So that is otherwise, or some kind of green manuring by Tasmania or those kind of issues. We are trying all those things, but I can say it is possible to regenerate our soils yearly with this kind of integration of chemical, non-chemical, biological kind of things, and the biological nitrogen fixation is also very important. So this is what kind of efforts we have.
This is really insightful. And do you see farmers actually adopting these principles?
You are very right. Actually, at our farm, farmers from the adjoining states, 7-8 states, they are linked with us. Every year, we organize 2 Kisan fairs, one during Rabi season, another during Kharif season. 2 seasons. But you know, the farmer visits the research centers for quality seeds. That's why we have started producing seeds of new varieties. They come to have the seeds of those varieties, even the quality planting material. We have the opportunity to interact with them and show these kind of innovations to them. I am happy to share that the young generation, the young farmers, they have started following these models, but I have said putting wheat on the burnt. Another problem in that area is our groundwater is depleting. Every year the groundwater is declining at the rate of half a meter. So we need to have the irrigation technologies. So in this way, this technology helps us to save 30% irrigation water. Many farmers have started doing this. Now the crux of the most important is because everybody is present. In South Asia, even all this, the 80% farmers cultivate less than 2 hectares of land, 5 acres. Even 50% less than 1 hectare, 2.5 acres. So only solution is to integrated livestock, trees, horticulture, everything along with crops, so that we can double his farmer's income, we can reduce his cost of cultivation. We could reduce by 70%. When you can generate the manure, we are making compost. So these are the kind of initiatives we are taking.
Can I add on?
Sure. Please.
The latest studies showed the soil health. I want to thank Doctor for all his work. But just imagine the soil in India and the soil in UAE. That's a lot of work that we have to have in UAE. We don't have soil, we have sand. So the work that farmers have here cannot be compared to a fertile land already. So the latest study have connected the soil health with our health. Because the soil, like you said, doctor, it has a microbiome. And what do we have in our gut? Microbiome.
Exactly.
So it's the healthy bacteria that comes through the plants that we eat and sits in our gut. And as much as we have healthy bacteria, as much as we have high immune system and health, we will be more healthy just from the soil bacteria. And the thing that you said, Daria, about shifting to soilless, yes. I know it's not the same, cannot be compared to organic, but the demand is very high. And like you said, some requirement, and especially here in UAE, you have to go to hydroponic or aquaponic or aeroponic just to make sure that we have food in the market.
That's a very good point. And to build on this practical insight into the Emirates market, as you mentioned, so at Gracio's group, you have this farming 360 approach, right? That integrates, as far as I know, and tech and education, wellness and tourism, and even media. So how does this ecosystem translate into tangible farming principles for your farmers, or maybe for the farmers who influence around the UAE?
Okay, so the comprehensive model that we have created, we don't work alone. Okay, so we work with a lot of governmental entities, we work with a lot of association and NGOs, and we work with a lot of successful people like Bu Khalifa, Wadi Dafta, because we believe that having such successful stories in UAE, imagine we can plant all the plants in UAE. And not only planting all the plants, imagine we can have farmers and farms dedicated, for example, to cacao production. So how do they plant the cacao tree, and how do they process it, and how do they make it a ready product in the market? So when we look at agriculture, and especially for farmers, we don't look at, okay, we will plant some vegetables, some tomato and cucumber, and that's it. We look at the whole value chain and what is missing in our country, because we can never compare agriculture to one country and another. This is very difficult. Every country has their own challenges. Plus, what we have added to Gracia Group is the Association for Agriculture that our CEO is leading as well. So it's a community for farmers where everything new, every new tech that we believe that will support the farmers in the prices, in the production, in scaling up a little bit the farming practices that we are doing. We share it with them, we train them. Of course, we cannot forget the governmental entities like MOCA, like ADAFSA, like Khalifa Fund. We have a lot of supporters anyway, a lot. So what do we need? We need some support, we need some training. We need to collaborate. This is, I think, the key word that everyone needs to believe, that collaboration in our industry has never been a competitive thing. If we do not collaborate as food production sector, we will not reach the food security any year soon. Inshallah, we will, but this is a collaboration, mandatory thing to think how we can work together.
For sure, and I invite you to our farm, to Greeneration as well, to come and see and maybe come up with a collaboration idea in the future. And giving a word to Mr. Ahmed, you mentioned that your plantation integrates a lot of techniques like grafting and like organic composting and fish water fertilization. And you've almost built like, you know, a laboratory for plants from all over the world. What difficulties did you encounter when building such a plantation and with like adapting the trees, and not only trees, like the plants, to the daily life of the UAE's, you know, the sand and the arid environment and the climate that we have here? So what was the difficulty, not only for the plants, but also for you as the agripreneur, building this and maintaining this, and maybe what advice can you give to the farmers in the UAE that want to pursue this path as well?
Always there are many challenges in any business. So of course in the start we had lots of challenges because it's my passion. So I wanted to bring plants. Of course we didn't neglect the local plants, and we went to the mountains, we get some medicinal plant, and we produced from these plants. So we have first we took care of our own local plant, then we tried with other plants. So always as experimental, you have challenges like you need a greenhouse, as I mentioned before, and I built it actually. It was costly, of course, to build a greenhouse with maintenance, and especially when you are in business, the electricity is double, I think. I don't know in Abu Dhabi. always is more expensive. But for local farmer, they have like your own farm, they have they give discount in the government. But for business, still business, so always expensive. So I canceled that one. I did just the normal shaded area, which works really naturally and sustainable. Also regarding the water, first I bought the AC. I brought the AC man to fix and to cool the water tank. So also that was costly. So I canceled. There's always a cost. So now we have the cement and this only one time cost. So all this cost, but as you do experimental, always you face cost. Bringing plants from all over the world is really costly. And sometimes, imagine I go, for example, in India and I see rare plants. It's very expensive to bring it here and to buy it. It's not, it's very expensive, and it will die first time. Then I bring it from another country again, and I keep trying. I will never give up until I have everything with me. So I'm still, and still there's cost, and also this also sponsored only by myself. So I started first a small nursery, and how I started was just as a hobby, just to make the license to make it easier for me to import plants from all over the world. Because I used to bring in my bag when I travel, when I was in healthcare, I was traveling a lot to conferences, different countries, so I used to bring in my bags. Of course, without soil, because soil is not allowed in the airport. I used to bring seeds and like this. So I started 2018 to get the license. I started importing plants from all over the world. So that's introduced new plants to UAE, and like the cashew, the pistachio, cacao, avocado, everything you imagine I have it. Medicinal plant, everything. So most of them, they are working fine. So now, and we encourage the young people to do, but they have to start where we ended. They don't need to go back and do the greenhouses with cooling system, which is costly. They can come and show them. I'm doing this also to show them how the feasible way to do it, which is effective way and very cheap. Just natural, because you need sustainability. If the example, the electricity cut off, I will not have problem because I'm not, And also, by the way, I'm using solar power on my farm. Yeah, so I'm using compost and all organic. I'm not using any chemical, because chemical, as we mentioned, it will destroy the health of the soil and it will destroy the health of the people, because we eat from this plant. So it's all related to each other. So we have to take care, and not, for me, even a small percentage, I see it as if we can do it without chemical, and for also the pesticides, because we have insects. I brought all the birds that we have, the ducks, the swans, the peacocks, the chicken everywhere, so that will reduce the insects, the diseases, yes.
Well, as someone who also works in a farm, I really resonate with your cost-cutting approach, because this is such a capital-intensive industry, and to really make it work, you should be experimental and innovative with the techniques and with cutting costs. So, giving the word to Mr. Bhaskar, in the Middle East, and we're continuing talking about the reality of our Middle Eastern agriculture. In the Middle East, you have encountered, as far as I understand, unique challenges of climate, obviously, and water and infrastructure. And can you please share some of the successful stories of maybe your agricultural consultancy practice, of integrating this regenerative practices into commercial farms here? Did you see any commercially successful farms that integrate the novel regenerative practices for soil health and for water health, and ultimately for the food security?
Yeah, thank you. See, let me get you some brief background of that. It's the food security policy of the UAE government emphasizes on nutritional security. So I term the word nutritional security because they're saying they have to provide nutritious food. So to provide nutritious food, my point again gets back again and again to the soil health. So once you talk about nutritional security, you talk about feeding the soil with nutrient that the soil needs, not the NPKs or the fertilizers. So in this part of the world, people usually have been doing, and from the beginning, is there is no practice of doing a soil test. So there is no soil test that is being mandatory for most of the farms, except if they are doing some sort of GAP certifications. Otherwise, in general, they are not doing any sort of soil testing, and they do not know what the soil contains. So they just add, as per the schedule, some sort of nutrients into the soil and some compost. And so they are further deteriorating the soil structure. In fact, they are spoiling the soil health. So the soil testing is one of the major concerns, and it has to be mandatory for oil for all over the region, especially in the GCC. That's number one. And for success stories, yes, there is a change. Yes, people are getting aware, because when you're talking about inorganic nutrients, so first year, second year, third year, you may be having a very good yield. But as and when your soil gets depleted, as doctors were saying, that the productivity falls. So once the productivity falls, I've been working in the grassroots. So I know I've been seeing, and even you can resonate with that, that whenever there is a reduction in the yield for the crop, it's because of the soil health, which some of the decision makers do not understand. They say, okay, change the farm manager. Yeah, it's because we need some other agronomist who was giving us in the beginning, X kilos per square meter, and now it has fallen down. So that concept has come in such a way that, you keep changing your skills, you keep changing the people you have employed who are already developed the skills of handling the soil or the crop, and then you get into some other after the fourth or the fifth year once you have your productivity depleted. So to avoid all these issues, we need to get into some sort of, I'm not talking of a complete regenerative practice, which is the best, but to have some sort of add-ons to your growing facility. It could be CEA, it could be open fields, it could be net houses, it could be indoors, to have some sort of soil microbiome developed, first of all. To develop that, you need to have very good OM, very good OC, very good, you could say CEC and carbon nitrogen ratio. So all these parameters of soil health have to be considered with seriousness. So once all these parameters are considered with seriousness, then you have a better crop. So to have the better crop, we get into some sort of new technologies that are coming up in terms of, bioorganic stimulants, biopesticides and all that. So that is being used in a big way in most of the farms. But the basic structure of the soil has to be improved, which is still a little bit of a challenge in most of the farms. But yes, there are farms who are adapting this technology. They're trying to blend both the technologies in terms of using organic certified nutrients also, apart from the organic stuff which is being circulated in the industry. And one more last point is, the organic matter or the organic compost that is being used all over here is, there are 3-4 types. One which is completely something like a dry livestock waste. The other one is a heat-treated waste. So looking at the costs of both of these, the farms try to incorporate the dry stuff, which doesn't have that much of value in terms of nutrients. It also has lots of weed seeds in it. It also has lots of pathogens in it. So when you talk of heat-treated manures, then you have all this reduced, and you help in improving your soil and your productivity, because if you have weeds, all your nutrients will be depleted. Then again, you have pathogens which get into your food system. It could be, all this E. coli and salmonella. So these are the few parameters, and people are getting aware. People are working towards it. And we as ground workers are trying to push the point through and trying to serve the country with good nutritious food. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, and I'm glad to see a lot of success in this. And closing off, I'm giving the word to Doctor again. Doctor, I have this maybe overarching bigger question that would be great to, I think, close off the panel and also listen to other opinions of the panelists here, which is, what would you prioritize in improving the farm-to-fork chain in the UAE in general? So we have talked about many ways today and practices today that we can use both in the soil health and in the regenerative practices and even in the education that can help the overall agriculture and sustainability in the UAE. But in your opinion, in your opinion, what would you prioritize as the first step in improving the farm-to-fork chain?
Thank you very much. First, I will, you raised one very valuable comment that soil-less agriculture. These are the new innovations, have lot of scope, but can now never be considered an alternative to soil-based agriculture. We will have to. This can be only for low volume, high price crops, which we can prioritize for soil-less efforts, because our experience is also this, the companies can take this kind of initiative, but at the farmers level, there are some. Second, otherwise, what my colleague said, the population needs healthy food, because we are facing number of problems related to food, starting with milk. Even in India, 70% is artificial, or the kind of milk which we are, even the kind of, when we talk about paneer and those kind of. Now, so second, you said that for UAE, I said in the morning, anywhere in the world where we have aridity or dry land, we will have to depend upon perennials, so that our land should always be remain covered. There are plants which can give food security. The alternate crops, I talked about edible cactus. You know, maybe 20 countries, their economy in the dry areas, because they have the capacity to grow in the hottest temperatures. For example, genus Prosopis, it has been exploited. You will find here also around in whole of the desert, the Prosopis trees. Nature has given us those plants to deal with this situation. But we are doing something which nature has given. Our emphasis should be to improve those. You know, now from Prosopis, you can make ice cream from its pods, the animal feed, all kind of the furniture, everything. Second is edible cactus, as a fruit, as a forage, as a medicinal, as energy, all kind of. In the West, as I said, the FAO put me as a coordinator. They have a net on edible cactus as a coordinator for West Asia. We did some work in this part of the, and that is another. Thirdly, we will have to use each drop of rainwater. Our system should be, for example, few months back, Dubai was all a lot of rain, and that water, where that water has gone. We need to have a system to store that water. Wherever it falls, in the farmer's field, we made a plan in India that let every drop of water, every 10-15 acres, the farmers, government is giving subsidy, so that they can have their either ponds or they can put some recharge structures when heavy rain occurs. So then it can be stored, and when there is a drought, it can be utilized. So we will have to now look for long-term planning, not the kind of what we were doing, little change, because we have to make our agriculture climate smart. So trees, wherever we can plant, the grasses are there. We need to work on those issues. The only last word what I want to say is, individually, lot of good things are happening. There are success stories. Out of this meeting, let us make some kind of collaborative efforts wherever possible. And the strength of one place, we can put that strength in other situations. That is the only solution which I have learned 40 years my professional career, that we have to work together. And work together, multidisciplinary, farmer participatory, problem solving. Now we should not work that this whole of the Dubai area we can do one thing, location specific. These may be a lakh hectare will have different technology, this will need another. So whenever we make planning, we should make location specific planning. Otherwise, for the whole country, in India also, they will make a whole country one plan. It can never work. then the farmers, the big farmers can take advantage of some policy, small farmers cannot. So this is the kind of message I want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. To close off, maybe anyone else wants to add a couple of finishing lines on.
One finishing line, I just wanted to say, we were talking about alternative to soil, like hydroponics. Yeah, hydroponics is still in the very nascent stage, even now. We have crops limited to hydroponic cultivation, especially vegetable crops and some berries. But you're talking of food security, you're talking of cereals, pulses, and oilseeds. So these three categories is not being done still now in hydroponics, it's in the open fields. So there lies the strength of the soil, the strength of feeding the world through these three major crops all over the world is like cereals, pulses, oilseeds. So these crops are still being grown and cultivated on large scale in the soil. So guys, it's time to feed the soil.
Thank you. One more, please.
One more closure. I just want to spread a message among everyone. Maybe not everyone is in the farming sector or farmers or agriculture. And they will say, okay, that's not my worry. Let them do their own production. I'm worrying about something else in my company. Agriculture is not only for farmers. If we lack for vitamin D, there is the sun. If we had tummy ache, I remember my grandma gave us this special leaves from the tree that we drink for our tummy ache. Agriculture is our life. So we don't look at it as food production and this is the farmer job. It's everyone's job to be part of the farming world.
Exactly. And on this note, we close the panel. Thank you so much, dear panelists. I think it was really insightful, and we have talked about some practicalities in terms of sustainable agriculture, and I hope everyone today walks away with a new idea. Thank you, and have a great day.
Okay, a round of applause, everybody. Thanks very much. Good panel. Thank you. Very nice. Brilliant. Yet another world-class panel and conversation for the day. Goodness gracious, I think we'll all sleep well tonight with the amount of information that we've got to consume. Okay, moving right along before the afternoon coffee break, and that is a technical session, and this is the future-proofing of our systems, robotic resistance and livestock management. Conjures up all sorts of thoughts. Robots, Elon Musk, and everybody else who are doing robots. This is going to be Dr. Elango and Dean Veterinary College of Research Institute of India, smart tracking of no, you can explain it, resistance in livestock landscapes. Thanks. Good to see you. And you're going to fully explain what that title is, all right? Hold on. You've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. A few minutes longer.
Very good afternoon to each and everyone present here. I'm Dr. Elango from India. My original state is Tamil Nadu, which is in the southernmost part of India. I come from a college by name Veterinary College and Research Institute, which comes under the aegis of the renowned Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. Since morning, we have been witnessing very many talks on very many domains of One Health, and my talk will be on the very issue which sits at the intersection of human health, animal health, and farming efficiency. The title is Prudent Use of Antimicrobials in Livestock and Poultry and Their Alternatives. As this gathering is of heterogeneous nature, let me give an overview about the antibiotics, antimicrobials. So antimicrobial is a term, is a broad umbrella term which, under which we have antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, antiparasites, and so on and so forth. And the world is witnessing resistance. We have been, human beings, taking very many antibiotics for very many ailments. A good old saying is that if it is of viral nature, we should not take, there is no need to take antibiotics. The good old saying is that if you are suffering from cold, if you take antibiotics, it will last for a week. If you don't take antibiotics, it will last for 7 days. What I mean to say is that even if you don't take antibiotics, the cold will get cured on its own. So, but the thing is that the Asian people, especially in lower middle income countries and middle income countries, we have been taking antibiotics very unjudiciously, improperly, with a lower dosage. The antibiotics, when it was discovered, it was not discovered only for human medicine. The antibiotics which are being used in human medicine are being used in livestock and poultry as well. So because of that, because of the improper usage and non-judicious usage of antibiotics, we have been facing a crisis by name AMR, antimicrobial resistance. So because of that, even if you take antibiotics, the ailment will not get cured. The doctor will prescribe first a broad spectrum antibiotic, then he will switch over to another antibiotics, so the cost will be escalating enormously in terms of hospital cost. So in the subsequent slides, I will be explaining about the ways by which we can cut the cost and how to reduce the antibiotics and what are the alternatives in One Health perspective. So antimicrobial resistance, it's being termed as a silent killer, and it seems that 5 people are dying globally in every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, we encounter a fatality of 2 persons globally. And around 1.27 million deaths are being encountered per year globally. And when you talk in terms of the GDP loss, and this is going to be about $2 trillion by year 2050. The WHO predicts that there will be a death of around 10 million people by 2050 every year if we don't address this issue. 10 million people will be dying per year by 2050 onwards because of the antimicrobial resistance alone. So the total cost, in terms of GDP is being given here for 5 major economies. So as I told you that for 2015, around 700,000 deaths were encountered, and the projected is like 10 million. So this, again, as I told you some time back, it can be called as a silent pandemic. It is not in the foresight. We are facing it. We are facing this antimicrobial resistance crisis at the plain sight. And what are the drivers for the usage of antimicrobials on livestock and poultry? Thing is that we have been facing a huge burgeoning population which needs to, for them, we need to feed protein. The entire world one day will probably depend on livestock-based foods like milk, meat, and egg. So because of the need for protein, the farmers, especially livestock farmers and poultry owners, are trying for intensive practices. If you start doing intensive practices, the amount of the antibiotics which is being used as antibiotic growth promoter, AGP, will be more. If the antibiotics are used in a lump sum, and there will be a pressure that then it will result in establishment of very many antibiotic resistant genes in the system, in the whole food chain. And obviously, because of the population, as of now, the population of the whole world is around 8.2 billion, and because of that, the land is also shrinking day by day. And for that to feed, as I told you, to feed those burgeoning population, we need to increase the protein. So because of that, that the intensive farming activities is being practiced on the whole world. And especially in poultry, the antibiotics are used as I told you, growth promoter, and also it is being used for prophylaxis and also being used for therapeutic dosages. And this slide gives a rough statistics on the usage of the antibiotics in animals. The global antimicrobial usage in livestock was around 99,000 tons in 2020. It is projected to increase by 8% by 2030. And Asia consumed the majority of antimicrobials in 2020. Almost 59% of the whole usage of antimicrobials are in Asia, and in which China used almost 56% of the total usage. It is expected to increase by 10.3% by 2030. These countries, these are all the 5 countries which are the most highly consumed antimicrobials as per the statistics in 2020. China, Brazil, India, United States, and Australia. Together, these 5 countries contribute about 50%, 58% of the global antimicrobial usage. When you see that table, this table, this is a projected growth rate of antimicrobial usage. The human use alone is contributing about 24.5%, whereas the terrestrial food producing animals are going to consume about 73.7%. Almost 3/4 of the percentage of the total usage of antibiotics are being used in animals, in livestock and poultry sector, whereas only 25% is being used in human health care. And this slide gives us the trends of antimicrobial usage. For example, in one paper, it is given as 243.3 milligram of antibiotics used to produce 1 kilogram of meat. Likewise, in the case of pork, it is 173.1 milligram of antibiotics per kg of meat, and in the case of beef, it is 59.6 milligram, and in the case of poultry, it is 35.4 milligram. So in livestock, the most commonly used antimicrobial is tetracycline, and which was 33,000 tons in 2020, is expected to increase by 9% by 2030. And similarly, in agriculture also, it seems that the antibiotics are being used in South Asian countries. As per the latest statistics available in 2020, 63 tons of streptomycin and 7 tons of tetracycline are sprayed on the rice crop annually in Southeast Asia alone. So in this, the staples like rice, potato, and tomato are in the top 10 categories of the list. Thing is that if the antibiotics are used along with the agrochemicals, the resistance will be increased by 1 lakh times faster when it is used alone. So if it is used in conjunction with the agrochemicals, the development of resistance will be faster by 1 lakh times. And similarly, in the case of aquaculture, as per the 2017 statistics, around 10,000 tons were used. In 2017, Asia-Pacific regions accounted for 93.8% of the global consumption. In China, around 55.9% is projected in 2030. In India, only 11.3%. It seems that it will remain unchanged in 2030. In Indonesia, 8.6%, and it is projected to increase by 10% by 2030. Similarly, like Africa and Europe, the statistics are given, but of course, in a smaller level. So in global antimicrobial consumption is projected to rise by 33% to 13,600 tons by 2030. The countries with the largest projected relative increase in consumption from 2017 to 2030 will be Brazil, which will account for about 94% increase, Saudi Arabia 77%, and Australia, Russia, and Indonesia 61%, 59%, and 50% respectively. This is an important slide wherein it gives a picture about the antimicrobial resistance web. When you zoom in the slide, in the center is a livestock farm. If the antibiotics are used, and obviously antibiotics are being used, and from the livestock farm, all the antibiotics ingested by animals are not metabolized. Almost 70% will be excreted through the manure, through the dung. The dung will be applied for the field in agriculture. So from there, it will go with the runoff, it will enter into the water bodies, and it will contaminate the soil. So the antibiotic resistance genes which are present in the dung will go and will survive all over the soil and in the entire ecosystem. Similarly, not only that, it will the birds will be coming and they will be taking water, and they'll just to fly to far off places. They'll be acting as global couriers to transmit the transmissible the antibiotic resistant genes to far off places. So likewise, the landfill and one more thing is that the effluent treatment and the pharmacological pharma units and other waste treatment has to be given effectively in order to minimize the contamination of soil. Our panelists, they stressed the importance of maintaining soil health because it feeds the entire human society. So before discarding it, whether it is from a pharma waste or from a animal husbandry, livestock farm waste or a poultry waste, if it is decontaminated, the thing is that if it is pulled and burnt, the contamination level will get decreased, and that way we can reduce the transmission of the antimicrobial resistance genes. That way we can decrease the AMR percentage. So we need to intervene in each and every step of this chain in order to break or disrupt this chain so that we can have a healthier society. And the causes for the development of antimicrobial resistance is, as I told you some time back, overuse or misuse of antibiotics. In countries like India, we don't have strict regulations. Over the counter, we can have any kind of antibiotics for that matter without even a prescription. Likewise, persistent residues in animal products like milk and meat, we have residues, antibiotic residues. We have antibiotic resistant genes also. We have done some investigations in laboratory. I'll just show it in the subsequent slides. And poor sanitary conditions, lack of awareness and usage of the medicines, because even the human beings, if they are ailing from some disease, they'll just go to the medical shop and they'll get medicines over the counter and they'll take 2 doses or 3 doses. Strictly speaking, if antibiotic is to be effective, it has to be taken continuously for a minimum of 5 days. Then only the ailment will get cured, and also the resistance will not get transmitted, will not get developed. And also subtherapeutic usage of antibiotics for long periods and sudden withdrawal of antibiotic treatment. As I mentioned earlier, you need to take for the full course, not only in human beings, but also in livestock and poultry. If an antibiotic is injected into the animal, and it will be given at the appropriate dose for a period required, minimum period required, maybe for about 5 to 7 days. And again, as I told you, poor waste management. From dung, from feces, from manure, there will be every chances for the antibiotic residues or antibiotic resistant genes to go to the water bodies and to contaminate the soil and to contaminate other human beings and also other animals who are grazing, which are grazing in that area. And this is a trend, this slide gives a trend about the antimicrobial agents and emergence of drug resistance. And it will take a minimum of 10 to 15 years to produce on antibiotics. You need $1 billion to develop an antibiotics. Though the laboratories, they'll start doing research with thousands of molecules, and so finally they'll come out with over 6 or 7 molecules, and it has to be subjected to very many trials, phase 1, phase 2, and that is why it will be requiring for about 10 to 20 years, 10 to 15 years. Thing is that when Alexander Fleming first discovered penicillin way back in 1928, and he was awarded Nobel Prize in 1945. After receiving the Nobel Prize award, he has opined that the time may come when penicillin can be bought by anyone in the shops. Then there is the danger that the ignorant man may easily underdose himself, and by exposing his microbes to non-lethal quantities of the drug, make them resistant. So 8 years back, Alexander Fleming, he has predicted, it's a ominous prediction or speculation that if it is not properly used, then definitely the world, the human beings will suffer because of the antimicrobial resistance. This one, sorry. So this slide shows the discovery and resistance. So it took almost, the discovery of penicillin is 1928. It took 12 hours for the resistance to develop. Then the other antibiotic was discovered in 1948, tetracycline in 1948. It took almost only 5 years to develop resistance. So the resistance, that gap to develop resistance has been shrinking year by year. So this depicts that we need to take utmost care in using the antibiotics. And it's almost 30 years since a new antibiotic has come in. So we are living in an era of antibiotic drought. And again, when you talk in terms of the usage in poultry, because the panelists, in the morning they told that poultry meat is being consumed here around 70 to 80 kgs. The four largest poultry producers are China, India, USA, Brazil, and European. And highest use of antibiotics is for growth promotion. Now, but because of the eruption of antimicrobial resistance, the economies, major economies and developing economies, they have started doing policy making, and they have reduced usage of the antimicrobial growth promoters. Now they are using alternatives. Because of that, AMR or antimicrobial resistance incidence is going down. And they have started using for 3 major diseases like colibacillosis, necrotic enteritis, and chronic respiratory diseases. We have both gram-negative and gram-positive organisms, the multiple drug resistant in both the things. And these bacteria harboring AMR genes are highly prevalent in poultry manure and contaminate the environment. So poultry farms operating on larger scales, antimicrobials are added in feed and water, because the population is huge in poultry farms. They cannot give antibiotics individually to each and every bird. So they will be adding antibiotics in the water or feed. So the remaining water will be waste, will be discarded into the common pool, and it will contaminate the surrounding environment. And when you talk in terms of cattle production, so the tetracycline is widely used antibiotics in cattle production, and similarly in pig production, penicillin and tetracycline, fluoroquinolones are the most commonly used antibiotics. So in poultry, the judicious usage of antibiotics in both cattle, in pig, not only in these kind of livestock sector, but of course all the sectors, it is highly essential to use the antibiotics very judiciously and properly. And this slide again depicts the establishment of resistant genes throughout the world in products like chicken, raw milk, and in multivarious countries. E. coli, we have carbapenemase producing E. coli, and MRSA, methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus. These are all of highly important pathogens when you talk in terms of the human treatment. Yeah, I'll just come in. And in our lab, we have we have established the pervasive presence of the antimicrobial resistance in Staphylococcus aureus and Streptococcus, Klebsiella, Pseudomonas. We have targeted the specific virulent gene attributed to the antimicrobial resistance. And we have also established the conformity of cholesterol and carbapenem resistant E. coli and Salmonella in foods of animal origin by PCR method. And these are another slide depicting both cholesterol and carbapenem resistance. And this is a prevalence of ESBL, extended spectrum beta-lactamase producing Salmonella, which is of a common foodborne pathogen which needs to be addressed. And again, in the Staphylococcus aureus, this is the antibiotic profile which we have investigated in our laboratory. See, some are resistant. 100 ampicillin is resistant, is showing 100% resistant. And the same Staphylococcus aureus was subjected to multiple PCR, wherein we have confirmed the specific gene MEC-A positive, which is meant for the methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, which our medicos are facing a huge havoc in treating that disease. And global consequence of AMR, as you all know pretty well, that I told you already that there is no antibiotics. We are living in an era of antibiotic drought. So because, not all the antibiotics are working properly because of the antimicrobial resistance, morbidity is more, increased morbidity, increased mortality, and increased hospitalization, and increased healthcare cost. And because of the increased hospitalization, obviously there will be productive loss. It is estimated that the workforce productivity loss will be $443 billion by 2035. $443 billion by 2035. And one more thing is that this is very important thing, that the lifespan, average lifespan loss will be 1.8 years of life expectancy globally by 2025. This side, there will be increased outbreak of infectious diseases, loss of livestock productivity, which ultimately endangers food security. And if the animal products contains the residues, definitely there will be ban on the export of the food products from a particular country, and there will be disruption of the trade. The World Bank estimate that AMR could result in 1 trillion additional healthcare cost by 2050 and 1 trillion to 3.4 trillion GDP loss by 2030. And regulations, major economies, they have started doing regulatory procedures. China started way back in 2015. And so because of the strict procedures, policies, in 2024, the antibiotic usage was decreased by 53% in China. Similarly, in India, we have started taking strict measures in banning colistin, which is of the final drug of resort in human medicine treatment. And in 2025, a few months back, India has banned around 15 antibiotics and 18 antivirals that are being used in human medicine, in livestock and with the poultry enterprises. So it's because of that, maybe in another couple of years, we will have reduced incidence of antimicrobial resistant genes in this sector. And this slide shows the regulations across the globe. It started way back in 1972 itself in Europe. And in USA, they started in 2014. Subtherapeutic antibiotics used in livestock feed was prohibited. Likewise, in 2023, they have strictly advocated prescription should be there to give or to disperse medicines from the medical shop. And a case study of lowering antibiotic use in livestock and still be profitable. These are all successful models wherein instead of using antibiotics, they have practiced strict hygienic practices, biosecurity measures. Thereby, they have not compromised the profit, but they have reduced the antibiotics. So if strict holistic hygienic practices and biosecurity measures are taken, and by using some alternatives, which I will explain in subsequent slides, we can reduce, we will not reduce the quality or the productivity, but we will reduce the incidence of AMR genes. Likewise, in Sweden also we have a successful working model. And Nation Action Plan in China, it has reduced the incidence of antimicrobial resistance enormously. Likewise, with the strategies, we need to make aware of the common people about the ill effect of the non-judicious usage of antibiotics and improve antimicrobial surveillance. And we need to strengthen the research on alternatives. And as we have been talking all along since morning, we need to have a collaboration and global networking in order to prevent the non-judicious or improper usage of antibiotics. And prudent antimicrobial usage in veterinary practices. So I'll just talk. When you talk regarding antibiotics, the non-antibiotic alternatives, we have probiotics. We hope most of you know about probiotics, which are live microorganisms which, when ingested in sufficient amount, will impact the gut microflora and will modulate the immunity, and also it will be helpful for overall well-being of livestock or poultry or for even human beings. We have prebiotics, which are non-digestible ingredients, which will promote the growth of good bacteria in guts, and also probiotic. If it is combined with probiotics, it will work enormously effectively. It is known as symbiotics. And one of the panelists was also talking about postbiotics, which are nothing but the bacterial metabolites and fragments of probiotic bacteria, which will be highly useful, which needs to be tapped. We have enzymes like xylanase, beta-glucanase, and phytases. We have some successful models wherein some poultry farmers, they have used the enzymes instead of antibiotics, and they have come out with good productivity. And we have organic acids. Now acidifiers like citric acid and acetic acid are being used in poultry farms in our Tamil Nadu and even some other parts of India also, instead of antibiotics, which gives better results than the antibiotics. And we have antimicrobial peptides, and very many peptides are there, small 4 or 5 amino acid peptides. We have nisin, which will act against some specific microorganisms that also need to be tapped. We have phytochemicals, plant-based phytochemicals, and we have some research studies and commercial products available, successfully working in poultry farms. And we need to do a vaccination. We need to develop proper vaccination against the emerging and re-emerging diseases. So if we practice holistic, hygienic practice with full tight biosecurity measures, with full vaccination, we can reduce the usage of antibiotics enormously. We have bacteriophages. So bacteriophages will act specifically on certain microorganisms. They will lyse the bacteria. We have one important product wherein they have a cocktail of 4 bacteriophages which are being used in poultry farms, which gives very effective control over the microorganisms. And we have immune modulators. So very many commercially available modulators also there. So instead of going for antibiotics, we can use these kind of natural alternatives, non-antibiotic alternatives, in order to ensure the productivity and also in order to safeguard the health of the human beings. Likewise, this is the latest technology, CRISPR-Cas systems. This is a precise molecular engineering model which can be tapped in order to, which will target the virulent gene and also the bacteria. So this can be effectively used in due course of time. And as I told you again, I want to underline the fact that farm management, biosecurity are highly essential. These are all some constraints. And World Health Organization started way back in 2015, GLASS, Global Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance Systems, which collects the data and interprets, because we don't have data for all the countries properly. And whereas very many groups are there, funded, developed by WHO. And we have a network in India by name INFAR, which has 36 locations in entire India, and it gives, it collects the data in order to prevent or mitigate the ill effect of antimicrobial resistance. And future directions, One Health. We need to collaborate. The epidemiologist has to talk to a veterinarian. A plant pathologist should talk to a veterinarian, and all these like that. We need to. The farmer has to be aware of all the ill effects, and all the stakeholders involved in in the livestock food production ecosystem must be involved in making this earth sustainable, because the antibiotics which we have right now are the finite sources. So we can't expect the antibiotics to come over in the next few years or next few decades, because if for the pharma companies are developing tablets for hypertension, because everyone is having BP, because then there will be a lot of profit which can be harvested. Likewise for diabetes, but the pharma companies are producing very many drugs, but antibiotics only in some cases will be used. So as I told you, only 20% of the antibiotics produced in the pharma companies are being used in medicine, human medicine. So we need to address these issues. We need to reduce the usage of antibiotics in livestock and animal husbandry sector and in aquaculture, so as to safeguard the Mother Earth, so as to sustain the future generation. Thank you.
Well done.
Sorry, I took
well done.
some more time.
Anybody can complain they didn't get enough information today. Dr. Olango just solved that problem for us. That was really good. Thank you so much. Have we got any quick questions, comments? There was so much information there. I'm exhausted. You're a very fit young man. Be able to deliver. Any questions? No? Okay, another round of applause. Thanks, everybody. Well done. And if you want a copy of those slides, there you go, you'll share them. All right, because there's plenty of information. These guys will. Okay, good. Right. As we can see, so no coffee. Nobody deserves a coffee here. I've had 6 today, in case you can't tell. So what we're going to do, as opposed to having a coffee break, because the day is rolling on, and we've all got to go home at some point, is by all means help yourself to refreshments, come back in, but we're not having a break. We're rolling straight the way through, just in the interest of time. Thanks for that, Moet. And now we've got, for those who are of interest, oral presentations by global researchers, and there is the glorious list of superstars who are going to be presenting this afternoon. Every one of them, or just take your pick? Okay, so Dr. Ajaya Kumar, Management of Phosphorus in BT Cotton through Foliar Nutrition, an extremely specialised area. Hands up everybody who knows everything there is to know about the subject. Young Australian lady over there. So this is going to be an interesting presentation. Moet, how long for each person? This is going to be quick fire, yeah? This is going to be fun.
Okay.
It's going to be an unload all the information you possibly can upon our dear delegates. And then for questions, you can do that over coffee and what have you, yeah? So it's going to be 5 minutes limit, quick fire. It's like a TV show, and I'll be the compere, okay? All right, away you go, sir.
Good evening, delegates. Myself, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Agronomy, University of Agricultural Sciences, Raichur, Karnataka, India. So my topic of presentation is management of phosphorus in BT cotton through foliar nutrition. So the main objective of this investigation is to study the growth, yield, and quality of BT cotton as influenced by foliar spraying of monopotassium phosphate and potassium salt of active phosphorus. And the second objective is to study the uptake of BT cotton as influenced by foliar spraying of monopotassium phosphate and potassium salt of active phosphorus, that is PSAF. And third objective is to work out the economics of foliar spray of MKP and PSAP. So these are the experimental details, and coming to the results. So significantly higher seed cotton yield was obtained with 75% of recommended phosphorus as soil application, along with foliar application of PSAF at the rate of 5 grams per liter of water, each at 50 days after sowing, 75 days after sowing, and 100 days after sowing, which is followed by T3, that is 75% of recommended phosphorus, foliar application of MKP at the rate of 5 grams per liter at 50 days, 75 days, and 100 days, and also the same treatment with 2 applications at 50 days and 75 days. That yield was supported by the yield parameters like boll weight, which is 6.33, and 6.29, and 6.18, which are on par with each other. And also, seed cotton yield, that is grams per plant, also supported the yield, seed cotton yield per hectare. Then the quality, the other yield parameters like lint yield is significantly superior with T5, and the harvest index is superior with the T5 also, and seed index is also superior with the T5. Then the ginning percentage, lint index and all with, recorded the same trend. And the yield parameters like number of good open bolls and number of bolls per plant, total number of bolls per plant are all superior with the T5 followed by T3, T4 and T2. Then coming to the quality parameters, these are the very important parameters in BT cotton in order to get the good price for that. So significantly higher staple length, bundle strength, and fiber fineness, that is micronair, are superior with the T5 followed by T3, T4, and T2. These are supported the growth parameters like dry matter production, dry matter accumulation in leaves, stem, and reproductive pods, and also leaf area in BT cotton, and different growth stages and leaf area index at different growth stages, and a number of monopodial branches at different growth stages, and number of sympodial branches at different growth stages, and also the plant height. Coming to the uptake of by the crop, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, again T5 recorded significantly higher nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium uptake. And also the potassium efficiency was high with T5, followed by T3, T4, and T2. Then coming to the most important thing, the cost of cultivation and economics of growing BT cotton with foliar nutrition of phosphorus. So significantly higher gross returns was obtained with T5, that is 75% of the recommended P as soil application and foliar spray with 3 times, which is followed by T3, that is with MKP. So here the benefit cost ratio was high with 3.17 because of lesser rate or lower rate of MKP as compared to PSAP, that is potassium salt of active phosphorus. So that's why the benefit cost ratio was high when compared to T5. So these are the conclusions. Application of 75% of the recommended dose of phosphorus along with foliar nutrition of 0.5% monopotassium phosphate at 3 stages was found beneficial and optimum for effective management of phosphorus fertilizer in BT cotton. Application of both conventional, that is 75% of the recommended phosphorus, and foliar spray of PSAP applied at flowering, boll initiation, boll development stages enhanced the nutrient uptake, thus yield and yield parameters of BT cotton has boosted. So by foliar application of MKP and PSAP fertilizer, we can reduce the application of conventional fertilizer by 25%. This is most important and the most valuable conclusion we drawn from this experiment. Combined application of conventional and foliar application of monopotassium phosphate helps in obtaining higher net returns and it is found economically feasible. So thank you very much.
Well done. Congratulations. Any, well, no, we won't go for questions because we are on a quick fire scenario, yeah? So thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And you'll be happy to take comments and questions outside, yeah?
If any questions,
Yep.
please.
Outside, yeah? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jade. Okay, thanks, Ajaya. And next is, we've got Dr. Ajit Kumar, Mapping of Plant pathogenic nematode population structure under diverse cropping systems of southern India. Take it away, Doctor.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Good day to all. First, I welcome you all from University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichur. Let us discuss on the results of the external funded project, that is mapping of plant pathogenic nematode population structure under diverse cropping systems of southern India. To briefly introduce the present study, as we know, the nematodes are found virtually in all the environment. Of them, few are parasitic and many are saprophytic, and they live freely in soil as well as in the plants. And these nematodes are highly fascinating in their nature, and they are biologically diverse and belongs to animal kingdom. And these nematodes, they are having a wide adaptability, and it has included the marine environment, soil, as well as aquatic. And this shows their evolutionary advantage for the species longevity. As of now, there are about 4,100 species of plant parasitic nematodes have been reported, and these nematodes, they can able to cause an annual loss of $80 to $118 billion to the crop yield. Especially these plant parasitic nematodes always target the root system of the plant, and hence it will prevent the uptake of water and nutrients, hence it reduces the agriculture production. And if you see the significance of these plant parasitic nematodes, they can able to cause damage on the carrot, then on tomato, onion, potato, as well as on paddy. It also includes cucumber. And if you see the distribution of nematodes at the global level, the northern hemisphere, it has more population of the plant parasitic nematode that includes more than 20,000 adults per 100 cc of soil, whereas the southern hemisphere it is almost very less, and we can able to report up to 1,000 adult per 100 cc soil. And if you see the research level as well as the publication of these plant parasitic nematode, again, the research as well as publication is very less in the southern hemisphere, and mostly it is confined to the northern hemisphere of the globe. With this introduction, we have proposed a project for the external fund that is with the two objectives: extraction and identification of nematodes from the infected plant and soil samples collected across India, and mapping of different nematode population structures infecting the different crops in India. Under this project, we have employed 27 field staff which were recruited in 4 states, and these staffs were trained for the identification of nematode infected area as well as for the collection of the samples. And those staffs, they able to travel across the fields, and they suspect the areas, and from those suspected areas they can able to collect the samples. The soil samples which are collected from the suspected fields were sent to our laboratory, and those samples were subjected for extraction of nematodes by using Beerman funnel extraction method, where we can able to observe the nematodes under microscope. And the result of our study indicated that we came around 6 nematodes species were very predominant across 4 states. If you see the frequency of Meradogene, the maximum frequency is observed in Tamil Nadu up to 58%, which was followed by Karnataka with 25%. And these are all the infected samples and their structures in the collected samples. And the second one is Pretilancus. Here also the same tendency has been observed, where the Tamil Nadu has recorded the maximum frequency, followed by Karnataka, and less has been observed in case of Kerala. Then the Helicotylencus, here the maximum has been observed in case of Tamil Nadu, followed by Karnataka, and the minimum was in Kerala. And we could able to find very good structures of the male and female nematodes. And this is one of the astonishing result in case of Rhadophilus, because it's always confined to the plantation crops. However, the samples received from Kerala, we could not able to detect even single nematode, but the samples received from Tamil Nadu, they are almost 99.95 positive with the Rhadophilus, whereas in Karnataka only 0.05 were positive for the presence of the Rhadophilus. And in case of Rhotilenchus, 52% has been identified in case of Tamil Nadu, followed by Karnataka with 33%. And in case of Telencorhynchus, again the same frequency has been observed, the maximum with Tamil Nadu, followed by Karnataka. And if you see the abstract of our 1 year study, in 1 year we have received 954 samples across 4 states, of which 643 samples were found positive for the plant parasitic nematode and 311 were negative for the plant samples. That indicates 67% of the samples what we have received during the last year were infected with the nematodes. And if you see the individual states, in Karnataka, about 76% of the samples were infected, and the predominant PPNs were Meladagine with and also Helicotylenchus, which were recorded on tomato, cucumber, as well as in brinjal. And in Kerala, 66% of the samples were infected with Meladagine and Helicotylenchus in cardamom. Then in Maharashtra, 62% of the samples were infected with Meladagine, Pratylenchus and Rhotilenchus, and they were reported in tomato, brinjal, ridge gourd, butter gourd, cucumber and beans. And in Tamil Nadu, 65% of the samples received were detected for the Meladagine, Pratylenchus, Helicotylenchus as well as Rhadophilus in tomato, banana, brinjal as well as in case of chili. And if you see why this mapping of nematode population is required means, it helps in accurate identification of the infestation zones. Hence, it will make the farmers or the farm managers to decide for the management. Then it is very cost effective for the management, and it also prevents loss in the crop yield. Then understanding of nematode population dynamics, and it also provides some assistance for the crop rotation and also for a host plant resistance, and it will support regulatory as well as certification standards. And with this, we can able to conclude that this nematode mapping has highlighted the significant infestation by the plant parasitic nematode across different states, where the maximum PPNs were recorded in Karnataka, that is 73.23%, and the predominant PPNs were Meladagine, Helicotylenchus, as well as Pratylenchus, and in Kerala, the Meladagine and Helicotylenchus majorly observed in case of cardamom crop, and in Tamil Nadu, we could able to report Meladagine, Helicotylenchus, Pratylenchus, Rhotilenchus, Telencorhynchus, as well as Rhadophilus. Among the different crops, tomato is one of the most highly susceptible for the nematode infestation in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. With this study, we can able to emphasize the importance of management of nematodes in Indian agriculture. Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Ajit Kumar. Very good. Appreciate it. Namaste. Okay, next up for the round of 10, I think it is in total. We're up to number 3. And oral presentations, Dr. Yenjarappa, who's going to talk to us about a survey you've just done. Okay, tell us about the survey. Your time starts now. Very good.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good
evening.
Why my talk is on the survey, symptomatology, and management of this bacterial blight of rice. Of course, we all know that I am Dr. Yenjarappa, yesterday working as a Dean, College of Agriculture, Gangavati. Okay, of course, this is the area and production of the rice in India as well as in Karnataka. We can go through. Of course, there are so many diseases that are infecting the rice crop. Number 1 is blast, then it is followed by the bacterial sheath blight and bacterial blight, then brown spot, fall spot, and rice fungal virus. Blast and bacterial blight, blast and sheath blight are the most devastating fungal diseases, as well as the bacterial blight. A tiny and single-celled organism is also going to cause a lot of damage. Apart from this, other fungal diseases are brown spot as well as false smut. And rice fungal virus is another important viral disease, is also infecting the rice crop in India as well as in Karnataka. Of course, if you look into my talk is only on the bacterial blight of rice that is caused by the Xanthomonas viraceae, pathorhizae. Already I told you it's a tiny organism and a single-celled, causing a lot of devastation on the paddy crop in Karnataka. Okay, these are the different symptoms which are exhibited by the crop. Of course, symptoms we can see in the two stages. One is called as Kresek stage. The Japanese word is given for this Kresek stage because this is the stage where the plant is infected at a seedling stage, and exactly there will be a drooping and drying of the leaf, and it will cut in the middle. Then later on, there will be initially small lesions appears on the tip as well as from the margin of the plant because the bacteria enters through the erythroids. And of course, later we can see the wavy margins on the infected leaves and the lesions with the edge of the leaves. Of course, you can also see the bacterial ooze or slime which is produced on the infected leaf. Of course, under devastation, there will be a critical symptom you can see, or typical symptom you can see the snakehead appearance of an infected leaf is a typical symptom of this bacterial blight. And of course, disease under severe infection conditions, the entire plant or crop gets dried with a severe infection. Of course, one of my students has conducted this study to assess the bacterial blight of rice in different agroclimatic zones of Karnataka. And she took the exhaustive survey in different regions, such as irrigated ecosystem of TBP and UKP area, wherein the irrigated rice is there, then hilly upland rice that is comprising this Ponnampete, mainly the Madikeri area, and irrigated Bhadra project comprising Shumagga, Bhadravati and other areas, and irrigated Kaveri belt, mainly comprising the Mandya as well as Maddur region. These are the different regions wherein we grow the paddy crop in Karnataka. Of course, this is a graphical representation of the different agroclimatic regions as well as the districts. Okay, this is the molecular conformation of the pathogen. Pathogen is a very organism. Of course, the morphological as well as cultural characteristics may not give the clear picture about this organism because it's very tiny, and all the bacteria species, they remain same. But molecular conformation is the most authenticated conformation of the bacteria. Here, these are the agarose image showing the amplification of the 16 RNA region. That very bacteria has this. And this is the amplification of the banding pattern of 290 base pair, reflecting the organism is Xanthomonas oryzae, Pathor-oryzae. Coming to the different treatments which we have experimented. First one is antibiotics are working very well earlier against the bacteria, for any bacteria. And as that my student has conducted this study. First, the seed soaking for 20 minutes of this sowing with tetracycline sulfate plus tetracycline hydrochloride. That is only the seed treatment along with the copper oxychloride. This exhibited the most disease incidence. Then the effective treatment is the seed treatment of the seed soaking for 20 minutes of sowing with streptomycin sulfate, so to say tetracycline, along with 2 sprays of 2-bromo-2-nitropropane-1,3-diol. It gave the effective management of the disease, which recorded 14.67% disease index. Among all the treatments, the seed soaking for 20 minutes in sowing with streptomycin sulfate as well as tetracycline hydrochloride, followed by the 2 foliar sprays of immunomodulator that is called as 2-bromo-2-nitropropane-1,3-diol, proved effectively against the disease as compared to the check as well as other treatments. This is the general view of the field management of bacterial blight of rice, of course. And this is again, you can compare the untreated check as well as the treated plot. And of course, the antibiotics are not only the solutions for the bacterial blight. Apart from this, there's a lot of investigation of the biocontrol agents and organic extract against this pathogen, among which the seed treatment with pseudomonal fluorescence or sowing. Pseudomonal fluorescence is a novel biocontrol agent and rhizobacteria. The seed treatment with the pseudomonal fluorescence or sowing, and the seedling dip with the same organism, along with 2 foliar sprays of the Bacillus subtilis. It gave the effective management of the disease with a record of 19.93% disease index as against the control and all other treatments. Of course, this is a photograph showing the treated as well as untreated control. And of course, through an integrated management, we cannot control the disease, we cannot manage the disease only with the application of antibiotics or only biological control agents. The integrated, as we were discussing in the morning, the integrated approach is far, far better for managing any disease very effectively. Under such conditions, we need to go for Before the disease incidence, we should go for the application of biological control agent, and soon after the appearance of the disease, one should go for the application of these immunomodulator antibiotics. Likewise, seed treatment with pseudomonal fluorescence and seedling with dip before the transplanting with pseudomonal fluorescence. And whenever before the disease appearance, we should go for one spray of the immunomodulator. And soon after the onset of the disease, we can go for the application of these antibiotics, will effectively manage the disease. Of course, we have recorded very least disease incidence as against the control, and we can realize the BC ratio was high, that is a 2.91. If you spend 1 rupee on this treatment, we can get 2.19 rupees as a benefit. Okay, these are all the photographs indicating the integrated disease approach, integrated disease management against the bacterial bite of rice. Total, my conclusion is no one method holds good for the management of the disease, either chemical or biological. Only thing is we need to integrate these two approaches for the effective management of disease. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Namaste. Well done. 6.5 minutes. You have the prize so far. Okay. They're coming hard and fast. The amount of information that we are getting has never been disseminated so quickly by so few to so many. Okay, who's next? Working our way through. I've got it here. Dr. Thulasi Ram. Here he is. He's going to come up and dispel any theories. He's got a clock with him as well. Very good. He's an expert. Okay, tell us what you're going to talk about.
Very good evening, one and all present here. I am Dr. Thulasi Ram, Assistant Professor, Department of Agriculture Economics, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. And basically, I'm an agriculture economist and social scientist. And this particular work is a survey work, and I have portrayed the results here. And before starting my lecture, I want to tell you a Chinese quote. Teach somebody how to fish, you can feed him all their life. If you give them fish, they can eat only for one night. So you take this, you apply this for agriculture also. If you teach somebody how to produce a crop, products or grains, no, it will be better. But the point is, where it leads to, it goes to the consumer. They are feeling happy because whatever they want to eat, they eat freely. But what about the producers who produced it? They don't get the enough price what they have expected. So my work is basically a marketing work. It's a survey work. And I just connected this work to the entrepreneurship. I'll just tell how it is possible. And this work is having certain objectives. First thing is all the basic things in marketing. I calculated all the marketing efficiency, price spread, because how the consumer pays and out of this consumer's price, how much is get realized by the fisherman, okay? So why I studied this work is, I'm basically from a coastal area near Pondicherry, Kadalur. It's a place in India, Tamil Nadu. And I just read lots of information regarding fish marketing and their constraints, fishermen's constraints. So because of these problems I read in newspapers, I just took up the study. And also I examined the efficiency of the marketing and I just found some results. So I've selected this Kadalur district as the work, and I've selected certain blocks, and out of which I selected 40 fishermen, 30 wholesalers and 30 retailers. And these are the tools I have used it. Actually, these results consist of some 11 tables. What I did, I know this will happen. I just combined all these tables, 10 or 11 tables into one table. Just quickly go through this. If you consider the crafts of fishermen used, majority of these fishermen in this district, all over in Tamil Nadu, India, they use non-mechanized boats. That means they don't go for deep sea fishing. That means the volume of transaction is very, very less. And the majority of the fish are sold by big fishermen who holds mechanized boats. Now what happens, they will realize good price, but not the small scale fisher folks. This is one point. And next one is fishing distance they cover is very, very less. And the third salient point is the number of fishing days in a year is only 150 on an average. What about the rest of the days? 210 days they are sitting idle without any work. So this is also one of the salient features. And if you take the marketing power, it is in the hands of large traders, not with the small scale fishermen. Again, it is also a problem. And one of the major constraints faced by the small scale fishermen is forced sale. They have been forced to sell their fish even for a low price. Okay, because they are selling very limited quantity. So these are all the findings of this marketing study. So my suggestion is not a simply theoretical suggestion. I'm just working on this work along with one of my students. This is establishing a small-scale fish processing unit in the shore itself. Okay, what happens now? We have addressed certain problems here. Majority of them are non-mechanized. They don't go for deep sea fishing. Their volume of transactions is very, very less. They don't get enough remunerative price for what they sell. So now what this processing unit does, the immediate raw materials required by this processing unit is given by the small-scale fish fox. That is one thing. And consumers who want to consume very cheap fishes, they can also get these fishes. Otherwise, it will be stored in an unhygienic way. So if we take it, we'll get some health problems. And not only that, the waste will be just like that, will be sent to the dumped in the open area, and that will also create some environmental pollution. As we talk about One Health, we not only talk about the individual's health, but also talk about environment health, okay? So for this, what happens, this processing units are getting regular raw materials. Now, the fisherman who was working for only 150 days per year on an average, they can also get some extra time to work here. Here, not only technical people are working, non-technical people can also work for 2 hours, 4 hours, cutting, filleting, all these works can be done in the processing unit. Even managers, security guards also, they may get some positions. This becomes an additional employment for them. And of course, they get some additional income through these processing units. So this is my work. And to conclude, as I told you, there is no say in price fixation by this small-scale fish fox. And the next one is, they don't have enough additional employment as they work only for 150 days per year. So now, establishment of this processing unit in a small scale in a seashore itself will give some lots of employments to these fisher folks. So ultimately leads to their better livelihood also, right? So that's it for my presentation. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yes, please. Any questions? Right, thank you.
Good evening to all. Today I am going to present my PhD research topic, which is generally as orange peel products. That is a boon for low-fat dairy products. As we are running short of time, definitely I will conclude my session within 5 minutes. So, along with the co-authors, my guide, and other advisory committee members, initially we will discuss the introduction, as this frozen yogurt is the combination of 2 dairy products. That is, one is the ice cream, as everyone knows the ice cream, and the second one is the yogurt. So generally this frozen yogurt is prepared by the blending. As the milk is lacking in the fiber, vitamin C and iron, so definitely it will lead to the frozen yogurt also lacking in the fiber. So to overcome these issues, generally we targeted utilize the orange peel, which is we generally considered as the waste, so that we will increase the fiber as well as the vitamin C content and the beta carotene. This citrus peel is generally rich sources of flavonoids, that is the hesperidin and naringin, which have considered as the antioxidant properties. Thus, the study was conducted to develop the low-fat frozen yogurt, utilizing the health attributes of the orange peel. Here are my hypotheses. So generally this orange peel powder can contribute the color and flavor. In addition to it, also serve as the prebiotic, which can improve the viability of live microorganisms, that is the probiotics. Then the next one is it also considered as the thickener, which can improve the viscosity of the frozen yogurt mix. The next one is it also serve as the fat replacer. So instead of 6 to 10% fat, we can also taste the 2% fat frozen yogurt along with the orange peel powder. So here you can see that the manufacturing of candied orange peel as well as the orange peel powder, which is generally used as a primary ingredient or valued ingredient. In this next slide, you can see the manufacturing protocols for the frozen yogurt. Initially, we go for the weighing of ingredient. That is nothing but the selection of ingredient. Then the standardization is there, so that we will take the 2, 4, 6 corresponding fat percentage. After that, the homogenization is there to remove the cream layers. Then the next pasteurization, so that we can kill the pathogenic microorganisms. After the pasteurization, cooling and aging is there. As generally we are use the sodium alginate as a stabilizer, so it only needs the 4 hours for aging instead of the 12 hours. Then the addition of orange crush, yogurt base, and the freezing at minus 2.5 to 5 degrees Celsius. After the freezing, if there are the two products, one is prepared by the orange peel powder, while the second one is prepared by the candied orange peel. So this candied orange peel is generally added at the rate of 8% by the weight of frozen yogurt mix. After that, there the packaging is there, and the store the product at minus 23 degrees Celsius. Here you can see that the graphical representation of my work. We use the citrus Valencia variety. After that, converted into the orange peel strips. Then two variants are generally prepared. One is the candied orange peel and the second is orange peel powder. So the product is called as the T2, while this one is considered as the T3 and the T1 is the control product. So based on this study, on the basis of sensory score, this T2 is considered for the next phase. Here, in the second phase, we also utilize the different levels of orange peel powder. So among that 2.5 OPP was the better, while in the next we optimize the fat level. So again, among three, this 2, 4 and 6% fat, 2% fat is optimized. In the next phase, we also try the level of different fruit crush as well as the different level. So among these 6 treatments, treatment 2, that is the orange crush at 10.5% was selected based on the sensory score. And then in the next phase, last phase, we will just go for the comparison of the control frozen yogurt which is available in the market, that is the Amul in India, while the experimental which I optimize in the every phases. Here you can see the results. So the viscosity of that experimental product is slightly higher as compared to the control, while the overrun is the higher in this case. This is the very important properties to judge the quality of that particular frozen yogurt. So here are the sensory scores for the control as well as the experimental frozen yogurt. So you can see that out of 100 for experimental 94.28 score was there, while in case of the control it is the 19.06. After that, we also go for the characterization of frozen yogurt for the bioactive component. So this is the comparison. Beta carotene is the 8.60, while in the experimental 11.80. The crude fiber is approximately 240% higher, while in case of vitamin C, which is also 32 to 34% higher in the experimental product. This is the microbial count of freshly prepared frozen yogurt. So this orange peel powder benefits the viability. So it will, during the storage up to 6 months, the count is more than 10 to the power 6 CFU per gram. There are some publication and awards for this my research topic. 3 papers are published in the Scopus Index. The one in the Nature portfolio, while the best PhD thesis award and some paper awards. That is the conclusion which I already concluded. The best conclusion is that we have to develop the low-fat frozen yogurt using the orange peel, which is generally considered as the waste, so that it will improve the functional properties. It also gives the better returns to the farmers, as from early morning we are focusing on the agricultural, and in addition to that, we also control the environmental issues. So that is all about my study. So yes, is there any question you can ask?
Well done, namaste. Any quick questions? These presentations are getting more and more efficient as we go. So orange peel, frozen yogurt, any takers? We're moving on to chocolate substitutes. Thanks so much. Well done. And sorry about being late to present you, but thank you so much for whoever helped out in the middle there. I was just out there grabbing a coffee. You're next. You are the man. Okay. So, now we're still on food, right? We're still on food. Chocolate. What's the subject matter?
Mangolate, chocolate substitute.
Through mangoes.
From mango derivatives.
Okay. You're on. 5 minutes. You got your clock on you? Very good.
Good evening, one and all.
Evening.
Yes, Vijay Kele. So, myself, Dr. Vijay Kele, I am Associate Professor and the Head of Department of Dairy and Food Technology, Parul University, India. So, my topic is on the basis of the development of the chocolate substitute confectionery using mango derivatives. From morning, we have listened many integrated agriculture. So I'm trying to integrating the agriculture and food science and technology here. This research already filed the patent on this research. So everyone knows the mango, and the my research is on the mango waste. So every year, around 123,000 metric tons mango seeds are the wasted globally. So that is the 20% of the world's mango production. And the mango seed kernel having the resource of the edible oil that is between 7 to 12%. So this present research project explore the creation of novel mango chocolate by replacing traditional cocoa butter with mango powder and the mango butters. So these are my objective to develop, optimize the recipe of the mango confectionery product, to assess the texture, mouthfeel, and the sensory evaluation of product, to evaluate the physical, chemical, microbial parameter of the experimental products. So this is the extraction of the mango butter. So this is the from the collection of the ripe mango, then separation of mango seeds, remove of the outer husk and washing, then the drying, collecting of inner kernel, then cold pressing. That is the, we have applied the two techniques, the cold pressing and the mechanical extraction for the separation of the mango butter. Then this is the protocol of, for development of the products. Then we have applied the 7 treatments on the product optimization purpose. So we finalized that one T7, that is the composition of the that one mango butter and mango powder, 19:17, that is acceptable. And we have added some sort of stabilizer, and it's treated in 17A and 17B. So in comparison with our mangolate versus chocolate, we have named as a mangolate versus chocolate, the healthier fat profile, mango kernel oil is naturally trans fat free. But in the chocolate, we have received the trans fats. This mango kernel is rich in stearic acid and oleic acid, provide a stability to health benefit. But in the chocolate, we have that 57% of fat. These are the saturated fats and imparting the cardiovascular disease. Then the mango kernel starch has more resistant starch than the chocolate, and the more essential amino acid we found in the mangolate than the chocolates. Again, in mangolate, we received the vitamin A, vitamin C, and vitamin E that is absent in chocolates. So as well as we done the proximate analysis and the texture profile as well as the physicochemical profiles. So in the texture profile, we got the texture, flavor, and the sensory is equivalent to the dark chocolate hardness, that breaking strength and cutting strength as well as moisture. So So it's my final result. The texture and stability, the moisture at 2.55% and hardness at 8.28 ensure the stable, soft texture and align closely with the dark chocolate firmness at bite. With respect to the fat profile, we received the high fat 38%, 38.26% with a balanced saturated 22.81% and unsaturated 12.98%. We received the balanced fat profile as compared to the chocolate. Then we received the through the analysis, the nutritional boost. This mangolet having the vitamin C is 2.34 microgram and the vitamin A 38.34 microgram, adding health value absent in the regular chocolates. We also found out the antioxidant present, that is the phenolic content, that suggested good antibiotic support. And we received the balanced flavor and sweetness, that is the carbohydrates at 56.7%, provide the pleasant sweetness, while 6.10% of the dietary fiber supports texture and health appears, making it suitable for the confectionery. Thank you.
Record. Well done. Good God. So efficient, you guys. I'm getting hungry listening to all of these food types that are coming up here. Mango seeds, chocolate, frozen yogurt. All right. Who's next? Over to you. Check now on the check these. You're going to present up there, or you can do it from down here. Okay.
Yeah, good evening, empty chairs. I'm happy to see that lots of chairs are empty here for my presentation. Thank you, Kims, for your presentation from morning to now evening. So, welcome to my presentation. It is on chickpea, actually. Just what I'm doing here is deriving the chickpea for a market demand. Actually, we in Karnataka, we are the pulse bowl, actually, where actually all pulses are with a major important. With that respect, we are developing the varieties for the market demand, actually. Next, please. Here it is. So I'm not going to talk much on the parts. The objective here was, we added in 2018, it is development of the consumer-based varieties for the industry purpose. Not introduction, actually, we are the pulse bowls. That's why the maximum pulsars were grown in that area where I am working my research. With that, actually, this is the mail actually we received from the industry people. They are the big industry, more than 250 industries are there in that, particularly Gulbarga on the pulses. They wanted to have the varieties which they required, actually. Whatever the earlier commercial genotypes or varieties were there, they become the susceptible to diseases, or either they are not fitting into their actually required demands. So this was the mail actually received to our director of research. With this, we started our work screening with a collaboration with the BARC. It's in Mumbai. It's a Baba Atomic Research Center, and the ICRISAT in Hyderabad. It's an international institute. And we wanted to bring the varieties which are required for the farmers as well as the industry peoples as well as the consumers. Here we wanted to make the situation win-win to the all three stakeholders. One is for the farmer, it's a measure, then second for the industry, then it is finally the consumer one who use them. And this will fit into the One Health, because we are looking into the nutritional rich crops or the genotypes, and this is going to substitute that in our region. So whatever the earlier varieties, genotypes were there, they are not fit now in this situation. So we screened more than hundreds together lines to bring the one which is having the equivalent value of the quality in that particular genotype. This is actually 9-point herdonic test, rather bringing only the quality without tasting, because this is the end user is the end user consumers are get to be satisfied what they got earlier. The one which is earlier they are using was the anigiri, we call it is, that was having the very good flavor, all parameters which required for our test. But the same thing we are bringing into our genotypes. The green one which is showing it is almost on par or better than the earlier genotypes which are using commercially in the industry. So with that, this is the panel in our institute. They are known for this particular testings, and rigorous testing has been done in this laboratory. It is what Department of Processing and Engineering, actually. We are not looking into quality as well as we are looking into the industry traits which are required for the such varieties for a roasting or a polishing kind of things. So these are the few which are giving the better than the whatever now available in the market. So with this, not only the roasting, we are looking also for the nutritional rich genotypes. These are the genotypes, the green ones, what I highlighted. They are having the better iron, zinc, and protein, not only in the raw, even after, before and the after roasting. In after roasting also, they are keeping or maintaining the whatever the required protein and better than the whatever already in the market. So not only the quality, this is for a consumer purpose and the industry purpose. End of the day, we need to give the varieties for the farmers. Farmers should get the benefit of those varieties. Yes, here, whatever the one we tested, they are giving more than 7 to 16% better yield. It means they get the better benefits. Farmers also get the better benefits in whatever the genotypes we are tested and bringing into the market. So this is with respect to yield. I mean farmer and the consumer and the industry. With this, we also required some of the diseases to be kept into the point, that is particularly wilt in these pulses are the major havoc. So we also tested them rigorously in our wilt sick plots in our institute, and they are better than the whatever the market available genotypes are the varieties. Even we are confirming with the molecular markers, SNPs and the SSRs to get the validation part of the genotypes with the genomic level also. So with that, also we screen for the pod borer. It's a pest, major pest in the pulses. As on today, its havoc is less, but still we have to have that trait in our genotypes while giving to the farmers. So we are kept in that in our mind, and the lines are very good compared to the whatever the available commercial in the market genotypes. So I'm not going with this. And finally, I would like to conclude in one point. Whatever the researcher or the breeder or the scientist who are delivering the technology, it should be the complementary to the available market demand varieties. Here farmers are getting benefit, here industry is getting benefit, here consumer is getting benefit. It's a nutri-rich as well as the industry purpose trait in that, and as well as the farmer-oriented with a better yield. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Well done. Okay, I love this format. I hope we're doing this tomorrow. And here we go. Dr. Pampuri is already on his way up. He's beating the clock. He's getting in early. You're going to talk about immune metabolics, but you can explain the rest.
Well, welcome to this conference over here in a beautiful city of Dubai. First of all, I must compliment the RCC for arranging this conference at a place, the world famous Dubai, and probably it was our opportunity to see this city of Dubai over here, coming well from far away places, Kashmir, the one end of India, to the Dubai, and me, Zahur Ahmed Pampuri from Kashmir, India. So in the name of Almighty, which is most beneficent and the merciful, I do seek His mercy over here for the grand success of this conference and the beautiful culmination of this conference tomorrow. I'll be talking about a topic most of you may not be of the subject. Well, that's an immune metabolic dynamics in peripartum sheep, insights for sustainable maternal and neonatal health management. So I'll be discussing some of my research findings where we have evaluated the sheep during peripartum period. That's a period which spans 3 weeks before parturition to 3 weeks after parturition. In case of sheep, in our Indian conditions, the sheep is it's an animal which has been reared globally from very ancient times. Maybe its history backs to 10,000 years BC. And this sheep and goat population in India is very, very high. You see, for the goat population, India is the first in globe itself, and in the sheep it is the 5th. And the state from which I have come over here, the Kashmir, the sheep is 2nd in India. So in sheep population, J&K is 2nd in India. And that's why we have taken this study in case of the sheep. And we know, you must be knowing that Kashmir is a place at a high altitude with alpines and meadows sufficiently sustaining these kind of animal, the sheep and goat. So this sheep, it's a multifaceted animal, wherefrom you can get the meat, you can get the hide, you can get the skin, many wool, or the fibers, you can say. So during the winter, this animal, in case of temperate regions like Kashmir, is an animal which breeds during the short duration or short day periods. That means towards the winter. So in case of animal of sheep in a temperate region, its breeding is in the month of, say, late August to September, and then the parturition is towards February and March. The animal is subjected to multiple stresses over here. One, that's its pregnancy, and the second, the winter chill, where you have the fodder less as well as the mother is having fetus inside it. So we were doing this work for assessment of immune competence, metabolic and oxidative balance during peripartum period in ewes habituating the temperate Kashmir. Now I have discussed what this peripartum period actually is. It's 3 weeks before the parturition and 3 weeks after the parturition. The blood samples were taken at an interval of 7 days, and then plasma was separated. That was estimated for many these analytes. And on immune side, the lymphocytes were isolated from this blood, and they were cultured in vitro for blastogenic response that we name as LPI, using one assay, that's an MTT assay. See, in the immunological parameters, we have measured this blastogenic effect, this blastogenic competence of lymphocytes, then total leukocyte count, and then neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. And on the biochemical side, we have evaluated the liver function parameters like SGPT, SGOT, TP, and albumin. Kidney function parameters like creatinine, urea, and lipid metabolisms, triglycerides, and NEFA, non-esterified fatty acids. Then total antioxidant capacity as TAC through an assay that we name as ferric reducing antioxidant power, that's a FRAP. And we have analyzed the data using the RStudio software. Now, as far as the immune competence and the oxidant status during the peripartum period is concerned, we could find that at the time of parturition, when this animal gives birth to the baby, this blastogenic activity of lymphocytes is very least. As compared to the two ends of this period, that's a minus 21 and a plus 21 days. So immunologically, these lymphocytes are at least this blastogenic activity, means that immunologically, the animal at the parturition is compromised, and there is a trend that is from minus 20 to plus 21, that this immunity reduces and is the least at the parturition, and then it again starts towards 21 days. Similarly, the TLC and NL ratio, that has been there, a very great change in that. You see the neutrophils have been increasing at the time of the parturition, what we name as neutrophilia. That's a very good sign of citrus conditions that indicates that the animals at the time of parturition, they were in citrus. And then as far as antioxidant status is concerned, this FRAP was least during this parturition. Again, that the animal during parturition or at the time of the parturition is in a state of compromised oxidative power. These are the same trends, that this LPA is reducing and it's the least at the time of parturition and then tries to compensate it towards postpartum, and similarly the FRAP as well as. And then as far as the biochemical indices are concerned, we could see that the protein is lowest during the parturition. And again, this protein, the protein concentrations in the blood, they are again indicative of, on one side, the immunity, as well as other side, the nutritional status of the animal. So the proteins were again the least. Then the triglycerides, again, they were least. Since the triglycerides were used as a source of energy at the time of this peripartum period, when you have the animals in a negative negative energy balance, so they utilize the triglycerides and mobilize the triglycerides for alternative energy source. And that's why we could see that these triglycerides were least during the parturition time. And NEFA were the highest. The NEFA is again non-esterified fatty acids, now the byproduct of the triglyceride metabolism. And when these triglycerides were metabolized, the NEFA were produced, and they were utilized as an alternative energy by the body, by the animal. So this is the indicative that the animal at the time of parturition is under negative feed, this negative energy balance. Means a citrus, that's an energy citrus.
One minute.
And similarly, we are having those biochemical parameters like SGPT, these are the liver enzymes, and SGOT. They were having, again, the differences therein, thus indicating that the animal at that time are under liver as well as kidney citrus. Kidney-related citruses, liver-related citruses, all these are related to the NEFA concentrations.
80 seconds.
These are the trends. So I won't deal in them. Simply, the conclusion, this study emphasizes the peripartum ewes are immunocompromised as far as the immunoparameters are concerned. Metabolically sensitive, we could see those triglycerides and the NEFA and the other enzymes, liver enzymes and kidney enzymes. They were weakened, and antioxidant system, again, that was very, compromised because of being very, low levels of FRAP. And they were, the animal at that time or during this peripartum period or at the time of the parturition is at the high risk of contracting the diseases and is in a metabolic citrus. The study can be explored to efficiently manage transition period. This transition period is not only in the ewes. I am discussing this thing in the ewes. It's all together in the whole livestock, maybe cattle, maybe goat, maybe buffaloes, not even animals. In case of humans also, this period is very, very important, that transition period, what we name as a last semester in case of the females. You see, it's very, very important where the females also are in citrus, and you need good nutrition and a good management. In case of livestock as well as humans, during this transition period, when they are in the late pregnancy and towards the parturition, and at the same time, they are delivering the babies, maybe the animals or the humans, and start the lactation. So they have all the citruses there. On one side, the fetus, on the other side, the delivery, and then the initiation of lactation. They all put the animal to a nutritional citrus, and the animal is in a state of compromisation, immune compromised, energy compromised, and this is the high time when this animal can contract the diseases, and that's why we efficiently has to manage this transition period, maybe in the animals, maybe in the humans. That's all over here. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Namaste. Well done. Awesome. Thank you, Doctor. And here we have Dr. Raja. And Doctor, you can introduce your subject because you are the expert.
So, good evening to all. So this is a work based on the potential of vacuum packing for better storability of peanut seeds. Of course, you know all very well. So from the beginning itself, morning itself, we are talking about the sustainable agriculture. So for sustainability in agriculture, so the seed is an important component. So the variety followed by the seed. So the technology should reach to the farmers. Then only the sustainability will come. So here, of course, in seed, so the quality is very, very important. So quality seed, unless without a quality seed, so you cannot get the maximum population in the field, so and also the yield. So here in case of agriculture, so the groundnut, of course, it is a very important crop, oilseed crop. So having a very poor seed storage. So of course, the farmer producing the first season seed, so immediately needs to be sown in the second season. So means that, so it can be stored for about 6 months. But actual means normally the seed, the viability period of about 9 months, even more than that. So for example, in case of India, so we have the Indian minimum seed certification standard. As per the Indian minimum seed certification standard, normally we prescribe the viability period of about 9 months. But in case of groundnut, so we cannot store the seed for about even 6 months or 7 months. That is the major issue. Mainly it is because of the thin seed coat. So that is the one thing. Then another reason is a high oil content. So that poses the problem of loss in viability within the short period. So in that case, what the farmers will do, so mostly they store the seed along with the pod. So that is actually called seed pod. So normally they store the seed along with the pod. So for the next sowing, until next sowing, they store the seed as such. But here, of course, the area required for storing such kind of say seed pod material, so it's very huge. Then another thing is the transportation. So that is also another problem. Then the viability loss. So these are all some of the issues. So in that case, what we can do? So means it's nothing but we can shell out the seed. Then we can go for storing the seed with some quality packs. So in that case, so I tried with some different techniques. So in that, drying the seed with ultra dry moisture content. So for example, ultra dry means it's nothing but drying the seed maybe less than 6% or 5%. So that is the technology we have. So particularly for any kind of seed, the seed moisture content should be around 8 to 10% for its life. So that is very important. But here, of course, we are reducing moisture content for about 5%. Then again, we are packing it in the vacuum pack container. So particularly in case of aluminum foil pouch. So aluminum foil pouch, of course, definitely we have to go with the vacuum packing. So combination of three. So that is reducing the moisture content with 5% moisture, then aluminum packing with vacuum container. So these are all the techniques so we can apply. So of course here I have tried with the different varieties and the different periods. Of course this is my 5 years of work. So initially I tried with one variety that is a dormant variety. So here of course I could able to, you can see here, so I could able to store the seed for over the period of 20 months. So if you store the kernel, so that is shelled out kernel, you can able to store the seed with the maximum viability of 75%. So for about 20 months. So of course here the vigor, so vigor also very high, and the seed latched. So that is actually whenever you store the seed, so automatically the cell, because of the cell wall damage in the seed, so the leach out, whatever the content inside the seed comes out. So that is the indication. So if the leach out is lesser, then automatically it indicates the better storage of the seed. Then these are all, of course, the same images. So even as already mentioned, the 5% moisture content is enough for storing the seed better way. But if again reduce the moisture content less than that, sometimes again it creates some problem on the seed, particularly the cell seed coat damage and cell wall damage. Means that minimum moisture content is required for storing the seed. That is, should be at least should be 4% or 5%. If you reduce the moisture content less than that, definitely you cannot store the seed for long period. So that is the indication. Then the results as already mentioned. So the 5% moisture content with the packing, vacuum packing, definitely you can store for about 20 months period. So this is one experiment. Then the next thing is, of course, as I already mentioned, so whether this technology is affordable with the farmer. So because the thing is the vacuum packing with aluminum foil, so that adds some cost. Again, I tried with polythene bag, so it may be a cheaper one. So here, of course, I tried a polythene bag. Here, the result indicates that the polythene bag, vacuum packed container, so you can store the seed for about 6 months period. So that is the thing at 5 degrees Celsius. Then again, I compared the polythene bag with aluminum foil. So which one is better? So definitely the aluminum foil. So you can store it about more than a year. So at 5 degrees Celsius. Suppose if you don't have the better, low temperature condition, then again you can store the seeds at least for about 6 months period under vacuum packing container. So that is the result. So then again, I have tried with field performance. So whether the low temperature stored seeds performing well in the field or not. So sometimes it fails in the field for flowering. So even sometimes the pot setting also. Again, I tried under field condition at 2 different seasons. Then again, I have recorded that. So definitely it flowers and again it gives a better yield. So means that you can store the seed under vacuum packing. Then for about 6 months under ambient and more than 12 months under 5 degrees Celsius under vacuum packing condition. Again, I tried with the farmer field also. So that is to transfer the technology to the farmers. Again, the farmer, again, they have recorded better results with the seeds stored for about 9 months old. So they have recorded a higher yield in the farmer's field. So I tried with the 25 farmers field. So these are all the research findings. Of course, this is my conclusion. Then the benefits. So what are the benefits? Of course, as already mentioned, from one season, so immediate next season we have to use the seed. Instead of that, then season 2 year. So we can have the seed for long period. Then the high cost breeder or foundation seed can be stored better. So that is the next thing. Then the damage to the seed is very less because we are packing the seeds under tight packing condition. So there will not be any damage to the seed because the seed coat is very thin. But here vacuum packing, the seed becomes very tight. So there will not be any damage to the seed. Then it requires very less space. So you can store the seed. Then another thing is the transportation cost. So the farmer, of course, for transporting the pod seed, so that is seed pod, so they need a huge space, particularly the truck. But here, even by having a two-wheeler, the farmer can easily transport the material. Of course, I have applied this technology for funding from the government of India. Soon I will get. Thank you.
Namaste. Record time. Okay, anybody else want to add themselves onto this list? Want a second round for today? Okay, well, look, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for those of you who have held back as well to listen to these very insightful presentations. I love the format, just wham, bam, and as much information out as possible. All very interesting. Shweta's idea. Are we doing it again tomorrow? We are. Excellent. So many researchers and so many interesting new things to learn, so many academics who are very practical about what they've been doing and very insightful and very existential about the food, about animals, about plants. Really interesting. So I found it very interesting. Thank you all for joining us. And thank you, Doctor, for getting in deep. Sheep are very important in my life, New Zealand. We know the name of every sheep in New Zealand. You realise that? All 4 million of them. So we're going to be back tomorrow. What time, Shweta? Tomorrow, 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock start. Come for coffee early. Okay, 8:30. Come here. I'll be at 8. And I'm going to be blogging a lot of photos. So please join me, Kim Winter, K-I-M-W-N-T. The name Kim, which country was it originated from? Doctor? The name Kim. Famous famous writer at the turn of the century during the Raj in the 1800s, wrote a book called Kim. What was the name of the playwright who is the most widely read English-speaking playwright at the time? Rudyard Kipling. Rudyard Kipling, a big piece of Indian history, wrote a book called Kim. My name was derived from that book. There's my connection with India. Exactly. But, and he wrote the most read poem in the English language, still till today. It's called If, and it's about a young boy called Kim. And it's about an existential journey through to the gurus, into the mountains, all of this. And that's what I've lived my life by for the last 70 years. See you all tomorrow, folks. Thanks for coming.
Hello. Hello.
This one is not visible.